Welcome, dear friends, to our tranquil haven where relaxation and restful dreams await you. As the year draws to a close, there's no better time to indulge in calming stories that soothe the soul and ease the mind. I hope you've had a wonderful day filled with moments of joy and peace. Here, by the warm glow of a cozy fireplace, you're invited to settle in, wrap yourself in comfort, and let the gentle narration guide you to a place of calm and serenity. So take a deep breath, relax, and let your imagination drift into a peaceful slumber. Story 1. On a starry night that seemed to stretch infinitely into the cosmos, an ethereal tapestry was woven across the sky with shimmering constellations and streaks of distant galaxies. The celestial panorama hung over a small, almost forgotten moon, orbiting an emerald planet whose beauty defied the vastness of space. The planet's surface glimmered with verdant forests and sapphire seas, a cradle of life surrounded by the silent void. It was here, where the whisper of stardust met the solemn silence of the void, that two disparate beings would forge an unlikely alliance. The moon's surface was not merely a barren landscape. It was a canvas painted with shades of silvery dust and shadow, punctuated by jagged craters that seemed to echo the ancient scars of cosmic battles. The air, though thin and biting, carried a faint metallic tang, a reminder of the celestial metal veins that lay just beneath its surface. Each step across this rugged terrain released a soft, powdery mist that danced like ethereal spirits in the moon's low gravity, their forms shifting and swirling in the dim light. Zylath, a Venusian of luminescent energy and vibrant hues, floated with an elegance akin to a cosmic ballet. Born amidst Venus's iridescent clouds, Zylath's form was a symphony of light, communicating through bursts of color and melodic vibrations that resonated like a celestial choir. To witness Zylath was to be enveloped in a warmth that transcended physical sensation, as if the very essence of Venus's golden sunbeams had taken form. His movements painted the air with delicate trails of luminescence, leaving ephemeral echoes of his presence, as if the very universe conspired to celebrate his existence. In contrast, Kraxxor, the Mercurian, was a formidable presence of stone and strength. He bore the weight of Mercury's harsh volcanic landscapes in his iron-laced exoskeleton, his stature a testament to eons of resilience. Kraxxor's voice rumbled like distant thunder, a guttural language shaped by the very rocks and magma of his homeland. His four arms, each as sturdy as the mountains of Mercury, were tools of creation and survival, honed by generations of craftsmanship. His footsteps left impressions in the moon dust, a tactile reminder of his enduring presence, as if the earth itself acknowledged his passage. Their fateful meeting on the moon was not one of choice, but of necessity, a cosmic storm having marooned them in this desolate place. Initially, their attempts at communication were as chaotic as the storm that had brought them together. Zylath's radiant pulses were a cacophony to Kraxxor, whose ears, tuned to the grumble of stone, struggled to interpret such delicate frequencies. Meanwhile, Kraxxor's booming voice jarred Zylath's luminous form, causing it to flicker in disharmony. Yet, beneath this cacophony lay the potential for harmony, waiting to be discovered. Despite these initial hurdles, necessity became the mother of invention. The moon's surface became their shared canvas. Kraxxor, using his formidable strength, carved out shelters from the moon rock, each strike echoing like a heartbeat across the silent plains. These shelters, though rudimentary, provided respite from the biting cold and the moon's unrelenting winds. In these moments, Zylath's light was not just illumination, but life-giving warmth, infusing the cold stone with a gentle heat that seeped into Kraxxor's chilled frame. The interplay of their abilities painted a picture of survival and mutual support. Their evolving camaraderie was punctuated by shared challenges that highlighted their complementary strengths. When sustenance was scarce, Zylath's attunement to the cosmic energies guided them to hidden caches of stellar flora, delicate plants that thrived on the moon's scant resources. Kraxxor's hands, both delicate and powerful, unearthed these treasures, his touch as respectful as it was precise. The discovery of these plants, with their luminescent petals and sweet, otherworldly fragrance, provided both nourishment and a reminder of the beauty that could be found even in desolation. Amidst their survival efforts, a new scene unfolded, revealing a hidden aspect of their characters. One twilight, as the universe bathed the moon in an ethereal glow, Kraxxor shared a rare piece of his world, a small, carved stone he had carried as a talisman. The stone, etched with intricate patterns, depicted the Mercurian legend of the firebird, a symbol of rebirth and hope. Zylath, intrigued, in turn, displayed a radiant sphere of light, a representation of Venus's eternal dawn, a sign of renewal and endless possibility. These tokens became a bridge between their worlds, a silent vow of mutual understanding and respect. As they navigated this inhospitable world, moments of vulnerability became cornerstones of their relationship. Zylath's optimism, a beacon that cut through the darkness of despair, was a source of inspiration for Kraxxor, whose practical nature was sometimes overshadowed by his pragmatic outlook. Conversely, Kraxxor's steadfastness provided a foundation upon which Zylath's dreams could safely rest. Their shared laughter at the moon's echoing silence, their silent companionship during the long, starry nights, wove threads of connection stronger than the circumstances that had brought them together. Their bond, forged in the crucible of survival, was tested in the moon's darkest hours. When the stars were obscured by thick veils of cosmic dust and hope seemed a distant memory, they found solace in each other's presence. Zylath, with gentle pulses of light, offered Kraxxor a sanctuary of warmth and courage. In return, Kraxxor shielded Zylath from the moon's abrasive elements, his actions a silent promise of protection. Their shared silence became a language of its own, one that spoke of trust and mutual reliance. In their time together, they stumbled upon an ancient relic half buried in the moon's dust, a fragment of an ancient starship, its hull marked by the passage of time. Inside they discovered relics of a civilization long gone, star maps etched with the precision of master artisans, and texts written in languages neither could fully comprehend. These artifacts spoke of travelers who had once navigated the cosmos much like them, reinforcing their belief in the interconnectedness of all beings. This discovery kindled a shared curiosity about the universe's mysteries, igniting a desire to explore beyond their known worlds. As time wore on, their interactions began to transcend mere necessity, evolving into a profound companionship that neither had anticipated. They shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and the paths that had led them to this forgotten moon. In doing so, they discovered a shared truth that the universe, vast and indifferent, could also be a place of unexpected connections and enduring friendships. In a poignant moment under the moon's silvery glow, they discovered a hidden cave, its walls lined with ancient, luminescent crystals. The crystals resonated with Zylath's light, projecting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the cavern. Here they found an ancient inscription, a message from travelers of old, speaking of the unity of diverse paths converging into one. This discovery deepened their connection, reinforcing the idea that their meeting was not mere chance, but a tapestry woven by the cosmos. When finally the rescue ships descended like beacons from the heavens, their parting was marked by an understanding that transcended words. Zylath and Kraxxor embraced, their energies mingling in a dance of gold and crimson light that painted the landscape in hues of friendship and farewell. As they departed, their hearts carried the knowledge that bonds forged amidst adversity are often the strongest of all. The once desolate moon, now touched by their journey, glowed with a warmth that would linger in the memories of both Venus and Mercury, a testament to the light of friendship that shines brightest in the darkest of places. The moon, no longer just an orb of rock and dust, had become a sanctuary of stories and memories, an eternal tribute to the enduring power of connection across the stars. Story 2. In the heart of a serene forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the sun cast gentle shadows, lived a gentle soul named Mirabelle. This forest was not just her home. It was her sanctuary, where sunlight danced through leaves, painting the ground with golden splashes like a living tapestry. Mirabelle's cottage, nestled amidst towering oaks, was a haven of warmth. Its stone hearth crackled softly, sending tendrils of smoke curling into the sky. The fragrance of wild herbs hanging from the rafters mingled with the comforting scent of pine, creating an aroma that embraced visitors like an old friend, inviting them into its comforting embrace. Mirabelle was known for her kindness and her gentle way with creatures of the forest. from the tiniest fireflies that twinkled like stars in the underbrush, to the wise old owl that watched over the night, its eyes glinting with ancient wisdom. Her days were filled with the quiet satisfaction of tending her garden, the delicate sound of her humming mingling with birdsong as she worked. Yet despite her peaceful existence, Mirabelle felt a stirring within her, a restlessness that was both familiar and foreign, like an old song half-remembered, echoing in the corners of her mind. Change, she realized, was knocking at her door, and it was a visitor she wasn't sure she wanted to welcome. She had always taken comfort in the predictability of her days, the rhythm of the forest's life echoing her own. But now the very air seemed to hum with possibility, whispering of transformations not yet understood, urging her to step beyond the boundaries of her known world. One dewy morning, as the sun rose with its gentle embrace over the horizon, Mirabelle ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, invigorating and grounding, as if the forest itself was breathing alongside her. As she wandered, her thoughts a tangle of wonder and trepidation, she stumbled upon a small, glistening pool. It was tucked away in a clearing, surrounded by wildflowers that nodded in the breeze like silent sentinels, their petals a riot of colors against the emerald backdrop. Kneeling by the water's edge, Mirabelle peered into the depths. Her reflection wavered, and then, astonishingly, the surface began to shimmer with a soft, mystical glow. Entranced, she watched as the pool revealed visions of her past, moments of laughter, of companionship, of solitary walks under the moon's gentle gaze. Yet the pool also hinted at a future unspooled, where Mirabelle saw herself embracing change with grace, weaving her life anew with threads of courage and curiosity. It was a future where she learned to dance with the unknown, where each step into the unfamiliar was met with wonder rather than fear. As if sensing her hesitation, a gentle voice drifted to her ears, carried on the breeze. "Fear not the change, dear one," it whispered, as soft as the rustle of leaves. "For within you lies the strength of the forest, the endurance of the earth, and the wisdom of the stars." Turning, Mirabelle saw the source of the voice, an ancient, majestic stag, its eyes deep and knowing. The stag's presence was comforting, like the touch of a beloved friend, and its antlers seemed to capture the light, creating a halo that spoke of magic and mystery. The stag nodded, a gesture of encouragement. "You are not alone," it said. "The forest walks with you, and so do I." Mirabelle felt a warmth spreading through her, a burgeoning courage that was both frightening and exhilarating. She realized that she had been given a choice, to remain as she was, rooted in the familiar, or to embrace the path of transformation that lay before her. In the days that followed, Mirabelle's life began to change in small, wondrous ways. She found herself drawn to the forest more often, discovering hidden paths and secret clearings that she had never noticed before. Each discovery was a revelation, a reminder that life was a tapestry woven from both the known and the unknown. Her encounters with the stag became more frequent. Its steady presence was a balm to her soul, a reminder that she was part of something larger, something beautiful and eternal. Under the stag's gentle guidance, Mirabelle learned to listen more deeply to the forest, to the stories carried by the wind, to the lessons whispered by the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mirabelle found herself at the glistening pool once more. The air was still, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Kneeling by the water's edge, Mirabelle saw her reflection again, and this time she did not look away. She saw herself as she truly was, strong, resilient, and radiant with the beauty of her own becoming. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but rather a gift, a chance to grow and to discover the depths of her own heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Mirabelle rose, feeling the earth solid beneath her feet, the sky vast above her. She was not the same as she had been, and yet, in the deepest sense, she was more herself than ever. The forest embraced her as she walked back to her cottage, its shadows and light weaving a lullaby of peace. The stag watched her go, its eyes filled with a timeless wisdom, before it turned and disappeared into the night. Back at her cottage, Mirabelle sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft, comforting blanket. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle thrum of the forest within her, a melody of life and light. In that moment, Mirabelle knew she had found her place, not just in the forest, but within herself. And as she drifted into sleep, she carried with her the knowledge that change was a journey, a transformation both magical and profound, and that she was never truly alone. The world outside her window was silent and still, the forest sleeping under the watchful gaze of the moon. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient stag stood sentinel, a guardian of dreams and a keeper of the forest's secrets, watching over all who walked its paths of wonder and discovery. One particular day, Mirabelle awoke with an unusual sense of anticipation. A breeze rustled through her window, carrying with it the scent of blossoming honeysuckle. She decided to follow the path that led beyond the eastern hills, an area she had always avoided due to its rugged terrain. The forest here was different, its trees older and their bark rougher, as if they bore the memories of centuries past. As she walked, she came upon an ancient stone circle, partially hidden by creeping ivy. The stones were etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dusk, their patterns swirling like the constellations in the night sky. She felt a pull toward them, a connection that transcended time. Kneeling within the circle, she closed her eyes and felt the pulse of the earth beneath her palms, strong and steady. In that moment, Mirabelle understood that the forest was not just a backdrop to her life, but a living entity, a partner in her journey of self-discovery. Each leaf, each creature was a note in a grand symphony, and she was learning to listen to its music. The realization filled her with a profound sense of peace. As she stood to leave, she noticed a small sapling growing at the center of the circle. It was unlike any she had seen before, its leaves a vibrant mix of emerald and gold. She knew instinctively that it was a gift from the forest, a symbol of her growth and the new path she had chosen. Mirabelle carefully transplanted the sapling to her garden, where it thrived under her care, its presence a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. It stood as a testament to her journey, a beacon of hope and renewal for all who passed by her cottage. As the days turned to weeks, Mirabelle's interactions with the forest deepened. She began to notice the subtle changes in the seasons more acutely, the way the leaves turned from vibrant green to fiery gold, the sound of the brook as it swelled with autumn rains. She felt the shift in the air, a dance of life that mirrored her own internal transformation. One afternoon, as winter's chill began to creep into the forest, Mirabelle found herself drawn to a secluded glade she had never seen before. The glade was vibrant even in the encroaching cold, a sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. There, she encountered an elderly woman, her hair as white as the snow-tipped peaks visible in the distance, her eyes sparkling with youthful mischief. The woman introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who had wandered the world's hidden corners. Mirabelle listened, captivated, as Alara shared tales of distant lands, where mountains touched the sky and rivers sang songs of ancient wisdom. Each story was a thread, weaving into the tapestry of Mirabelle's understanding of the world beyond her forest sanctuary. Alara's presence was like a gust of wind, brisk but invigorating, challenging Mirabelle to see beyond the familiar. Through their conversations, Mirabelle saw reflections of her own journey, the courage to embrace the unknown mirrored in Alara's adventurous spirit. When it was time for Alara to move on, she left Mirabelle with a parting gift, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside was a compass, its needle spinning with a life of its own. "For when you decide to seek your own horizons," Alara said with a knowing smile. Alone again, Mirabelle contemplated the compass, feeling its weight in her palm, a symbol of endless possibility. She understood that the forest had gifted her not just with clarity and peace, but with the strength to explore paths yet uncharted. And so the story of Mirabelle's transformation wove itself into the tapestry of the forest, a gentle reminder that personal growth, like the changing seasons, is a part of the natural rhythm of life, a journey of the heart, filled with beauty and grace. As winter deepened, the forest donned a shimmering cloak of frost, each leaf and branch adorned with delicate ice crystals that caught the sunlight and scattered it like diamonds. Mirabelle found herself drawn to the forest's crystalline beauty, her breath forming soft clouds in the chill air. She marveled at how the forest transformed with each season, teaching her anew the beauty of change. During one of her walks, she stumbled upon an old, worn path that seemed to wind its way deeper into the heart of the forest. Curiosity piqued, she followed it, each step crunching softly on the frozen leaves beneath her feet. The path led to a hidden valley, where the air felt different, charged, as if the valley itself was alive with stories yet untold. In the valley she discovered a circle of stones similar to the one she had found earlier, but these were larger, ancient sentinels that seemed to hum with an energy that resonated deep within her. In the center stood an altar of sorts, crafted from a single piece of stone, smooth and cool to the touch. Upon it lay a scroll, its edges yellowed with age, but its script as vivid as if it had been inked only yesterday. Mirabelle unfurled the scroll, her fingers tracing the elegant, flowing script. It spoke of the forest's origins, a place where magic and nature intertwined, where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen were thin as gossamer. The scroll told of guardians, those chosen by the forest to protect its secrets and guide those who wandered its paths. As she read, Mirabelle felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the scroll had awakened something ancient within her. Here, in this hidden valley, she realized that her journey was not just about personal transformation, but about becoming a guardian of the forest herself. She felt the weight of this realization, but it was a weight that settled comfortably, like a mantle she was meant to wear. The valley became a sacred place for Mirabelle, a sanctuary where she would return to meditate and listen to the forest's whispers. The scroll she kept safe, a cherished link to the forest's rich history and her own evolving story. With each visit, Mirabelle's connection to the forest deepened. She learned to read the signs in the rustling leaves, to understand the language of the wind and the songs of the birds. She became attuned to the forest's rhythms, feeling its pulse as her own. Word of Mirabelle's wisdom began to spread beyond the forest, drawing seekers and wanderers to her cottage, each with their own questions and quests for understanding. She welcomed them, sharing the lessons she had learned, guiding them to find their own paths, just as the forest had guided her. Through these interactions, Mirabelle discovered a new facet of herself, the teacher, the guide. She found joy in helping others discover their own connections to nature, to the world, and to themselves. Her cottage became a beacon of light and knowledge, a place where the wisdom of the forest was shared and celebrated. As the years passed, Mirabelle's life became a tapestry of interactions and experiences, each thread weaving into the greater story of the forest. She had not only found her place within its embrace, but had become an integral part of its legacy, a guardian, a storyteller, a nurturer of dreams. And so the forest thrived under her watchful care, its secrets safe in the heart of the gentle soul who had once feared change but had learned to dance with it, embracing the unknown with grace and courage. The ancient stag, ever watchful, continued to roam its paths, a silent companion in Mirabelle's journey, a reminder of the bond between the seen and the unseen, the known and the mysterious. In the heart of the forest, Mirabelle's story lived on, whispered by the wind, sung by the streams, and etched in the hearts of those who found solace within its bounds. Her journey was one of transformation and discovery, a testament to the power of the natural world and the endless possibilities it held for those willing to listen and learn. Story 3. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets of ancient days, and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The village was a tapestry of cozy cottages, each with gardens blooming in a riot of colors, and stone pathways that wound like gentle streams through the lush greenery. The cottages themselves were a testament to the skill and dedication of the villagers, their walls adorned with climbing roses and ivy, their roofs a patchwork of moss, creating a harmony between human habitations and nature's wild beauty. In one such cottage, with walls adorned by climbing roses and a roof crowned with moss, lived a kind-hearted woman named Mabel. Mabel was known throughout Willow Hollow for her gentle nature and her gift for weaving stories as warm and comforting as a patchwork quilt. Her cottage was a haven of warmth. Inside, the fireplace crackled softly, casting flickering shadows that danced across the wooden beams of the ceiling. The air inside was filled with the scent of lavender and herbs hanging from the ceiling, drying for Mabel's various teas and remedies. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel noticed something peculiar. Each day, when she went to tend to her small garden, she found the blossoms arranged in intricate patterns, as if painted by an unseen hand. The petals formed stars and spirals, and sometimes even tiny, whimsical creatures. It was a mystery that tickled her curiosity and warmed her heart. The patterns seemed to change with the seasons, as if echoing the shifting moods of the woods themselves. Mabel decided to seek the wisdom of her dear friend, Oliver, the village's librarian, and a man of great knowledge and gentle humor. Oliver was a tall, lanky man with spectacles perched on his nose and an ever-present twinkle in his eye. His home was a place of wonder, filled with books that whispered stories of far-off lands and magical creatures. His library was a sanctuary, with high shelves lined with volumes whose spines were worn from years of loving use. Over a pot of steaming chamomile tea, Mabel shared her tale of the mysterious garden patterns. Oliver listened intently, his eyes twinkling with intrigue. "Ah," he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully, "it seems you have a visitor, Mabel. Perhaps a creature of the woods has taken a liking to your garden." Together they pondered the possibilities. Could it be the work of the gentle breeze-wisps, ethereal beings known for their love of art and beauty? Or perhaps the playful flicker foxes, who delighted in games and puzzles? Mabel and Oliver decided to unravel the mystery with a plan as gentle as the unfolding dawn. To prepare for their vigil, Oliver suggested they visit another friend, Ilara, the village herbalist and a woman of quiet wisdom. Ilara's cottage was nestled on the edge of the woods, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom in defiance of the seasons. She welcomed them with a warm smile and offered them a concoction of wild berries and honey, a drink known to heighten one's senses and attune them to the whispers of the natural world. As they sipped the sweet, tangy beverage, Ilara shared tales of her own encounters with the magic of the woods. She spoke of the time she had followed a trail of glowing mushrooms to a hidden grove where the air shimmered with the ethereal glow of moonflowers. Her stories painted a picture of the woods as a living tapestry, where each creature played a part in the intricate dance of life. That night, as the village was bathed in silver moonlight, Mabel and Oliver set out to watch over the garden. They wrapped themselves in warm cloaks and nestled under a canopy of stars, their breaths mingling with the cool night air. The world was hushed, save for the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. As they waited, a soft glow began to illuminate the garden, casting a magical light upon the flowers. From the shadows emerged a creature of delicate beauty, a luminemoth, its wings a shimmering tapestry of color, pulsing with a gentle, otherworldly light. It hovered gracefully above the blooms, its touch as light as a whisper. Mabel and Oliver watched in awe as the luminemoth carefully rearranged the petals, creating a new pattern, a radiant heart surrounded by twinkling stars. The creature's artistry was a language of its own, a message woven in nature's colors. The luminemoth, sensing their presence, fluttered closer. Its eyes, like tiny twinkling lanterns, met Mabel's with an understanding that transcended words. Mabel felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the gentle spirit of the woods. She realized that the luminemoth was not just creating art, but sharing a message of harmony and joy. With a soft flutter, the luminemoth alighted on Mabel's hand, its touch like the brush of silk. She whispered her gratitude, promising to cherish the garden and the magic it held. The luminemoth lingered for a moment longer, then rose into the sky, leaving behind a trail of luminescent dust that sparkled like tiny stars. The following morning, as the first light of dawn painted the world in soft pastels, Mabel and Oliver shared their discovery with the village. The story of the luminemoth spread, weaving a new thread of wonder into the fabric of Willow Hollow. The villagers, inspired by the gentle creature's artistry, began to create their own garden patterns, each a tribute to the unseen magic that pulsed through their world. As the mystery of the garden was revealed, not through grand gestures or complex puzzles, but through the simple act of observing and honoring the beauty that surrounded them, a new tradition began to take root. On the eve of each season's change, the villagers gathered in the gardens, their laughter mingling with the crisp air, as they shared stories and wove patterns of petals that reflected their hopes and dreams. Mabel's garden became a place of gathering, where the villagers would come to share stories and laughter, their hearts lightened by the magic they had uncovered. In those moments, Mabel realized that the Lumamoth had given them more than just a mystery to solve. It had gifted them a renewed sense of community, a bond that strengthened with each shared experience. As the seasons turned and the days grew shorter, the memory of the Lumamoth's visit lingered in the hearts of Willow Hollow's people. Mabel often found herself in her garden, watching the petals dance in the breeze, a smile on her lips and the warmth of friendship in her heart. In the weeks that followed, Mabel noticed subtle changes within herself. The Lumamoth's visit had sparked a deeper appreciation for the small wonders of everyday life. Her storytelling, once a beloved pastime, became infused with new layers of meaning, and she found herself drawing from the well of her own experiences more than ever before. The villagers noticed this change, and her gatherings became more popular, with people traveling from neighboring villages to hear her tales. In the days following the Lumamoth's visit, Mabel, Oliver, and Alara decided to explore the deeper parts of the Whispering Woods. They felt an unspoken calling, a pull towards the heart of the woods, where secrets whispered among the rustling leaves and the air held a sacred stillness. As they ventured further, the forest canopy thickened, filtering sunlight into a kaleidoscope of emerald and gold. Their journey led them to a clearing where the earth seemed to hum with a gentle energy. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens, as if gathering secrets from the stars. Alara knelt by its roots, her fingers brushing the mossy earth, and she spoke softly of the tree's wisdom, its long memory of the world. Mabel felt a deep sense of connection here, a kinship with the land and its stories. She closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of earth and bark, and felt the presence of those who had walked these woods before her. It was a moment of quiet revelation, where the threads of past and present wove seamlessly together, enriching her understanding of the world. From that day, the three friends made it a tradition to visit the ancient oak, a pilgrimage to seek inspiration and solace. Each visit deepened their bond, not only with each other but with the land that nurtured them. They would sit beneath the tree's wide branches, sharing stories and dreams, their voices mingling with the whispers of the wind. On one such visit, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets like soft whispers on the leaves. Mabel, Oliver, and Alara sat in comfortable silence, listening to the rhythm of the rain, a melody woven into the fabric of the woods. The rain seemed to wash away the veil between the seen and the unseen, revealing the hidden threads that connected all things. In that moment, Mabel realized the true gift of the Lumamoth's visit. It was more than the wonder of its art. It was the reminder of the connections that bound them to each other and to the world around them. She saw the beauty in every drop of rain, every rustle of leaves, every whispered story shared beneath the ancient oak. As the seasons turned, the Lumamoth's visit became a cherished tale, a reminder of the magic that lay in simplicity and wonder. Mabel's garden continued to bloom with vibrant patterns, and the village thrived on the stories and traditions that blossomed from that enchanting encounter. And in the Whispering Woods, where the trees held their secrets close, the Lumamoth continued its gentle work, painting the world with light and love, a silent guardian of beauty and peace. The village, nestled in its embrace, thrived in harmony, its people touched by the magic that lay not just in their gardens, but in their hearts. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the world was at rest, Mabel would sit by her window, the glow of the fireplace casting a soft light around her. She would weave stories, new and old, into the night, sharing the gentle lessons of wisdom and friendship that had been gifted to her by the Lumamoth. And so Willow Hollow remained a place of wonder and warmth, where the simple joys of life were cherished, and the magic of the Whispering Woods was never far away. The Lumamoth's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of kindness and creativity, reminding all who lived there of the beauty that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And in the peaceful slumber of night, the village dreamed of stars and flowers, of gentle creatures and whispered secrets, held close by the embrace of the whispering woods and the tender care of the Lumamoth's light. The world, wrapped in its cozy magic, slept soundly, knowing that the mysteries of the garden and the wisdom of friendship would forever guide their steps. In a particularly cold winter, the village faced an unexpected challenge. A harsh storm swept through the woods, leaving a blanket of snow so thick that it seemed to silence even the whispers of the trees. The villagers, unaccustomed to such bitter cold, found solace in the warmth of each other's company. It was during this time that Mabel's stories took on an even greater significance. Her tales, now enriched with the Lumamoth's wisdom, became a beacon of hope and comfort, reminding everyone of the resilience found in unity and the promise of spring's return. As the storm raged on, Mabel, Oliver, and Alara decided to organize a gathering in Mabel's cottage, inviting all the villagers. They brought blankets and lanterns, and the cottage glowed like a lighthouse in the storm, drawing people in. As they huddled together, Mabel began weaving a story of light and warmth, her words wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. She spoke of the Lumamoth, its gentle light guiding them through the darkest nights, and of the ancient oak, whose roots were as deep as their shared history. The villagers listened, their spirits lifted by the stories and the warmth of the fire. As the night wore on, they shared their own tales, their laughter and voices creating a tapestry of sound that echoed the very heart of Willow Hollow. In those moments, the storm outside seemed less fierce, shadows softened by the glow of their shared light. When the storm finally passed, the village emerged into a world transformed by winter's touch. The gardens lay under a pristine blanket of snow, the air crisp and clear. Mabel, standing at her garden's edge, felt a renewed sense of gratitude for the community that thrived in the embrace of the whispering woods. The Lumamoth's visit had taught them that magic was not just in the extraordinary, but in the quiet strength of everyday bonds. As spring returned, the village gathered once more in the gardens, celebrating the cycle of life and the promise of new beginnings. Petals unfurled in vibrant patterns, a living testament to the creativity and resilience that pulsed through Willow Hollow. And in the heart of the woods, the Lumamoth continued its gentle work, reminding all who dared to look that beauty was a thread that wove through every season, every storm, and every story. Mabel's cottage, with its climbing roses and patchwork roof, stood as a symbol of this enduring spirit, its doors always open to those seeking warmth and wonder. The stories shared within its walls, inspired by the Lumamoth and the wisdom of the woods, would echo through generations, a legacy of light and love that would forever guide the village of Willow Hollow. Story 4. In the whispering woods, where the trees stood majestic and grand, and the air was sweetened by the perfume of blooming wildflowers, lived a young woman named Morel. The forest was her sanctuary, its familiar paths her refuge, where sunlight danced through the leafy canopy, and the melody of chirping birds harmonized with the gentle rustling of the breeze. Each step on the pine-needle carpeted forest floor was like a heartbeat, grounding her in the rhythm of nature. The woods were alive with history. Each tree seemed to hold stories of the past, their gnarled branches stretching skyward as if reaching for the memories of those who had wandered beneath them. The forest had been Morel's playground as a child, her escape as a teenager, and now, as a young woman, it was both her muse and her retreat. The scent of damp earth mingled with the sweetness of honeysuckle, creating an intoxicating aroma that filled her senses every morning as she stepped outside her cottage. Morel was known for her love of painting. Her small cottage, nestled at the edge of the forest, was a gallery of vibrant landscapes and portraits of woodland creatures. The walls were adorned with the rich hues of sunrise and the deep, mysterious blues of a starlit night. Yet recently, an inexplicable restlessness had taken hold of her. Her paintings, once a source of joy, now seemed to lack the spark they used to hold. The colors felt muted, the subjects uninspired, as if the very soul of her art had faded. Deep inside, Morel sensed a change was needed, but the thought of stepping beyond the known paths filled her with uncertainty. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, casting long shadows that danced like playful spirits across the forest floor, Morel wandered along the forest's edge. She was wrapped in the embrace of solitude, her mind a tapestry of thoughts and dreams. It was then she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree. Its bark was gnarled with age, and its roots twisted into the earth like the fingers of an old friend, holding secrets of the past. Beneath its boughs sat a peculiar creature, half owl, with wise eyes that glimmered with knowledge and whimsy, as if the universe itself had come to life. "Greetings, Morel." The creature hooted softly, its voice a gentle caress on the early evening air. "I am Ollivander, a guardian of the wood's secrets. I sense a storm of change brewing in your heart." Morel, though startled by this unexpected encounter, felt a gentle warmth in Ollivander's presence, as if she were reunited with a long-lost friend. "I fear this change," she confessed, her voice a whisper of vulnerability. "I don't know what lies beyond what I know, and I am scared to step into the unknown." Ollivander nodded, his feathers ruffling as if to comfort her. "Transformation can be daunting, but it is also wondrous. I have a gift for you, one that will guide you on this journey." From beneath his wing he produced a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface smooth and warm from his touch. "Inside, you will find a seed of enchantment. Plant it, care for it, and let it teach you what you need to learn." Taking the box with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, Morel thanked Ollivander and returned to her cottage. That evening, beneath the gentle glow of a crescent moon, she planted the enchanted seed in her garden, whispering a quiet hope into the earth. Its soil, rich and fertile, cradled the seed like a mother holding her child. Days turned to weeks, and Morel tended to the seed with patience and care. Each morning, she would greet it with fresh water and the soft melody of her voice, sharing her thoughts and dreams. To her amazement, a delicate sprout soon emerged, its leaves shimmering with a silvery light that seemed to pulse with life, a beacon of hope in her garden. With each passing day, the sprout grew taller, its branches unfurling like the pages of a book, each leaf inscribed with a new lesson. Morel found herself drawn to the plant, her heart lightening as she realized it mirrored her own journey of growth. The lessons were simple yet profound, the strength of patience, the beauty and vulnerability, and the courage to embrace the unknown. One evening, after a particularly stormy day that left the forest alive with the fresh scent of rain and earth, Morel sat under the enchanted tree, reflecting on the tempest that had passed. The storm had been fierce, yet it had brought clarity to the air. The forest felt reborn, washed clean and anew. It was in this moment of reflection that Morel realized the storm mirrored her inner turmoil, chaotic yet necessary for growth. As the sprout matured, it began to bear fruit, small orbs that glowed softly in the moonlight, each one containing a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Morel discovered that when she held them, they would reveal visions of her innermost fears and desires. These glimpses allowed her to confront parts of herself she had long ignored, the yearning for adventure, the ache of loneliness at times, and the quiet strength she never knew she possessed. As the seasons shifted, so did Morel. She began to explore beyond the familiar edges of the forest, sketchbook in hand. Her steps, once hesitant, now carried the confidence of newfound curiosity. Each venture brought new inspiration, a cascade of waterfalls hidden in a secluded glen, a family of foxes playing beneath the starlit sky, or the way the morning dew transformed a spider's web into a tapestry of diamonds. Her paintings began to evolve, bursting with colors she had never dared to use before. Her art, once a reflection of the world she knew, now captured the wonder of the world she was discovering. And with each brushstroke she found a piece of herself, a part that had been waiting to be awakened. The enchanted tree in her garden flourished alongside her, its blossoms a kaleidoscope of hues that seemed to celebrate her transformation. It became a sacred space where she would sit and reflect, the gentle rustle of its leaves a comforting lullaby. It was here that Morel pondered the nature of magic, realizing it was not confined to spells and enchantments, but was woven into the very fabric of life, in the laughter of a brook or the silent majesty of a mountain. Yet, even as she grew, Morel faced moments of doubt. There were days when her paintings wouldn't come alive, when the blank canvas seemed to mock her newfound confidence. But it was during these times that her friends from the forest, the mischievous squirrels, the wise old tortoise, and the playful fawns, would visit her garden, reminding her of the joy found in persistence and play. Their antics, full of life and unburdened by the weight of self-doubt, would always bring a smile to her face. One evening, as Morel sat beneath the enchanted tree, lost in thought, Ollivander appeared once more. "You have grown beautifully, Morel," he said, his voice a soothing whisper that wrapped around her like a soft cloak. "The magic within you has blossomed, just like this tree." Morel smiled, a warmth spreading through her heart. "I have learned so much, not just about the world, but about myself. Change is no longer something I fear, but something I welcome." Ollivander nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Remember, dear Morel, that transformation is a journey without an end. Embrace each moment with an open heart, and you will continue to grow in ways you never imagined." With those words, the creature flitted away, leaving Morel with a sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood now that the magic she sought had always been within her, waiting to be nurtured and set free. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Morel sat in her garden, her heart full of gratitude. She felt the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her, the whisper of the wind through the leaves, and the comforting presence of her enchanted tree. She was home, transformed and ever-growing, ready to embrace the infinite possibilities of life. And so, under the watchful stars, Morel drifted to sleep, her dreams woven with the threads of magic, growth, and the beauty of discovery. The world was vast and wondrous, and she was a part of its endless dance, forever changed by the journey she had bravely embarked upon. The forest, with its secrets and whispers, had become a canvas of her soul, and she, its faithful artist, ever eager to paint the untold stories of her heart. As Morel's dreams wove their tapestry of colors and possibilities, the forest around her began to stir with the quiet anticipation of a new dawn. The gentle breeze carried whispers of stories yet untold, and even the trees seemed to hum with a timeless song of renewal. In the heart of this magnificent woodland, Morel's cottage stood as a beacon of the profound change she had embraced. One morning, just as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Morel awoke with a sense of purpose. Her heart felt light, her mind clear, and her hands eager to capture the burgeoning beauty of the world she had come to cherish anew. She gathered her paints and brushes, her sketchbook tucked under her arm like a dear companion, and set out on a fresh path through the forest, guided by an unseen hand. As she ventured further than she had ever dared before, Morel discovered hidden treasures in the landscape. There was a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the sky, where dragonflies flitted and danced in the gentle light. Nearby, a grove of birch trees whispered secrets in the rustling of their leaves, their bark gleaming like silver in the sun. These places, untouched and pure, became the new subjects of her art, infusing her creations with a vibrancy and life she had not known before. In her explorations, Morel also encountered other wanderers, travelers and seekers drawn to the forest's enigmatic embrace. Each had their own stories, their own fears and dreams, and Morel found herself listening with an open heart, learning from their journeys as they learned from hers. These encounters enriched her understanding of the world, adding depth and nuance to her paintings. Yet despite her growth, there were moments when Morel felt the familiar tug of doubt, the echo of her former fears. It was during one such moment, as she sat by the edge of the pond, that a sudden gust of wind scattered her sketches, sending them tumbling into the water. Her heart sank as she watched them drift away, but then she remembered Ollivander's words. Transformation is a journey without an end. As she gathered her scattered papers, Morel realized that each piece lost was an opportunity for something new. She embraced the lesson of letting go, of trusting in the process of creation and life itself. With renewed determination, she returned to her easel, her brush moving with a newfound freedom, capturing the essence of the forest and her heart in every stroke. The enchanted tree in her garden continued to flourish, its branches stretching skyward, a testament to the magic of growth and change. It had become a sanctuary for the creatures of the forest, a place of gathering and celebration. Morel often found herself joined by her woodland friends, their presence a reminder of the joy and wonder that life held. As the seasons turned, Morel's art began to attract attention from beyond the forest. Visitors came to see her work, drawn by the stories she painted, the vibrant colors that danced across her canvases. Each painting was a window into her soul, a reflection of her journey, and she shared them with a generosity born of understanding and love. Through it all, Morel remained grounded by the lessons of the forest, by the magic she had discovered within herself. She continued to explore, to learn, to grow, her heart ever open to the beauty and mystery of the world. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Ollivander returned, his eyes filled with pride. "You have blossomed, dear Morel," he said, his voice a melody of warmth and wisdom. "Your journey has only just begun, and the world awaits the stories you have yet to tell." Morel nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and anticipation. She understood now that life was a canvas, ever-changing, ever-expanding, and she was its artist, destined to create, to explore, and to dream. As the night enveloped the forest, Morel stood beneath the enchanted tree, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. She gazed up at the stars, feeling the vastness of the universe and her place within it. The forest, with its whispers and secrets, had taught her that the true magic of life lay in the journey itself, in the courage to embrace the unknown, and the joy of discovering the endless possibilities that awaited. And so, with the world as her canvas and the forest as her muse, Morel continued her journey, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 5, The Whispering Willow, A Journey of Heart and Harmony. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village, there stood an ancient willow tree. Its branches swayed gracefully, brushing the surface of a tranquil pond that mirrored the sky's ever-changing hues, sometimes a brilliant sapphire, other times a soft, muted gray. This willow was not just any tree. It was known to the villagers as the Whispering Willow. Legend spoke of its ability to communicate with those who truly listened, offering wisdom to those with open hearts. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lila. With her auburn hair cascading like a waterfall of autumn leaves and curious hazel eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures, she was known for her kind heart and adventurous spirit. Her laughter was like the tinkling of chimes in a gentle breeze, bringing joy to those around her, echoing through the cobblestone streets and flower-laden meadows. Lila spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always accompanied by her loyal companion, a fluffy gray cat named Whiskers. Together they roamed far and wide, uncovering hidden nooks and forgotten trails in the countryside. Lila's insatiable curiosity often led her to the village's library, a quaint establishment filled with dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. She adored spending afternoons there, lost in the stories of far-off lands and mystical creatures. Her favorite tales were those of adventurers who found magical artifacts that changed their lives. The librarian, an elderly woman named Agnes with spectacles perched on her nose, often shared her own stories with Lila, tales of her youth and the mysteries she had once pursued. One crisp autumn afternoon, the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant honks of migrating geese, Lila and Whiskers made their way to the Whispering Willow. The tree stood tall and wise, its leaves a tapestry of gold and amber, rustling gently in the breeze. Lila loved sitting beneath the willow, feeling the cool shade envelop her like a comforting embrace. It was her sanctuary, a place where her thoughts flowed freely like the stream that meandered nearby, whispering secrets only she could understand. As she settled down, her back against the sturdy trunk, Lila noticed something unusual. A small, shimmering object lay half-buried amongst the roots. Curiosity piqued, she carefully unearthed it. To her amazement, it was a delicate, intricately carved wooden whistle. Its surface was smooth and warm to the touch, etched with patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight, casting playful shadows on the ground. "Lila," a soft, rustling voice echoed through her thoughts. Startled, she glanced around, but there was no one in sight. Whiskers merely flicked his tail, unimpressed, his eyes half closed in a lazy afternoon nap. "Lila," the voice repeated, gentle and reassuring. "I am the Whispering Willow." Lila's heart raced with excitement and wonder. "Are you truly speaking to me?" she asked aloud, her voice barely above a whisper, her breath visible in the cool autumn air. "Indeed," the willow replied, the leaves rustling in affirmation like a chorus of 1,000 tiny bells. "You have discovered the whistle of whispers, a gift that holds great power to those who listen with their hearts. Lila turned the whistle over in her hands, feeling its weight and significance. "What does it do?" she inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns with reverence. "The whistle can reveal hidden worlds and unlock the secrets within them," the willow explained. "But it is not the whistle alone that holds the magic. It is the heart and soul of its wielder." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Lila decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets the whistle might unveil. She knew that such an adventure would not only change her, but also bring unexpected friendships and wisdom. With Whiskers trotting beside her, Lila set off into the woods, the whistle safely tucked in her pocket. The path wound through towering trees and whispering streams, each step resonating with the promise of discovery. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the chatter of squirrels, creating a symphony that accompanied her journey, a melody composed by nature itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Lila found herself at the edge of an unfamiliar glen. The moonlight cast a silvery glow over the landscape, transforming it into a realm of enchantment. Shadows of ancient trees stretched long across the ground, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a lullaby to the night, inviting dreams of wonder and magic. Feeling a gentle nudge from Whiskers, Lila pulled out the whistle and blew softly into it. A melodious, otherworldly tune filled the air, resonating like a lullaby for the stars. As the notes lingered, the surroundings shimmered, revealing a hidden world within the glen. Before her eyes, the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals glistening like jewels in the moonlight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and warmth. Among them were foxes with fur like sunlit amber, rabbits with ears as soft as silk, and birds whose feathers shimmered like rainbows. Lila and Whiskers ventured deeper into this magical realm, greeted by the gentle hum of nature's chorus. The animals, unafraid and welcoming, led them to a clearing where a circle of stones stood like sentinels beneath the moon's watchful gaze. In the center of the circle, a magnificent stag appeared, its antlers adorned with glistening dewdrops that sparkled like stars. The stag's eyes, deep and wise, met Lila's with a knowing gaze. "Welcome, Lila," the stag spoke, its voice resonating with the harmony of the forest. "You have been chosen to uncover the mysteries of our world." Lila felt a surge of awe and gratitude. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely concealing her excitement, her heart pounding like a drum. "You must listen, learn, and understand," the stag replied. "Our world is woven with stories and lessons that can only be revealed to those who seek them with an open heart." Over the following days, Lila immersed herself in the wonder of the hidden realm. She learned from the creatures, each one sharing their unique wisdom and tales. The foxes spoke of cleverness and adaptability, the rabbits of gentleness and resilience, and the birds of freedom and perspective. With each lesson, Lila felt herself growing, her understanding of the world deepening. The animals became her friends, their companionship filling her heart with joy and gratitude. Whiskers, too, found kindred spirits among the woodland creatures, forming bonds that transcended language and form. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, Lila sensed a subtle change. The hidden world, while enchanting, began to reveal its challenges. A mysterious mist had started to creep into the glen, obscuring the vibrant colors and muffling the harmonious sounds. The creatures, once lively and spirited, seemed troubled, their eyes clouded with worry. Determined to help her newfound friends, Lila sought guidance from the whispering willow. Venturing back to the ancient tree, she played the whistle once more, its notes weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, carrying with them her hopes and concerns. "Lila," the willow's voice emerged from the rustling leaves. "The mist, you see, is a manifestation of doubt and fear. It can only be dispelled by the light of understanding and unity." "But how do I bring understanding and unity?" Lila pondered, feeling the weight of the task before her, her mind racing like the wind. "Trust in the bonds you have formed," the willow advised. "Lean on your friends, for together you can create a light that pierces the deepest shadows." With renewed purpose, Lila returned to the hidden world, determined to unite the creatures and dispel the mist. She gathered her friends, each bringing their unique strengths and wisdom. The foxes shared their cunning, devising a plan to guide them through the mist. The rabbits offered their resilience, reminding everyone of the power of perseverance. The birds lent their perspective, soaring above to navigate the way. Together, they journeyed into the heart of the mist, their unity creating a beacon of hope. As they moved forward, the mist began to thin, revealing glimpses of the vibrant world that lay beyond. Lila and her friends pressed on, their collective strength illuminating the path. Finally, they reached the center of the glen, where the mist was at its thickest. There, they found a small, frightened creature, a young deer with wide, fearful eyes. The mist had enveloped it, feeding off its uncertainty and fear. With gentle words and reassuring gestures, Lila approached the deer, her heart filled with compassion. "You are not alone," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. "We are here to help you find your way." The deer, sensing the sincerity and warmth in Lila's voice, took a tentative step forward. The creatures gathered around, offering their support and encouragement. With each step the deer took, the mist receded until it vanished entirely, leaving the glen bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The hidden world was restored, its vibrancy and harmony returned. Lila and her friends celebrated their triumph, their bonds stronger than ever. The journey had changed them all, teaching them the power of friendship, unity, and understanding. As the night sky stretched above them, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever, guiding her through life's challenges. With Whiskers by her side, Lila returned to the village, carrying the whistle as a reminder of her adventure and the hidden world she had come to love. She knew that whenever she needed guidance or a reminder of the bonds she had formed, the Whispering Willow would be there, ready to share its wisdom. In the following days, Lila found herself yearning to share the wonders she had experienced with others. She began inviting village children to explore the woods with her, telling them tales of the hidden world and encouraging them to listen to the whispers of nature. The children, inspired by Lila's stories, discovered their own hidden glades and secret places where they forged new friendships and shared in the joy of discovery. The village, once quaint and quiet, became a place of bustling energy and laughter. The villagers, inspired by the children's tales, began to see their surroundings with fresh eyes, appreciating the beauty and magic in the everyday. The Whispering Willow stood as a silent witness to this transformation, its branches swaying in approval, its whispers now a part of the village's heartbeat. One evening, as the village gathered for a festival beneath the willow's watchful gaze, Lila stood at the center, her heart full of pride and contentment. She realized that her journey had not only enriched her own life, but had also brought the village closer together, uniting them in a shared appreciation of the magic that existed all around them. As Lila's influence grew, an unexpected visitor arrived at the village. An old storyteller, Mira, known for her travels and vast collection of tales from distant lands, was drawn by whispers of the magic and unity blooming in Lila's hometown. With her weathered face and eyes that sparkled like the evening stars, Mira carried with her a tapestry of stories, woven with the threads of countless adventures. The villagers gathered eagerly in the square to hear Mira's tales, their anticipation hanging in the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Lila, sitting amongst the children, listened intently as Mira spun stories of distant lands and mystical creatures, her voice weaving a delicate web of wonder that captivated all who listened. After the tales, Mira approached Lila, her gaze warm and knowing. "I've heard much about you and your adventures," Mira said, her voice as soft as the whispering wind. "You remind me of myself when I was young, eager to explore the world and its mysteries." Lila's face lit up with awe and curiosity. "Your stories are incredible," she replied, her voice filled with admiration. "How did you come to know so many?" Mira chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "By listening, dear Lila. Every place and person has a story, waiting to be discovered. And like you, I once found a magical object that opened my heart to the whispers of the world." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What was it?" Mira reached into her satchel and pulled out an old ornate compass, its needle spinning slowly before settling. "This compass," Mira explained, "doesn't point north, but to the next story I need to hear. It has guided my journeys, just as your whistle guides yours." As they talked, Lila felt a growing kinship with Mira, a shared understanding that transcended their ages. Mira, sensing Lila's eagerness, proposed an idea. "Would you like to join me in my travels for a time? There's much to see and learn beyond this village." Lila's heart soared with excitement and trepidation. The thought of leaving her village, even temporarily, filled her with both longing and fear. Yet she sensed that this was an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to bring back even more stories and wisdom. After a night of contemplation beneath the whispering willow, Lila decided to accept Mira's offer. She knew that this journey would be another chapter in her life, one that would enrich her understanding of the world and its stories. With Whiskers by her side, and the whistle of whispers tucked safely in her pocket, Lila set off with Mira, her heart open to the adventures that awaited. As they disappeared into the horizon, the village waved them off, confident that Lila would return with new tales and experiences to share. And so, Lila's journey continued, guided by the whispers of the willow and the stories waiting to be discovered. Her heart, filled with courage and curiosity, embraced the endless possibilities of the world, knowing that she was never truly alone. Story 6. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine needles and earth, lay a realm known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. The towering trees, whose bark was as rugged as the hands of a craftsman, stood sentinel over a world teeming with life and magic, a place where the balance of nature was as delicate as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. In this hidden haven, nestled beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. The wise old owl, with feathers like mottled parchment, watched over all from his perch high in an ancient oak. His amber eyes gleamed with the knowledge of countless seasons, and his deep, resonant hoots were a source of comfort and guidance for all who dwelled within the forest. Among the denizens of this enchanted woodland was a gentle deer named Bramble. With a coat as soft and dappled as the sunlit forest floor, Bramble was known for her kind heart and gentle nature. She moved through the underbrush with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her hooves barely whispering against the fallen leaves. Bramble's days were spent tending to the needs of the forest, ensuring that the plants and creatures alike thrived in harmony. Bramble's closest friend was a spirited squirrel named Flick. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief, Flick was a bundle of energy and curiosity. He zipped from tree to tree, gathering acorns and stories, his chattering laughter echoing through the woods like a playful wind. Despite their differences, Bramble and Flick shared a bond as unyielding as the roots that anchored the mighty trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was cloaked in a veil of mist and the air was filled with the scent of wood smoke, Bramble noticed something amiss. The leaves, usually vibrant with hues of gold and crimson, were falling faster than usual, and the river that wound through the valley sang a song of lament as its waters ran lower than they should. Concerned, Bramble sought the wisdom of the old owl. She found him in his favorite oak, gazing out over the forest with a solemn expression. "Wise one," Bramble began, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "The forest is changing, and it troubles me. The leaves fall too soon, and the river's song is one of sorrow. What does it mean?" The owl blinked slowly, considering her words. "Ah, dear Bramble," he hooted, his voice deep and soothing, "the forest speaks to us in its own way. It tells of a disruption in the balance, a shift in the harmony that sustains us all. We must listen and act with care, for the health of the forest is the health of its creatures." Flick, who had been listening from a nearby branch, twitched his tail thoughtfully. "How can we help, wise owl?" he asked, his voice as bright as the morning sun. "What can we do to restore the balance?" The owl contemplated for a moment, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Seek the Whispering Grove," he instructed. "It is a place where the seasons converse, and the winds carry the secrets of time. There, you will find the spirit of the seasons, who holds the knowledge needed to heal the forest." With hearts full of resolve, Bramble and Flick set off through the woods, their path illuminated by the gentle light of the autumn sun filtering through the leaves. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the the air grew cooler, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the musk of fallen leaves. The Whispering Grove was a place known to few, a secluded glen where the trees seemed to lean in close, their leaves murmuring secrets in the wind. As Bramble and Flick entered the grove, they felt a shift in the air, as if they had stepped into a world between worlds. The light here was softer, tinged with a golden hue, and the very air seemed to hum with anticipation. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with hues of silver and gold. This was the Heartwood, the guardian of the grove and the dwelling of the spirit of the seasons. As Bramble and Flick approached, the Heartwood's branches swayed gently, and a figure emerged from within its trunk. The spirit of the seasons was as ethereal as the dawn mist, with hair that flowed like a river through the changing hues of time. Her eyes were deep pools of wisdom, reflecting the cycle of life in their depths. "Welcome, kind-hearted ones," she greeted, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have come seeking answers to restore the balance of the forest." Bramble and Flick nodded, their eyes wide with awe and hope. "The forest is a tapestry," the spirit continued, her voice weaving a melody of understanding. "Each thread is a season, and each season contributes to the whole. When one season is out of balance, the tapestry weakens. This year, the autumn winds have been too eager, and the winter frost too impatient. We must remind them of their place in the cycle." "How can we do that?" Flick asked, his curiosity piqued. "Through friendship and understanding," the spirit replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You must speak to the winds and the frost, remind them of the joy in sharing the cycle, in allowing each season its time to flourish. Only then will the balance be restored." With a newfound sense of purpose, Bramble and Flick thanked the spirit and set off to find the autumn winds and the winter frost. They journeyed to the edge of the forest, where the winds danced across the open fields, playing with the fallen leaves. "Dear winds," Bramble called, her voice carrying a note of gentle authority, "we ask for your help in restoring the balance of the forest. Allow autumn to linger and winter to wait, so that all may thrive." The winds, playful and capricious, swirled around Bramble and Flick, their cool breath rustling the leaves. "We had forgotten the joy of sharing our time," they whispered, their voices like music. "We will heed your words and slow our pace." Encouraged, Bramble and Flick continued to the frosted hills where winter's breath lingered. There they found the frost, delicate crystals that sparkled in the pale sunlight. "Kind frost," Flick chirped, his tone warm and inviting. "The forest needs your patience. Allow the autumn to unfold, and in due time, your beauty will shine." The frost, touched by their sincerity, shimmered in agreement. "We will wait, for there is beauty in every moment of the cycle." With their mission complete, Bramble and Flick returned to the heart of the forest, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had helped to restore the harmony of their home. As the days passed, the forest responded, its colors richer and its song more vibrant. The old owl watched from his perch, a satisfied gleam in his ancient eyes. "You have done well, dear friends," he hooted softly. "The forest thrives because of your wisdom and kindness." As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the tranquil forest, Bramble and Flick rested beneath the ancient oak, their friendship stronger than ever. The air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, and the river sang a song of peace and renewal. In the heart of the enchanted forest, balance was restored, and the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. And as the stars twinkled above, the forest whispered its gratitude, a melody that would echo through the ages, a reminder of the beauty and harmony and the magic found in the balance of nature. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep in a verdant valley, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow was a shy and timid soul, often finding solace in the embrace of the ancient oak tree that stood tall in her family's garden. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow sat beneath the oak's branches, she noticed a tiny acorn had fallen onto her lap. Cradling it in her hands, she marveled at the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Suddenly, the acorn began to glow with a soft, golden light. A gentle voice whispered, "Willow, this acorn holds the promise of growth and transformation. Embrace the journey, and you will blossom into your truest self." Uncertain but intrigued, Willow carefully planted the acorn in a small pot, tending to it with care and curiosity. As the days passed, she watched in awe as a tiny sprout emerged, growing taller and stronger with each passing moment. Alongside the sapling, Willow too began to experience a subtle shift within herself. Her shyness gradually gave way to a newfound confidence, and her once timid demeanor blossomed into a quiet strength. One day, Willow's dear friend, a wise old oak tree named Gnarled Root, noticed the change in her. "My child," he said in his deep, rumbling voice, "the magic within that sapling mirrors the transformation unfolding within you. Embrace it, and let it guide you on your path." With Gnarled Root's encouragement, Willow embraced the magic, allowing it to nurture her growth. As the sapling grew into a sturdy young tree, Willow too flourished, her once hidden talents emerging like vibrant blossoms. Yet the journey was not without its challenges. There were times when doubts and fears threatened to overshadow Willow's newfound confidence. In those moments, she found solace in the company of her animal friends: a gentle deer named Meadow, a playful squirrel named Chitter, and a wise old owl named Sage. Meadow's calming presence reminded Willow to remain grounded and true to herself. Chitter's infectious energy encouraged her to embrace life's joys with abandon, and Sage's ancient wisdom offered guidance when the path ahead seemed uncertain. As the seasons changed and the young tree matured, Willow too experienced the ebb and flow of personal growth. She learned that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's tapestry, woven with threads of beauty and resilience. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat beneath the now towering tree, she noticed a single acorn had fallen onto her lap. Cradling it in her hands, she smiled, understanding that just as the acorn had once held the promise of her own transformation, so too did this new seed hold the potential for growth and renewal. With a heart filled with gratitude, Willow whispered a silent thank you to the magical forces that had guided her on this journey. She knew that the path ahead would be filled with both challenges and wonders, but she felt ready to embrace them all, for she had discovered the beauty and strength that lay within her own soul. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the moonlight painted silver paths on the forest floor, there lay a small, enchanted village named Willowvale. It was a place where the air always smelled faintly of honey and lavender, and the chimneys of quaint thatched cottages puffed out curls of smoke that danced lazily against the evening sky. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Sylvie, with hair the color of autumn leaves and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Sylvie was known for her curiosity and her knack for solving puzzles that even the wisest villagers found perplexing. Her best friend was a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibbles, who often perched on her shoulder, twitching his bushy tail and chittering with excitement at every new adventure. One crisp morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dew-kissed grass, the village awoke to something rather peculiar. The usually vibrant flowers in the village square had lost their colors overnight. The bright reds of the poppies, the sunny yellows of the daisies, and the deep purples of the violets had all turned a pale, ghostly white. The villagers, puzzled and concerned, gathered around, murmuring and speculating about what could have caused such a strange phenomenon. Sylvie, intrigued by this mystery, knelt beside the flowers. She touched a petal gently, feeling its softness, and noticed a faint shimmer that wasn't there before. "There's magic at work here, Nibbles," she whispered to her furry companion. Nibbles nodded, his eyes wide with interest. Determined to uncover the truth, Sylvie decided to visit the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the ancient oak at the edge of the forest. Orin was known for his vast knowledge and his ability to see things that others could not. As Sylvie approached the oak, she could hear Orin's gentle hoots echoing through the branches. "Good day, young Sylvie," Orin greeted, his voice as warm and deep as the forest itself. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Sylvie explained the mysterious loss of color in the village flowers, and Orin listened intently, his large golden eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. Orin mused, ruffling his feathers thoughtfully. "It sounds as if the colors have been borrowed by someone or something in need. We must follow the clues nature leaves us." With Orin's guidance, Sylvie and Nibbles set off on their quest. They followed a faint, shimmering trail that led them deeper into the woods, where the light danced through the leaves in a kaleidoscope of colors. As they walked, they spoke softly of the beauty around them, the gentle rustling of leaves and the sweet songs of birds. Soon they arrived at a hidden glade, where the air was filled with the soft hum of magic. In the center of the glade stood a small, mysterious creature, a luminous sprite, glowing with vibrant hues that seemed to pulse with life. The sprite, noticing their presence, floated over with a serene expression. "Greetings, travelers," the sprite said in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Leora. Forgive me for the borrowed colors. I mean no harm." Sylvie, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from Leora, asked, "Why have you taken the colors from our flowers?" Leora sighed, her glow dimming slightly. "I needed the colors to heal the heart of the forest. It was losing its light, and without it, the magic of these woods would fade." Understanding the sprite's plight, Sylvie pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Perhaps we can help. We cannot leave our flowers colorless, but maybe we can find another way to restore the heart." With a plan forming, Sylvie gathered her friends from the village, who each brought a small offering of colors, a woven ribbon, a painted stone, a colorful scarf. Together, they wove a tapestry of hues, and with Leora's guidance, they wrapped it around the heart of the forest, nestled deep within an ancient tree at the glade's center. As they worked, the heart began to glow brighter, pulsing with renewed life. The colors flowed back to the village flowers, and the whispering woods sang a song of gratitude and joy. The villagers returned home, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had helped preserve the magic of their world. Sylvie, feeling a sense of peace, thanked Leora, who promised to always watch over the woods and its people. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over Willowvale, Sylvie and Nibbles sat by the fire, content in their hearts. The mystery of the missing colors had been solved not through confrontation, but through understanding and cooperation. And as they drifted off to sleep, the gentle hum of the forest lulled them into dreams filled with light and warmth, knowing that they had made their world a little more magical. Story 9. In the lush, rolling hills of the Whispering Glade, where ancient oaks murmured secrets to the wind and streams sang lullabies to the listening night, lived a young woman named Marin. Her cottage, tucked amidst a grove of silver birch trees, was a cozy haven filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees that visited her window boxes. Marin, with hair as golden as the sunrise and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest, had a heart full of dreams she felt were just out of reach. Marin loved her life in the glade, yet she often felt restless, as if an invisible thread tugged at her soul, whispering of changes she feared to embrace. She cherished the comfort of her familiar path, the way the morning light danced on her garden, and the rhythmic chirping of crickets at dusk. But there was a part of her that longed for something more, something she couldn't quite name. One soft, mist-laden morning, as Marin gathered herbs by the stream's edge, she noticed an unusual shimmer beneath the water's surface. Leaning closer, she saw a small, iridescent stone, glowing with hues of blue and green. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, and as she reached down to pick it up, the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The stone was warm in her palm, and as she cradled it, she felt a curious warmth spread through her chest, a gentle, encouraging presence that spoke not in words, but in feelings of comfort and assurance. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, Marin slipped the stone into her pocket, its weight a reminder of the mystery she'd uncovered. As days turned to weeks, Marin noticed subtle changes around her. The flowers in her garden bloomed with more vibrant colors, the birds sang harmoniously, and even the air felt charged with a new energy. Yet, it was the changes within Marin that were most profound. She began to feel a quiet courage unfurling in her heart, urging her to step beyond the borders of her comfortable life. The stone, she realized, was no ordinary stone, but a gift of magic, mirroring her own potential for transformation. It whispered to her at night, offering dreams of far-off places, of journeys begun and fears conquered. It was as if the stone understood her struggles and was guiding her gently toward change. One afternoon, while sketching the delicate wings of a butterfly, Marin was visited by an old friend, Rowan, a wise and gentle soul who wandered the woods collecting stories and sharing them by firelight. Rowan, with his silver hair and eyes that twinkled like stars, had a knack for seeing the strengths in others that they themselves overlooked. As they sipped honey-sweetened tea, Merrin confided in Rowan about the stone and the changes she felt stirring within her. Rowan listened with a thoughtful expression, then nodded knowingly. "Ah, Merrin," he said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Sometimes the most profound transformations are those we cannot see. The stone is a gift, yes, but it's merely awakening what already resides in you." "But I'm afraid," Merrin admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "What if I lose myself in the change?" Rowan smiled, a warm, reassuring glow in his eyes. "You can never lose yourself, dear Merrin. Change is but a dance, and you are the one who leads. Trust in your heart, and let it guide you." Encouraged by Rowan's words, Merrin began to embrace the changes slowly unfurling in her life. She ventured further into the forest, discovering hidden clearings and secret paths that led to breathtaking vistas. With each step, she felt her confidence grow, a quiet strength blossoming within her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Merrin sat by the stream, the magical stone resting in her hand. She closed her eyes, breathing in the tranquil air, and felt a deep sense of peace envelop her. The stone, now familiar and dear, pulsed gently, and Merrin knew it was time to release it back to the stream. As she let it slip from her fingers into the water, she whispered her gratitude, knowing its magic would find another in need. Returning to her cottage, Merrin felt lighter, her heart buoyant with newfound joy. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but a path to growth and discovery. She had learned to trust in her own strength, to listen to the whispers of her heart, and to find beauty in the unknown. As the stars twinkled above, Merrin curled up by the hearth, a soft quilt wrapped around her. Her heart, once filled with doubt, now brimmed with dreams of endless possibilities. She drifted to sleep with a smile, comforted by the knowledge that she was exactly where she needed to be. A soul transformed, not by magic alone, but by the journey of finding herself. Story 10. In the heart of a lush, evergreen forest where the trees whispered secrets to the winds, there lay a hidden world that only a few chosen souls could ever stumble upon. Here the air was tinged with a gentle sweetness, as if the very essence of honeyed blooms and dew-kissed leaves had woven themselves into an aromatic tapestry. This world was known as the Valewood, a realm where sunlight danced through the canopy in shafts of golden light, and the creatures of the forest lived in harmony under the watchful eye of the ancient oaks. It was in this enchanted place that a young girl named Leora found her destiny. Leora was a spirited child with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the clearest brook. She lived on the edge of the great forest in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who was known in the village for her wisdom and kind heart. One crisp morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Leora awoke with a peculiar feeling fluttering in her chest. It was as if the forest itself was calling to her, beckoning her to venture deeper than she had ever dared before. She dressed quickly, donning her favorite green cloak, and tiptoed out of the cottage, careful not to wake her grandmother. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping their morning songs and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. Leora walked with a light step, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the woodland. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, as if it were an extension of her own soul. As she wandered deeper into the Valewood, Leora came upon a clearing that she had never seen before. In its center stood a grand, ancient oak whose branches stretched wide, casting a comforting shade over the mossy ground. At the base of the tree lay a stone, smooth and polished, as if it had been placed there with great care. Intrigued, Leora approached and noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the stone. With gentle hands, she lifted the stone to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. As Leora opened the box, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, resonating with a warmth that wrapped around her like a tender embrace. Inside the box lay a single, radiant feather, shimmering with colors that seemed to encompass every hue of the rainbow. Leora's fingers trembled as she reached out to touch it. The moment her skin brushed against the feather, A wave of warmth surged through her, and she felt a connection so profound that it brought tears to her eyes. Unbeknownst to Leora, this feather held a magic unlike any other. It was a gift from the guardian of the Valewood, a mystical creature that watched over the forest and its inhabitants. The feather bestowed upon its bearer the ability to understand the language of nature, to converse with the trees and the creatures that dwelled within the forest. As Leora cradled the feather in her hands, she heard a soft voice whispering through the leaves. "Welcome, child of the forest," the voice said, gentle and wise. "You have been chosen to carry the light of the Valewood. With it, you will mend the bonds between our worlds and protect the harmony that binds us." Leora was filled with awe and a sense of purpose she had never known before. She knew that her life would never be the same, and she welcomed the change with an open heart. With the feather tucked safely in her pocket, she set off on a journey that would transform her in ways she could scarcely imagine. Her first task was to learn from the forest, to listen to its wisdom and understand the delicate balance that sustained it. The days passed in a blur of wonder and discovery as Leora forged new friendships with the woodland creatures. She learned to speak with the stoic deer, who taught her the importance of patience and grace. She laughed with the mischievous squirrels, who showed her the joy of play and curiosity. But perhaps the most profound connection she made was with an old, wise owl named Alaric. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and golds, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Alaric became Leora's mentor, guiding her with gentle words and stories of the forest past. "The Valewood thrives on balance, young one," Alaric explained one moonlit night as they perched upon the sturdy branch of a great elm. "Every creature, every tree, is part of a larger tapestry. When one thread is pulled, the entire fabric is affected." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She realized that her role was not just to protect the forest, but to become a part of it, to weave her own thread into its intricate design. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew in wisdom and strength, her heart intertwined with the heartbeat of the forest. Yet she knew that her journey was far from over. A shadow loomed over the Valewood, a threat that sought to unravel the harmony she had come to cherish. The villagers who lived on the edge of the forest had begun to encroach upon its borders, cutting down trees and clearing land for their own purposes. They did not understand the delicate balance that sustained the Valewood, nor the magic that permeated its soil. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of indigo and gold, Leora sat with Alaric to discuss the growing danger. "The villagers do not see the harm they are causing," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "They do not hear the cries of the trees or the creatures who call this place home." Alaric nodded, his eyes filled with compassion. "It is up to you, dear Leora, to bridge the gap between our worlds. Show them the beauty and magic of the Valewood, and perhaps they will come to understand." Leora knew that this task would not be easy, but she was determined to try. With the feather's magic guiding her, she ventured to the village, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. The villagers were wary of Leora's presence, for they had always viewed the forest with suspicion and superstition. But as she shared her stories and spoke of the wonders she had witnessed, their hearts began to soften. She led them into the Valewood, showing them the beauty of the sun-dappled glades and the serenity of the babbling brooks. She introduced them to the creatures she had come to love, and slowly, the villagers began to see the forest through her eyes. They realized that the Valewood was not just a collection of trees and animals, but a living, breathing entity deserving of respect and care. With Leora's guidance, they pledged to protect the forest and live in harmony with its inhabitants. As the villagers and the forest dwellers worked together, a new bond was forged, one that was built on mutual understanding and respect. The shadow that had loomed over the Valewood was lifted, and the forest thrived once more, its magic stronger than ever. Leora's journey had come full circle, transforming not only her own life, but the lives of all who called the Valewood home. She had learned that true strength lay in unity, and that the greatest magic of all was the power of friendship and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Leora returned to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. She placed the feather back in its box, knowing that its magic would always be a part of her. As she stood beneath the tree's wide branches, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering words of thanks and farewell. Leora smiled, her spirit intertwined with the forest she had come to cherish. And so, the Valewood continued to flourish, a haven of peace and harmony, watched over by its guardian and the girl who had become its heart. The forest whispered its secrets to the wind, and those who listened could hear the echoes of Leora's journey, a tale of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Story 11: The Whispering Woods and the Sapphire Key. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and lush meadows, there lived a young girl named Anya. The village, surrounded by the whispering woods, was a place where time seemed to pause, and the air was always filled with the soft, melodic hum of nature's secrets. The villagers often spoke of the wood's enchantment, tales passed down from grandparents to grandchildren, stories of a hidden world within the thick canopy that only the truly kind-hearted could access. Anya, with her twinkling eyes and a heart full of dreams, spent many afternoons wandering the edge of the woods, listening to the rustle of leaves and the distant songs of the birds. She was a gentle soul, always ready to lend a hand or share a smile. Her best friend was a small, curious squirrel named Pip, who often scampered down from the trees to join her adventures. Together, they explored the fields and streams, always wondering what lay beyond the familiar paths. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sun filtered through the trees, Anya discovered something unusual amidst the fallen leaves. A curious object that gleamed with a soft blue light. It was a key, unlike any she had seen before, crafted from sapphire and engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. Pip, with his tiny paws, nudged it curiously, and Anya felt an inexplicable pull towards the depths of the woods. "Do you think it belongs to the Whispering Woods?" Anya mused, her voice soft and full of wonder. Pip twitched his whiskers, as if agreeing, his eyes glinting with excitement. Holding the sapphire key tightly, Anya felt a sense of calm and courage wash over her. She decided to venture deeper into the woods, guided by a feeling she couldn't quite explain. The path, usually tangled with roots and vines, seemed to part before her, welcoming her into its embrace. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of moss and earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. As they journeyed further, the woods began to change. The trees stood taller, their trunks wider, and their leaves shimmered with a subtle iridescence. The sounds of the forest grew richer, a symphony of whispers and songs that filled the air. Anya and Pip marveled at the beauty around them, their hearts brimming with awe and anticipation. After a time, they reached a clearing bathed in soft golden light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its massive branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it lay a door, half hidden by tangled roots and vibrant ferns. The door was old, carved from dark wood with a lock that gleamed like silver in the dappled sunlight. Anya felt the sapphire key grow warm in her hand, as if urging her to step closer. With a deep breath, she knelt beside the door and, with Pip chattering encouragingly by her side, gently inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, as if it had been waiting for her touch all along. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a stairway that wound down into the earth. Anya glanced at Pip, who nodded enthusiastically, and together they descended into the hidden world below. The staircase spiraled down, the walls aglow with bioluminescent vines that cast a serene luminescence, guiding their way. Anya's heart quickened with each step, a mix of wonder and excitement coursing through her veins. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of distant rain and blooming night flowers. At the bottom of the stairs, they emerged into a cavern vast and wondrous, its ceiling arching high above like a cathedral. Luminescent crystals, embedded in the rocky walls, bathed the space in hues of turquoise and emerald, their soft glow reflecting off a central pool that shimmered like liquid silver. Around the pool, small creatures danced and played, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Anya and Pip watched in awe, their presence unnoticed by the frolicking beings. The creatures, no taller than a child's hand, had wings like dragonflies, iridescent and delicate, catching the light with every flutter. Their eyes sparkled with mischief and joy, and their movements were as graceful as the wind through the leaves. As Anya stepped closer, the creatures paused, turning their bright eyes towards her. One, with wings of azure and a crown of tiny flowers, flitted forward, curiosity evident in its gaze. "Welcome, child of the wood," it chimed, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "You have found the key of serenity, a gift to those with pure hearts." Anya felt a warmth spread through her chest, as if the creature's words were a gentle embrace. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper of wonder. "We are the Sylphs," the creature replied, "guardians of this hidden realm, where dreams take flight and nature's secrets are kept safe." Pip, ever curious, darted forward, earning a chorus of amused giggles from the other Sylphs. The azure-winged Sylph tilted its head, regarding Anya with a thoughtful expression. "The key has chosen you, and with it you may explore our world, learn our ways. But remember, with knowledge comes responsibility." Anya nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of the Sylph's words. She felt a sense of belonging, as if she had always been meant to find this place, to be a part of its story. For days that stretched into weeks, Anya and Pip remained in the hidden world, learning from the Sylphs, exploring the wonders of their realm. They discovered hidden groves where the trees sang with the voices of the ancients, and sparkling streams that whispered tales of time long past. Each new discovery was a marvel, each lesson a treasure that Anya held close to her heart. Through it all, Anya's friendship with Pip blossomed, a bond forged through shared adventure and understanding. They learned the language of the Sylphs, a tongue of music and laughter, and in return, shared stories of their village, tales of kindness and courage that the Sylphs listened to with rapt attention. But as the days turned to weeks, Anya began to feel a tug at her heart, a yearning for the familiar sights and sounds of her village. Though the hidden world was a place of wonder, her heart longed for the laughter of her friends, the warmth of her family. One evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Anya sat by the silver pool, her thoughts like the ripples across its surface. Pip, sensing her melancholy, nestled close, his presence a comfort. The azure-winged sylph approached, its eyes gentle with understanding. "You miss your home," it said, its voice a soft melody. Anya nodded, a small smile on her lips. "This place is beautiful, and I've learned so much. But I miss my family, my village. I want to share what I've seen, what I've learned." The sylph nodded, a delicate hand resting on her shoulder. "The world outside needs the light of those who have seen the magic within," it said softly. "Take what you have learned and share it, for the greatest magic is found in the hearts of those who inspire others." With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound wisdom, Anya prepared to return to her village. The sylphs gathered, their wings shimmering in the fading light, and presented her with a small, glowing crystal, a piece of their world to guide her on her journey. "Remember," the azure-winged sylph said, "though you leave, you are always welcome here. The key will guide you back." With Pip by her side, Anya climbed the stairs, the sapphire key warm in her pocket, its gentle glow a reminder of the hidden world and the friends she had made. As she stepped out into the forest, the air filled with the familiar scent of pine and earth, she felt a sense of peace, a quiet joy that filled her heart. The journey back to the village was a tapestry of memories, each step a reminder of the wonders she had seen, the lessons she had learned. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. Her return was met with joy and curiosity, the villagers eager to hear her tales. Anya, with Pip perched on her shoulder, shared her story, weaving words into a tapestry of magic and wonder. She spoke of the sylphs, the hidden world, and the lessons of friendship and courage that she had learned. And as the village gathered around the warmth of the fires, listening to her tales, Anya realized that the magic of the hidden world was not confined to its boundaries. It lived in the hearts and minds of those who dared to dream, who dared to believe in the extraordinary. In time, the village became a haven of stories and dreams, a place where kindness and imagination flourished. Anya, with her gentle heart and the sapphire key, became a bridge between worlds, a guardian of dreams and a keeper of secrets whispered by the woods. And so the whispering woods continued to hum with the melodies of nature, its secrets watched over by the sylphs and the girl who had unlocked its magic with the purity of her heart. Anya's story became a part of the village's legacy, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those of the heart and spirit, and that the magic of friendship and wisdom can illuminate even the darkest of paths. So as you lay your head to rest, remember Anya and her journey, for within each of us lies the power to unlock the extraordinary, to discover the magic that whispers just beyond the edge of the familiar, waiting for a heart as kind and brave as hers. Once upon a time, in the charming village of Whimsyville, where the cobblestone streets curved like endless smiles and the rooftops were painted in every shade of the rainbow, lived a collection of quirky, endearing characters. Among them was a particularly peculiar individual named Pippin Tinkerbottom, a tinkerer of sorts with wild, frizzy hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, often curling towards the sun like a curious vine. Pippin was known for his remarkable knack for inventing peculiar gadgets that added a sprinkle of magic to everyday life. His most notable creation was the Giggle Gears, a set of cogs and wheels that turned sour moods into laughter just by spinning. But despite his brilliance, Pippin had one tiny problem. His inventions occasionally went awry. One sunny afternoon, as the golden rays of light danced across the village square, Pippin was in his workshop, an enchanting place filled with the gentle hum of creativity. Shelves were crammed with jars of luminescent paint, gears of every size, and feathers from the rare laughing parrot, which tickled anyone who touched them. In the corner stood his latest creation, the whimsical weather whirligig, a device intended to bring beautiful weather anywhere it was needed. To test his invention, Pippin pointed the whirligig towards the sky and gave it a whirl. The contraption spun with a delightful whir, sending sparkles into the air. At first, everything seemed perfect. The clouds parted to reveal a sky as blue as the deepest ocean, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine. But soon, Pippin noticed something peculiar. The sky above Whimsyville began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, and then, with a playful twinkle, it began to rain. Jelly beans. The villagers, including the ever-cheerful baker Miss Muffinbottom and the wise old librarian Mr. Bookend, emerged from their homes, faces alight with astonishment. Jelly beans pitter-pattered on rooftops and plopped into the fountain at the village center. Children squealed with delight, chasing after the sugary rain with their hands cupped and mouths open wide. However, not everyone was pleased. The Beanstalk Brigade, a group of gardeners led by the meticulous Mrs. Greenleaf, fretted over their crops. The jelly bean rain was delightful, but it left the soil too sticky for their prized vegetables to grow properly. Realizing the whimsy had gone a touch too far, Pippin gathered his friends to brainstorm a solution. Joining him were his trusted companions, Luna Lightfoot, an acrobat with a laugh like 1,000 tinkling bells, and Whiskers McGee, a cat with a penchant for solving puzzles. As they gathered in the cozy warmth of Pippin's workshop, the scent of cinnamon and cloves wafting from the ever-bubbling kettle, they pondered how to reverse the jelly bean rain. "What if we adjust the whirligig to sprinkle seeds for candy flowers instead?" suggested Luna, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "That could work," mused Pippin, "but we need a way to cleanse the soil too." Whiskers, lounging lazily on a cushion, suddenly perked up. "Why not ask the river sprite for help? Her waters are known to cleanse and renew." The idea was met with enthusiastic nods. So off they went to the edge of Whimsyville, where the river of reflections flowed, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds under the sun. There they found the river sprite, a luminous creature with hair like cascading waterfalls and eyes as deep as the night sky. Upon hearing their plight, the river sprite smiled warmly. "I shall grant you a gift," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. With a graceful wave of her hand, she conjured a gentle rain from the river itself, a rain that washed away the sticky jelly bean residue, leaving the earth fresh and fertile once more. Back in Whimsyville, the villagers rejoiced as their gardens thrived anew, sprouting candy flowers that shimmered in the sunlight. The Beanstalk Brigade was particularly pleased, for their vegetables grew even more vibrant than before, thanks to the rainbow hues of the candy flower petals. And as for Pippin, he learned a valuable lesson about balance and the art of listening to his friends. He continued to invent, his workshop a haven for the whimsical and the wondrous, but always with a touch of caution and a dash of laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the villagers gathered for a grand feast in the village square. They shared stories and laughter, their hearts as full as their bellies, while the giggle gears spun softly in the background, ensuring that Whimsyville remained a place of joy and endless wonder. And so, under a sky sprinkled with the first stars of the evening, they drifted into happy dreams, wrapped in the comforting blanket of friendship and magic. Story 13, title, The Whispering Woods. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of soft lavender and dusky rose, as a gentle breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle through the small village of Eldergrove. It was a place where time seemed to linger, where cobblestone paths wound through cottages with thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls. In Eldergrove, each day ended with the melodic call of the distant bell from the old clock tower, signaling bedtime for the village's youngest dreamers. Nestled at the edge of the village, close to where the meadows gave way to the mysterious embrace of the whispering woods, lived a young girl named Ela. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as spring's first daffodil, Ela was known for her boundless curiosity and her gentle, kind-hearted spirit. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, befriending every creature she met, from the chattering squirrels to the shy deer that wandered near the woodland edge. Isla's most treasured possession was a small, intricately carved wooden box that her grandmother had given her. It was said to be a family heirloom, passed down through generations, and inside was something truly magical, a shimmering, iridescent feather. Her grandmother had told her that it was a feather from the legendary moonbird, a mystical creature that was said to appear only under the light of the full moon, glowing with the luminescence of 1,000 stars. The story of the moonbird was one of Isla's favorites, a tale of wonder and mystery that her grandmother often recounted by the fireside on chilly winter nights. According to legend, the moonbird had the power to grant a single, heartfelt wish to anyone pure of heart, but it could only be summoned with the feather under the light of a full moon. One crisp autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Isla sat by her bedroom window, holding the feather up to catch the silvery glow of the rising moon. As she gazed upon it, a spark of longing ignited in her heart. For as long as she could remember, she had dreamt of discovering the hidden world that lay within the whispering woods, a place only spoken of in hushed tones and old folk tales. The woods were said to be enchanted, a realm where the trees could talk and the streams sang softly as they danced over smooth stones. Though many in the village were wary of venturing too far into its depths, Isla felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the woods themselves were calling her name. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, casting its silvery glow across the landscape, Isla made a decision. She would embark on a journey into the whispering woods, with the moonbird's feather as her guide. She slipped on her favorite woolen cloak, tucked the feather safely into her pocket, and quietly crept out of her cottage, leaving only the soft rustle of the leaves in her wake. The night air was cool and crisp, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. As Ela stepped into the woods, she felt a sense of wonder and excitement bubbling within her. The trees loomed tall and ancient around her, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends sharing secrets. As she walked deeper into the forest, the moonlight wove a path of silver through the underbrush, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before Isla began to notice something extraordinary. The whispering that gave the forest its name grew louder, a gentle murmur that seemed to come from all around her. She paused, listening intently, and realized that the trees were indeed speaking. Their voices were soft and melodic, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and they seemed to be welcoming her, urging her onward. Encouraged by their whispers, Ela continued her journey, following a winding path that led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight. At the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches spread wide like a protective canopy. As she approached, she noticed a small, wooden door set into the trunk, intricately carved with swirling patterns and glowing faintly in the moonlight. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Isla reached out and gently pushed the door open. Inside, she found a spiral staircase made of smooth, polished wood, leading downward into the heart of the tree. Taking a deep breath, she began her descent, each step echoing softly in the stillness. The staircase opened into a vast, underground chamber, illuminated by the soft, golden glow of countless lanterns hanging from the ceiling. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books and scrolls, and in the center of the room stood a large table covered in maps and charts. It was a place of knowledge and mystery, a hidden world within the natural world. As Isla wandered through the chamber, she was drawn to a particular map that lay unfurled on the table. It depicted the Whispering Woods in exquisite detail, with paths and landmarks she had never known existed. Her heart raced with excitement as she traced her finger along the map, imagining the adventures that awaited her. Suddenly, a soft, melodic voice broke the silence. "Welcome, Isla," it said, warm and gentle. Startled, Isla turned to find an elderly man standing in the shadows, his long silver hair shimmering like moonlight. He wore a robe of deep green, embroidered with golden leaves, and his eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Who are you?" Isla asked, her voice filled with awe and curiosity. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Woods," he replied, stepping into the light. "I have watched over this enchanted place for many years, and I have been waiting for someone like you." "Waiting for me?" Isla echoed, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Yes," the keeper said with a nod. "The moonbird's feather has brought you here, and it is time for you to discover the magic of the woods." Isla listened intently as the keeper explained that the Whispering Woods were home to a hidden world, a place where nature and magic intertwined in harmony. He spoke of creatures that dwelled within its depths, beings of wonder and mystery who guarded the secrets of the forest. "But why me?" Isla asked, feeling both honored and overwhelmed by the responsibility being placed upon her. "Because you possess a heart that is pure and kind," the keeper replied, his voice filled with warmth. "And it is only through kindness and friendship that the true magic of the woods can be revealed." Isla pondered his words, feeling a deep sense of connection to the forest and its inhabitants. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about understanding the importance of harmony and friendship, of living in balance with the world around her. With newfound determination, Isla vowed to protect the Whispering Woods and its secrets, to cherish the friendships she would form along the way. The keeper smiled, his eyes shining with approval, and handed her a small silver pendant shaped like a leaf, a symbol of her promise and her bond with the forest. As Isla turned to leave, the keeper's voice echoed softly in her mind, a gentle reminder of the journey that lay ahead. "Remember, Isla, that the greatest magic of all is the magic of a kind heart." With those words in her heart, Isla ascended the spiral staircase and stepped back into the moonlit forest. The Whispering Woods seemed to glow with an ethereal light, the trees whispering their approval and encouragement as she made her way home. In the days that followed, Isla returned to the woods often, forging friendships with the creatures she met and learning the secrets of the forest. She discovered hidden groves where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors and streams that sang with the music of the earth. She met wise old owls who shared tales of the forest's past and playful foxes who led her on daring adventures. Through her journey, Isla learned the importance of balance and respect for nature, of living in harmony with the world around her. She realized that the true magic of the forest was not in the enchantments and mysteries it held, but in the connections and friendships she formed along the way. And so, as the seasons changed and the years passed, Isla grew into a wise and compassionate guardian of the Whispering Woods. She shared her knowledge and stories with the villagers, teaching them to appreciate the beauty and magic of the natural world. Her journey had transformed her, not just in the discovery of a hidden world, but in the understanding of the power of kindness and friendship. And though the moonbird's feather had never granted her a single wish, Isla knew that the true gift it had given her was the journey itself, a journey of wonder and wisdom, of growth and transformation. As the years went by, the village of Eldergrove thrived, its people living in harmony with the Whispering Woods. and on quiet evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, the villagers would gather by the fireside to listen to Isla's tales of the hidden world within the woods, a place of magic and mystery, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang songs of forgotten times. And in those stories, the spirit of the moonbird lived on, a reminder of the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be discovered with an open heart and a kind, gentle spirit. Story 14, The Whispering Lantern. In a small village nestled between the verdant embrace of rolling hills and the shimmering edge of a great forest, there was a tale whispered among the villagers, a tale of a lantern that could speak. This lantern, it was said, held the light of the stars and the wisdom of the ages. Only the kindest of heart and purest of soul could hear its whispers, and those who did would find themselves guided on adventures beyond imagination. The tale began with a young girl named Anya. She was known for her gentle spirit and the kindness she bestowed upon every living creature. Anya lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Together they dwelled in a quaint cottage at the edge of the forest, where the scent of pine and the song of birds filled the air. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Anya discovered the lantern. She had been wandering through the woods, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves when a glint of light caught her eye. There, nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, was a lantern unlike any she had seen. Its metal frame shimmered with an ethereal glow, and its glass panes seemed to ripple with the colors of 1,000 sunsets. Curious, Anya reached out and gently lifted the lantern. As she did, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Dear child," the voice whispered, "I am the Whispering Lantern, guardian of this forest and keeper of its secrets. You, with your heart of gold, are destined for a journey that will change you and this world." Anya blinked in amazement, her heart fluttering with a mix of wonder and disbelief. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper against the rustling leaves. "A journey to uncover the hidden world within," the lantern replied, its light flickering warmly. "A world that lies just beyond the veil of what you see. But first, you must prove your kindness and courage." Anya nodded, determination lighting her eyes. She knew that she was ready to embrace whatever challenges the journey might bring. The next morning, Anya set off with the lantern in hand, its light guiding her through the misty forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. Birds chirped softly among the branches, their songs a gentle accompaniment to Anya's footsteps. As she walked, the lantern whispered tales of the forest's history, of the creatures that dwelled within its depths, and of the magic that pulsed through its roots and branches. Anya listened intently, her mind alive with the stories of old. Her journey led her to a small clearing where a stream bubbled merrily over smooth stones. Here she encountered her first challenge, a tiny bird with a broken wing. The bird chirped plaintively, its eyes wide with fear. Anya knelt beside it, her heart aching with empathy. She gently cradled the bird, her fingers tender and careful. From the folds of her dress, she produced a strip of cloth, wrapping it around the bird's wing with the utmost care. "Rest now, little one," she murmured, her voice soothing. "You'll be flying again soon." The lantern glowed brighter, its light a warm embrace. "Your kindness is true, dear child," it whispered. "You have passed the first test." With the bird safely nestled in her pocket, Anya continued her journey. The path grew steeper, leading her into the heart of the forest, where ancient trees stood like sentinels, their branches entwined to form a cathedral of nature. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was here, in this sacred grove, that Anya encountered her second challenge. A river, wide and swift, cut across her path, its waters frothing and churning with untamed energy. On the opposite bank stood a young fox, its fur a bright russet against the green undergrowth. The fox paced nervously, trapped by the river's relentless current. Anya studied the river, her mind racing. She knew she had to help the fox, but the water was too deep and fast for her to cross safely. As she pondered, the lantern whispered a solution. "Look to the stones, dear child. Use their strength to bridge the gap." Anya's eyes fell on a collection of large flat stones scattered along the riverbank. With determination, she began to roll them into the water, creating a stepping stone path. The work was hard, her muscles straining against the weight of the stones, but she persevered. At last, the path was complete. Anya gestured to the fox, who hesitated for a moment before bounding across the stones, its paws barely touching the surface. Once safely across, the fox paused, looking back at Anya with gratitude shining in its eyes. "You have shown courage and ingenuity," the lantern whispered, its light pulsing with approval. "You are worthy of the journey ahead." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Anya reached the edge of the forest. Before her stretched a vast meadow, its grasses swaying gently in the evening breeze. In the distance, a mountain rose majestically, its peak crowned with snow that glistened in the fading light. Anya's heart swelled with awe. She knew that the hidden world lay beyond the mountain, waiting for her discovery. But as she took a step forward, the lantern's voice stopped her. "One last challenge remains, dear child. It is a test of friendship, one that requires trust and understanding." In the meadow, Anya saw a figure approaching. It was a boy, about her age, with a friendly smile and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. He introduced himself as Luca, a traveler like her, seeking the mysteries of the hidden world. They quickly became friends, sharing stories of their adventures and dreams. As night fell, they sat together beneath a blanket of stars, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating their faces. But their bond was soon tested. In the early hours of dawn, they discovered a lost fawn separated from its mother. The fawn bleated pitifully, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. "We must help it," Anya said, her heart aching for the frightened creature. Luca agreed, but he proposed a different approach. "We should split up," he suggested. "I'll search for its mother while you stay here and keep it calm." Anya hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at her. She didn't want to be separated from her new friend, especially in a place so vast and unknown. But the lantern's light flared brightly, reminding her of the importance of trust. "Trust in your friend, dear child," it whispered. "Together, you will find the way." Taking a deep breath, Anya nodded. "Be careful," she called as Luca disappeared into the tall grass. Left alone with the fawn, Anya sang softly to it, her voice a gentle lullaby that eased its fears. Time passed slowly, the sky lightening with the promise of a new day. At last, Luca returned, a doe following close behind. The reunion was joyous, the fawn nuzzling against its mother with relief. "You have learned the value of friendship and trust," the lantern whispered, its light a warm embrace. "Now, you are ready for the hidden world." As the sun rose, bathing the meadow in golden light, Anya and Luca stood together, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. They had passed the trials, proven their worth, and forged a bond of friendship that would carry them forward. With the lantern guiding their way, they set off toward the mountain, ready to uncover the secrets that lay beyond. The path was long, the journey challenging, but they knew they were not alone. Together, they would explore the hidden world, discovering its magic and mysteries, and growing stronger and wiser with each step they took. And so, with the whispering lantern lighting their way, Anya and Luca embarked on the greatest adventure of their lives, a journey of friendship, courage, and discovery that would change them forever. Story 15. In the quaint village of Elderglen, where the whispering winds carried the scent of honey and wildflowers, there lay a secret that had been passed down through generations. Nestled between the emerald folds of the Elderglen forest, there was a hidden world, a place where the air shimmered with magic and the trees hummed with life. It was a realm known only to those who listened closely to the tales spun by the firelight, the stories that danced in the cracks and crevices of their dreams. On the edge of this village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the sky on a clear winter's day, Leora possessed a curiosity as boundless as the horizon. She had grown up hearing the legends of the Elderglen forest, tales of mystical creatures and enchanted realms. But to Leora, they were more than just stories. They were invitations to explore, to uncover the truths hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. One crisp morning, as the sun spread its golden light over the land, Leora set out on a journey that would change her in ways she could never have imagined. She carried with her a simple satchel, packed with a loaf of freshly baked bread, a small flask of water, and a notebook to record her discoveries. Her heart beat with the rhythm of adventure as she entered the forest, the trees arching overhead like the grand halls of a forgotten castle. As Leora walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, the light filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. She could hear the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets, the distant call of a lark echoing like a melody from another world. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon something curious, a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of moss. Curiosity piqued. Leora knelt down and brushed away the moss with delicate fingers. The box was adorned with symbols she did not recognize, yet somehow they felt familiar, as if they were part of a long-forgotten dream. With a cautious breath, she opened the lid. Inside lay a shimmering stone, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and swirling like a captured rainbow. As she held the stone, a warmth spread through her hands, coursing up her arms and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. It was as though the stone was alive, breathing in time with her own heartbeat. In that moment, Leora felt a connection to the forest, to the stories of her ancestors, and to the hidden world she had always longed to find. The stone, she realized, was a gateway, a magical object that would lead her to the hidden realm within the Elderglen forest. With newfound purpose, Leora continued her journey, guided by the stone's subtle glow. She walked for hours, the forest twisting and turning around her, until she reached a clearing bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. In the center of the clearing stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching high into the heavens. Leora felt drawn to it, the stone in her hand pulsing with a gentle urgency. As she approached the tree, she noticed a small door carved into the trunk, its outline barely visible against the rough bark. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Leora reached out and touched the door. It swung open silently, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into the heart of the tree. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, the stone lighting her way as she ventured into the unknown. The staircase wound down and down, the air growing cooler and the silence deepening with each step. At last she emerged into a vast underground chamber, its walls shimmering with the light of 1,000 luminescent fungi. The air was alive with the sound of gentle music, a melody that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. In the center of the chamber stood a circle of stones, each one inscribed with the same symbols that adorned the box. Leora approached the circle, her heart filled with wonder. As she placed the stone in her hand onto the central stone, the symbols began to glow, the light spreading from one stone to the next, until the entire circle pulsed with a radiant energy. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the chamber was transformed. The walls faded away, revealing a breathtaking landscape, a world untouched by time. Leora found herself standing in a meadow filled with wildflowers of every hue, their fragrance mingling in the air like a symphony of scents. In the distance, she could see a sparkling river winding its way through the valley, its waters glistening under the light of a sun that seemed to shine brighter and warmer than any she had ever known. As Leora took in the beauty of this hidden world, she realized she was not alone. Creatures of all shapes and sizes began to appear, some familiar, others wondrously strange. There were deer with antlers that glowed like silver, foxes with fur the color of twilight, and birds with feathers that shimmered like the aurora borealis. Among them was a figure that caught Leora's eye, a young boy with hair as dark as the night sky, and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. He approached her with a smile, his presence as comforting as a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. "Welcome," he said, his voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Aiden, and this is the realm of Aloria, a world hidden within the heart of the forest." Leora felt an immediate kinship with Aiden, as though they had known each other for lifetimes. Together, they explored the wonders of Aloria, guided by the stone that had brought her here. They climbed mountains that touched the sky, swam in lakes as clear as crystal, and danced under the light of the moon in fields of silver grass. As days turned into weeks, Leora found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her senses sharpened, her understanding deepened, and her heart opened to the magic of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to speak the language of the trees, and to see the beauty in every living thing. Yet, amidst the joy and wonder, Leora sensed that Eloria held a mystery, a secret that lay hidden beneath its enchanting surface. She noticed the way the creatures of the realm would pause, their gazes turning towards the distant mountains, their eyes filled with a longing that mirrored her own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of twilight, Leora sat with Aiden by the banks of the river. The water flowed serenely, its surface reflecting the stars that began to twinkle in the deepening night. "There is something I must show you," Aiden said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness, "something that lies at the heart of Eloria's mystery." He led her through the forest, the path winding beneath ancient trees whose branches wove a tapestry of shadows and light. They climbed the mountains that loomed over the realm, their peaks crowned with snow that glowed like silver in the moonlight. At last they reached a hidden valley, its entrance guarded by towering stones that stood like sentinels against the night. In the center of the valley lay a pool, its waters still and dark, reflecting the stars above like a mirror of the heavens. "This is the Pool of Echoes," Aiden explained, his voice a whisper in the stillness. "It holds the memories of Eloria, the stories of all who have walked its paths. It is here that you will find the answers you seek." Leora approached the pool, her heart a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. As she gazed into its depths, the water began to ripple, images forming and dissolving like dreams in the early morning light. She saw the history of Eloria unfold before her, the birth of the realm from the heart of a meteor that had fallen from the stars, the arrival of the first creatures who had made it their home, and the weaving of the magic that bound them all together. But there was more. Leora saw a vision of a time when the balance of Eloria had been threatened, when a shadow had crept into the heart of the realm, seeking to unravel the threads of magic that held it together. She witnessed the courage of those who had fought to protect their world, their sacrifice forging a bond that had endured through the ages. As the images faded, the water stilled, and Leora understood. The stone she had found, the gateway to Eloria, was part of that bond, a piece of the magic that had been woven to protect the realm. It was a reminder of the strength that lay in unity, in the friendship and love that defied the darkness. Filled with a sense of purpose, Leora turned to Aiden, who stood beside her, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. Together, they knew they must protect Eloria, to ensure that its magic would endure for generations to come. Their journey was not an easy one. They faced trials that tested their courage and resolve, challenges that required them to draw upon the lessons they had learned, the wisdom and strength they had gained. But through it all, they stood united, their bond unbreakable. In the end, it was their friendship, their love for Eloria, and for each other that prevailed. They wove a new magic, a tapestry of light and hope that restored the balance of the realm, ensuring that its beauty would endure, untouched by the shadows that had once threatened it. With their task complete, Leora knew it was time to return to her own world, to bring with her the lessons she had learned, the magic of Eloria that would forever be a part of her. She stood once more at the circle of stones, the shimmering stone in her hand glowing with a soft, steady light. As she prepared to leave, Aiden stood beside her, his smile filled with warmth and understanding. "This is not goodbye," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Eloria will always be with you, in your heart and in your dreams." With a final embrace, Leora stepped into the circle, the magic enveloping her in a gentle embrace. The world of Eloria faded away, replaced by the familiar sights and sounds of the Elderglen forest. As she emerged from the tree, the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, the promise of a new day. Leora made her way back to the village, her heart filled with a peace she had never known. She knew that the adventure had changed her, that she was no longer the girl who had set out into the forest with dreams of discovering hidden worlds. She was now a part of that world, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. And so Leora returned to her life in Elderglen, sharing the tales of her journey with those who would listen, the stories that whispered of a hidden realm, a world where magic and friendship overcame even the darkest of shadows. As she sat by the fire each evening, the crackle of the flames weaving a symphony of warmth and light, she would close her eyes and remember. She would feel the gentle touch of the forest, the laughter of the wind, and the comforting presence of Aidan, always beside her, in spirit if not in form. For Leora had learned that true magic lay not in the objects we hold, but in the connections we forge, the love and friendship that bind us to one another. And in that knowledge, she found a joy that would stay with her always, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights. Thus, the story of Leora and the hidden world of Aloria became a legend, a tale told by the fireside to children whose eyes shone with wonder, whose hearts beat with the rhythm of adventure. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed still, they would listen to the whispers of the wind, the song of the trees, and know that magic was all around them, waiting to be discovered. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that you too carry the magic of Aloria within you. Let it guide you on your journey through the hidden worlds of your imagination, and may you always find comfort in the warmth of friendship and the light of love. Good night. Story 16. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced like fireflies in the velvet night, lay the vibrant planet of Lyra, known for its lush rolling meadows and skies painted with swirling auroras. The Lyrans, gentle beings with eyes that glimmered like the sea, were known for their song-like speech and warm, welcoming nature. It was here that our tale begins on a breezy evening, when the scent of blooming starflowers lingered in the air. On this particular night, a shimmering comet streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of dreams and whispers in its wake. From this celestial visitor emerged a small, curious craft, unlike any seen before on Lyra. It landed softly in a field of golden wheat, bending the stalks under its gentle weight. From its hatch stepped a solitary figure, a being of metal and light, known as a Syntharian. This Syntharian, named Quill, had traveled far from the mechanized world of Synthar, where beings were forged from circuits and steel, not flesh and warmth. Quill's eyes, a soft blue hue, scanned the landscape, absorbing the vibrant colors and the gentle rustle of life. To Quill, Lyra was a world of symphonies and softness, a stark contrast to the rhythmic hums and metallic clangs of Synthar. But it was precisely this difference that had drawn Quill here, in search of something unnamed that resided deep within the core of their being. As Quill ventured further, their presence did not go unnoticed. From behind the swaying curtains of wheat emerged a Lyran named Cora, her skin a delicate shade of twilight, her hair flowing like liquid moonlight. She approached with cautious curiosity, her heart open like a book, ready to learn the story of this newcomer. "Greetings, traveler," Cora sang in her soft, melodic voice. "What brings you to our world under the starlit sky?" Quill, accustomed to the precise and direct communications of Synthar, struggled to find words that matched the warmth of Cora's. "I seek understanding," they replied, their voice a gentle hum like the purr of a distant engine. Cora's eyes twinkled with kindness. "Then you have come to the right place. Lyra is a world of many wonders and tales." Thus began their journey together, two beings from worlds apart, united by a shared curiosity and the gentle pull of destiny. As they walked through the fields, Cora pointed out the constellations that told the stories of old Lyran legends, while Quill noted the intricate patterns of energy and data streams that danced in the air. Their initial interactions were marked by small misunderstandings. Quill, in their logical way, often failed to grasp the subtleties of emotion that colored Cora's words. Meanwhile, Cora found herself puzzled by Quill's literal interpretations and analytical approach to the world. One day, as they sat by the edge of a crystal-clear stream, Quill frowned at the flowing water. "Why does it move?" they asked, genuinely perplexed. Cora chuckled softly, the sound like tinkling bells. "Because it is alive, in its own way. It flows to nurture the land, to sing its song across the rocks and carry stories to the sea." "But on Synthar, things move with purpose, following paths and systems," Quill replied. Cora placed a gentle hand on Quill's metallic one. "Here, purpose comes from the heart, not just the mind. It's a dance of both." Quill pondered this, feeling a warmth in their circuits that was both strange and comforting. It was a small moment, but one that planted a seed of understanding between them. As they continued their journey, they faced challenges that tested their growing bond. One day, while exploring the towering forests of Lyra, they encountered a fierce storm. The wind howled like a wild creature, and rain poured down like endless tears. As the storm battered against them, Quill's systems began to falter, their normally steady glow flickering ominously. Cora, seeing her friend in distress, wrapped her arms around Quill, shielding them as best as she could. "Hold on to me," she urged. "We'll weather this storm together." In that moment, Quill understood the depth of Cora's kindness and the strength that lay in vulnerability. Through the pounding rain, they clung to one another, finding solace and strength in their shared presence. By the time the storm subsided, a new bond had formed, forged in the wild heart of nature. Their journey continued, each step bringing new lessons and deeper understanding. Quill learned to see the world through Cora's eyes, finding beauty in the chaotic dance of nature, while Cora discovered the elegance in Quill's methodical approach to problem-solving. Together they balanced one another, each providing what the other lacked. As the days turned to weeks, Quill and Cora found themselves at the edge of the Singing Cliffs, where the wind played melodies against the rocks, creating a symphony of nature. Sitting side by side, they watched as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. "Thank you," Quill murmured, their voice a soft vibration, filled with gratitude and newfound emotion. "For what?" Cora asked, tilting her head with a gentle smile. "For teaching me to feel," Quill replied, their circuits alight with a warmth they now recognized as friendship. "I came here searching for understanding, and I found it in you." Cora's heart swelled with joy, her laughter a gentle breeze that carried their shared happiness into the night. "And I have learned to see the world anew through your eyes. Together, we have found something precious." In the quiet that followed, they sat in companionable silence, two souls intertwined across the vastness of space, each grateful for the other. As the stars twinkled above, they realized that true friendship was a melody that transcended words, a harmony that resonated deep within, uniting even the most unlikely companions. And so, under the watchful gaze of the universe, Quill and Cora remained, a testament to the power of understanding and the unbreakable bond of friendship. Story 17. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the world, Finn would sit by the old oak tree at the village edge, his imagination dancing with tales of far-off lands and hidden wonders. One cool, breezy evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the velvety night sky, Finn noticed a path he had never seen before. It wound through the tall grasses, leading towards the forest that bordered their village. Curiosity tugged at his heart, and with a gentle nudge from the evening breeze, he decided to follow it. The path was soft underfoot, sprinkled with fallen leaves that whispered secrets as they crunched beneath him. Fireflies hovered like floating stars, their gentle glow lighting his way. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the distant sound of a babbling brook played a soothing melody. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, he found himself in a glen illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. In this magical clearing stood a tree unlike any other he had seen. Its trunk twisted elegantly upwards, and its branches were adorned with delicate, glowing blossoms that pulsed softly with every breath of wind. From behind the tree, a soft giggle broke the tranquil silence. Finn turned to see a group of tiny, whimsical creatures peeking out from behind the blossoms. They had wings like spun silk and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. These were the Luminae, guardians of the forest, known in tales for their playful spirits and gentle guidance. "Welcome, brave traveler," chimed the tiniest Lumina, her voice as light as a whispering breeze. "What brings you to our enchanted grove?" Finn, his heart alight with wonder, replied, "I followed the path out of curiosity. I've always dreamed of exploring new places, and tonight felt like the right time." The Luminae fluttered closer, their wings creating a soft, harmonious hum. "To venture into the unknown takes courage," said another, his voice warm and reassuring. "Would you like to join us on a journey of discovery?" Finn nodded eagerly, and the luminae led him deeper into the grove. They showed him pools of water that mirrored the stars, each ripple creating a cascade of shooting lights. They introduced him to the singing stones, rocks that produced melodies when touched by the morning dew. As they traveled, Finn faced gentle challenges. He was asked to solve riddles woven into the wind and to decipher the rustling language of leaves. Each task required patience and thought, revealing Finn's strengths in ways he hadn't realized before. He learned to trust his instincts and to appreciate the beauty in quiet moments. At the heart of the forest, they arrived at a grand, ancient tree with roots that stretched into the earth like the fingers of a wise elder. Here, the luminae taught Finn the importance of listening, to the whispers of nature, to the voices of friends, and to the quiet wisdom within himself. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, the luminae gathered around Finn. "You have shown great courage and kindness," they said in unison. "Remember, the world is full of wonders if you keep your heart open to them." With a gentle flutter of wings, the luminae bid Finn farewell, their laughter echoing softly as they disappeared into the morning mist. Finn made his way back to the village, the path now familiar and welcoming. Back home, as he settled into his cozy bed, Finn felt a warmth in his heart, a reassurance that magic and friendship could be found in the most unexpected places. He closed his eyes, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of fireflies still vivid in his mind. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a newfound sense of wonder, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that adventure awaited with each new day. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her world was painted in the soft hues of dawn and dusk, where the fragrance of blooming wildflowers mingled with the crisp scent of pine. A gentle stream meandered through the village, its waters singing a perpetual lullaby that harmonized with the rustling leaves. Leora often found solace by this stream, especially when the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow over the landscape. Leora was known in the village for her curious nature and her rare gift. She could converse with the animals, understanding their whispers and chirps as if they were spoken in her own tongue. This ability made her a bridge between the human world and the creatures of the forest. Her best friend was a small fox named Thistle, whose russet fur gleamed like autumn leaves. Together, they would wander the woods, sharing stories and laughter until the stars twinkled above. One evening, as the sky blushed with shades of pink and orange, Leora and Thistle stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep in the heart of the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, they found a lantern hanging from a gnarled branch. The lantern was unlike any they had seen before. It was crafted from a silvery metal that shimmered like moonlight, and within it danced a tiny flame that flickered with an iridescent glow. Leora felt a pull towards the lantern, as if it were calling her name in a voice as soft as a breeze. As she reached out to touch it, the flame within the lantern swirled, casting beams of light that painted the forest floor in a kaleidoscope of colors. Thistle, with his nose twitching in curiosity, nudged Leora's hand, encouraging her to lift the lantern from its perch. The moment she did, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. "I am the Whispering Lantern," it said, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have awaited one who listens with their heart. With me, you can see the unseen paths of the world, where dreams are woven and mysteries unfold." Intrigued and enchanted, Leora understood that this lantern was no ordinary object. It was an invitation to an adventure that promised to illuminate the hidden corners of her world. With Thistle by her side, she set out to explore the forest anew, guided by the lantern's gentle light. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the lantern revealed wonders that had long been cloaked in shadows. Leora saw the hidden homes of creatures she had only dreamed of, the delicate nests of silver-winged fairies, the underground burrows of singing crickets, and the shimmering pools where water sprites danced. Each sight filled her with awe and a growing sense of connection to the tapestry of life around her. The lantern also led them to a glen where the air was thick with enchantment. Here, the trees whispered secrets of the past, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. In the center of this magical place stood a great oak, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, Leora found a curious scene, a circle of stones, each inscribed with runes that glowed with a gentle light. As she stepped closer, the lantern's flame flared, casting a warm glow over the stones. The runes began to shimmer, and a soft melody filled the air, weaving around Leora and Thistle like a silken thread. "This is the Circle of Echoes," the lantern whispered. "Here, the past and present intertwine. Listen closely, and you will hear the echoes of those who have walked this path before you." With a heart open to the wonders of the world, Leora closed her eyes and listened. The melodies unfolded into stories, tales of love and loss, of valor and kindness, each one a thread in the rich fabric of time. She heard the voices of those who had cherished the forest, who had respected its secrets and nurtured its magic. As the echoes faded, Leora understood the deeper purpose of her journey. The Whispering Lantern had not only revealed the hidden world around her, but also awakened her to the importance of preserving its beauty and mystery. She realized that the forest was a living entity, a guardian of stories and dreams that needed protection and care. With newfound wisdom, Leora returned to the village, carrying the lantern's light within her heart. She shared her experiences with the villagers, weaving tales of the hidden world and its wonders. Her stories inspired her people to cherish the forest, to walk its paths with respect and gratitude. The Whispering Lantern remained a cherished companion for Leora, guiding her with its gentle light through the years. As she grew older, she passed on her stories and her gift to the children of the village, ensuring that the echoes of the past would continue to shape the future. And so the village thrived in harmony with the forest, each living in balance with the other. Leora's friendship with Thistle endured, a testament to the bonds that transcend words and worlds. Together, they watched the seasons change, the forest bloom and wither, always knowing that the magic of the Whispering Lantern was with them, lighting their path with the promise of new adventures and the comfort of shared memories. In the end, Leora learned that the greatest journey was not through the forest, but within her own heart, where the light of understanding and love burned as brightly as the flame within the lantern. And as the lantern whispered its final lullaby, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the magic of the hidden world she had come to cherish so dearly. Story 20. In a galaxy where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds across a vast, velvet sky, there existed a small planet named Lyris, known for its shimmering lakes and whispering forests. This planet was home to a gentle creature named Rilla, a Lyrician with skin that shone like moonlit water and eyes that resembled the deep, tranquil pools of her native world. Rilla spent her days tending to the luminescent blossoms that adorned her village, her heart as light as the gentle winds that caressed the landscape. One day, as Rilla wandered near the edge of her beloved forest, she noticed an unusual object descending from the sky. It was a small, spherical spacecraft, its surface reflecting the soft hues of the sunset. As it landed, the doors slid open with a whisper, revealing a visitor from the distant planet of Zorax, a creature named Pax, covered in vibrant scales that shifted colors with his emotions, a kaleidoscope of ever-changing hues. Pax had traveled across galaxies in search of new experiences, his heart fueled by curiosity and a thirst for understanding. As he stepped onto the unfamiliar soil of Lyris, his scales radiated an iridescent blue, the color of awe. Rilla approached cautiously, her heart a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. She observed Pax with wide eyes, noting the way his scales shimmered like a living rainbow. Unsure of how to communicate, she extended a hand in greeting, a universal gesture of peace. Pax, misunderstanding the gesture, took a step back, his scales flickering to a cautious emerald. Sensing his unease, Rilla tried to convey her intention with a soft smile and a gentle nod. Slowly, Pax's scales cooled to a calming lavender, signaling his willingness to trust. Despite their initial misunderstanding, Rilla and Pax began to explore the wonders of Lyris together. Rilla showed Pax the hidden glades where the luminous flowers bloomed in radiant clusters, their glow reflecting in the serene pools beneath. Pax, in turn, shared tales of his travels, painting vivid pictures of distant worlds with his words. As they journeyed through the forest, they encountered a moment of challenge. A fierce storm swept across Lyris, its winds howling through the trees, threatening to uproot everything in its path. Rilla, accustomed to the gentle breezes of her world, felt fear clutch at her heart. Pax, however, with his experience of weathering the tempests of Zorax, knew how to find safety amidst the chaos. He led Rilla to the shelter of a sturdy cavern, his scales taking on a reassuring golden hue. There, as the storm raged outside, Rilla and Pax huddled together, sharing stories and warmth, their bond growing stronger with each whispered word. In the quiet of the cavern, Rilla learned of Pax's longing for friendship, a feeling she shared deeply. She realized that despite their differences, they were connected by the same desires and fears. Pax, in turn, understood Rilla's love for her home and her gentle spirit, finding comfort in her presence. As the storm subsided, leaving behind a world washed clean and sparkling, Rilla and Pax emerged from their refuge, their friendship forged in the crucible of shared challenges and mutual understanding. They walked side by side, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that they had found a true friend in one another. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, as Rilla and Pax sat by the edge of a tranquil lake. The water mirrored the sky's brilliance, a tapestry of colors that seemed to whisper of infinite possibilities and newfound companionship. Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle to life, each one a beacon of hope and wonder. In that moment, Rilla and Pax understood that friendship was not defined by appearances or origins, but by the kindness and empathy they shared. And so, with the night wrapping them in its gentle embrace, they knew that their journey of discovery had only just begun. In the days that followed, Rilla and Pax continued to explore the wonders of Lyris, their friendship blossoming like the luminous flowers that dotted the landscape. They learned to communicate through gestures and expressions, their bond transcending the need for words. One afternoon, as they wandered through a grove of towering trees, Pax noticed a peculiar plant with leaves that shimmered like silver under the sunlight. Intrigued, he reached out to touch it, Stror, only to draw back in surprise as the plant emitted a soft musical chime. Rilla laughed, a sound like tinkling bells, and explained through gestures that the plant was known as a songleaf, a rare species that sang in response to touch. Pax, delighted by this discovery, spent hours experimenting with the plant, creating melodies that filled the air with their enchanting tunes. As they continued their adventures, Pax introduced Rilla to the wonders of his own technology. He showed her how to use a small device that projected images of his home planet, Zorax, onto the ground. Together, they marveled at the vast, crystal deserts that stretched across his world and the towering, iridescent spires that glinted under the twin suns. Through these shared experiences, Rilla and Pax learned to appreciate each other's worlds, their friendship deepening as they discovered the beauty in their differences. They realized that while their appearances and backgrounds were starkly contrasting, their hearts resonated with the same melody of understanding and respect. One evening, as they sat by the lake, Pax's scales shimmered with the colors of sunset, reflecting the peace and contentment he felt in Rilla's company. Rilla, in turn, felt a warmth spread through her, akin to the gentle glow of the moonlit waters she loved so dearly. In that moment of quiet reflection, Rilla and Pax understood that their friendship was a gift, a bridge between worlds that taught them the value of empathy and open-mindedness. They knew that their connection had enriched their lives in ways they had never imagined. As the stars twinkled above, Rilla and Pax made a promise to each other, a promise to cherish their friendship, to continue learning from one another, and to support each other through whatever challenges the universe might bring. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Rilla and Pax embarked on a journey of friendship that would span galaxies, their hearts forever linked by the bonds they had forged on the shimmering shores of Lyris. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering blue lake, life moved at a gentle pace. The cobblestone paths wound their way through groves of ancient oaks and cottages with thatched roofs, each telling stories of years gone by. Among the villagers was a young lad named Finn, known for his curious heart and a penchant for wandering. Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise woman who was as much a part of the village as the bells that rang from the church tower each noon. Her cottage was filled with peculiar trinkets and relics from the world beyond the hills, each with its own tale. His favorite was a small, unassuming mirror with an ornate silver frame, tarnished by time, yet sparkling with an unexplainable allure. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn noticed something unusual. The mirror, which usually hung quietly on the wall, flickered with a soft glow. It wasn't a reflection of the room or the setting sun. It was as if the mirror itself was alive with light. Driven by curiosity, Finn gently took the mirror down and peered into its depths. Instead of his own reflection, he saw a vast meadow under a starlit sky where fireflies danced like living stars. A warmth spread through him, a whisper of a feeling that beckoned him to step closer. And so, with a deep breath, he touched the surface. To his astonishment, Finn found himself standing in the meadow from the mirror, the cool night air brushing against his skin. The grass was soft underfoot, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. It was a world of wonder and tranquility. In this magical place, Finn met an old owl named Oliver, perched wisely on a low branch. Oliver's feathers were a shimmering silver, matching the glow of the mirror, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, young traveler," Oliver hooted softly. "You have found the Mirror of Meadows, a gateway to forgotten wonders." Finn was amazed and slightly overwhelmed. "But how did I come here? And why?" he asked, his voice a mix of awe and confusion. "The mirror seeks those with hearts open to the world's mysteries," Oliver explained. "It shows what is needed, not always what is sought." As Finn wandered further into this enchanted realm, he encountered a gentle breeze that spoke in whispers, guiding him to a gathering of woodland creatures. There was a fox, with fur as red as autumn leaves, named Felix, and a rabbit named Lila with eyes as bright as the moon. They welcomed Finn with kind smiles and nods, offering him companionship and warmth. Together they embarked on a journey through the meadow, where each step revealed new marvels. They crossed a stream that sang as it flowed and passed beneath trees that shared stories of ancient times. Finn felt a sense of belonging he had never known, a kinship with the world around him. As they ventured deeper, they reached the heart of the meadow, where a challenge awaited. A large stone stood in their path, etched with runes that glowed faintly. To pass, they needed to solve the riddle of the stone, a test of wisdom and unity. Oliver, with his vast knowledge, suggested they each share what they knew of the world, for wisdom often lies in the collective. Felix spoke of the cunning of the forest, Lila of the kindness in small acts, and Finn of the courage found in the unknown. Together, these truths formed the answer to the riddle, and the stone parted to reveal a path leading home. With their task complete, Finn felt a pull, a gentle nudge from the meadow, signaling it was time to return. As he bid farewell to his newfound friends, they gifted him a simple feather from Oliver's wing, a keepsake of their adventure. With a final glance at the starlit meadow, Finn touched the mirror once more and found himself back in his grandmother's cozy cottage. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, and the mirror hung silent and still, its light now a lingering memory. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he couldn't fully express. He understood that the world was filled with wonders for those who looked with open hearts. He cherished the friendships he had made and the lessons learned, carrying them close as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that sometimes the smallest objects can hold the greatest secrets. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of 1,000 stars, a young boy dreamed of meadows and mirrors, of owls and whispers in the wind, comforted by the warmth of his adventures and the promise of tomorrow's mysteries. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a snug little village nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade, a place beyond the emerald forest where the air shimmered with magic and the flowers danced to their own melodies. Though many had heard tales of its wonders, few had dared to venture there, for it was said that only those with the purest hearts and the bravest spirits could find their way. One crisp morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the dewy grass, Lila felt a stirring in her heart. She had always been curious and kind, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a smile that could light up the gloomiest day. Today, the call of the enchanted glade felt stronger than ever, whispering on the wind like a gentle song. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, she decided it was time to seek out the glade. As Lila stepped into the forest, the world around her seemed to come alive. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling in a symphony of whispers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and Lila couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and excitement. As she ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew more ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, covered in soft moss that felt like velvet under her fingertips. Babbling brooks wound their way through the undergrowth, their waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Every now and then, a curious squirrel would peek out from behind a tree, or a shy deer would dart across her path, pausing only to glance back at her with gentle eyes. It wasn't long before Lila stumbled upon her first whimsical encounter. A cluster of vibrant mushrooms stood in a perfect circle, their caps glowing softly in shades of blue and purple. As she knelt to take a closer look, the mushrooms began to giggle, a sound like tinkling bells. From behind one of the larger caps, a tiny creature with butterfly wings and a mischievous grin appeared. "Welcome, dear traveler," the fairy chimed, her voice as light as the breeze. "I am Pippin, guardian of the forest's secrets. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Lila smiled warmly, her curiosity piqued. "I am searching for the enchanted glade," she replied. "I've heard it is a place of wonder and beauty, and my heart longs to see it." Pippin fluttered her wings, sending a shower of sparkles into the air. "Ah, the glade!" she exclaimed. "Few find it, for it is hidden from those who seek with only their eyes. Follow your heart, dear one, and let it guide you." Thanking Pippin for her advice, Lila continued on her journey, her heart leading the way. As she walked, she encountered many more delightful wonders. A stream of fireflies lit her path, their glow casting a gentle light over the forest. A band of singing crickets provided a melodious accompaniment to her steps, and the wind seemed to hum in harmony with her thoughts. At one point, Lila found herself at a crossroads where two paths diverged into the woods. She paused, feeling a moment of uncertainty, but as she closed her eyes and listened to the gentle beat of her heart, she knew which way to go. It was not the wider, more trodden path, but the narrow, winding trail that seemed to beckon her with its quiet promise of discovery. Her journey was not without obstacles. Thorns sometimes snagged her clothes, and tricky roots threatened to trip her up. Yet, with each challenge, Lila found within herself a well of patience and perseverance. She learned to untangle herself with care, to step lightly and watchfully over the roots, and to trust in her own abilities. Finally, after what felt like hours of wandering, Lila reached a place where the forest opened up into a sunlit clearing. Her breath caught in her throat as she beheld the enchanted glade. It was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. The grass was a lush carpet of emerald, dotted with flowers that bloomed in every color of the rainbow. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches spreading wide like arms welcoming her home. Its leaves shimmered like gold in the sunlight, and at its base a small, clear pond mirrored the sky above. As Lila stepped into the glade, a sense of warmth and belonging enveloped her. The air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet songs of birds. She knelt by the pond, watching as a family of ducks paddled gracefully across the water, leaving ripples that sparkled in the sun. It was then that Lila understood the true magic of the enchanted glade. It was not merely a place of beauty, but a sanctuary where the heart could find peace and joy. She realized that her journey had been as important as her destination, teaching her the value of courage, kindness, and trust in oneself. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, she made her way back through the forest, carrying the glade's gentle magic with her. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Lila's friends and family greeted her with smiles and hugs, eager to hear of her adventure. As she shared her tale, The warmth of the enchanted glade seemed to linger in the air, spreading a sense of calm and wonder to all who listened. And so, the village settled into a peaceful night, each soul comforted by the knowledge that magic and beauty were always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with the heart to seek them. And Lila, as she drifted into a gentle slumber, knew that her journey had only just begun, with many more wonders waiting to be explored. The end. Story 20. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang songs of old, lived a community of creatures unseen by most. This was a place where the air was imbued with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the canopy in soft, golden streams. This forest was no ordinary woodland. It was a place where the natural and magical coexisted in perfect harmony. The creatures who made their homes here understood the delicate balance of their world and lived in harmony with its rhythms and seasons. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Hoot. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes shone like twin moons in the night. Hoot was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role passed down through generations. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Hoot would gather the forest's inhabitants beneath the ancient great oak. There, nestled in the soft moss and surrounded by the gentle hum of crickets, the creatures would listen to Hoot's stories. His voice was like a gentle breeze, carrying tales of wisdom and wonder. He spoke of the cycles of the moon, the changing of the seasons, and the importance of living in balance with the world around them. One crisp autumn evening, as fiery leaves danced to the forest floor, Hoot began a story that was particularly dear to him. Long ago, he began, when the world was young and the forest was new, there came a time when the balance of nature was threatened. The listeners leaned in closer, drawn into the story as if by a spell. Hoot continued. The seasons began to change too quickly. Winter's chill lingered into spring, and summer's warmth forgot to fade. The creatures grew confused, and the plants struggled to bloom. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, punctuating Hoot's words. In those days, he said, there lived a young fox named Fern. Fern was clever and curious, always exploring the forest and learning its secrets. She noticed the strange changes and felt the unease that had settled over the forest like a heavy fog. Hoot paused, letting the anticipation build. Fern decided to seek the counsel of the elder trees, the oldest and wisest beings in the forest. Their roots ran deep, and their branches touched the sky. It was said they held the knowledge of the earth itself. As Hoot spoke, the creatures imagined the great trees, their bark etched with the passage of time, standing tall and silent in a grove bathed in moonlight. Fern traveled far to reach the elder trees, Hoot continued, and when she arrived, she asked them what could be done to restore balance. The creatures listened intently, their hearts filled with hope. The elder trees spoke in voices like the rustling of leaves, Hoot said softly. They told Fern that the seasons had lost their way because the forest had forgotten the magic of harmony. To restore it, the creatures must come together and perform an ancient ritual under the harvest moon. The forest was silent, save for the gentle whisper of the wind. Hoot's eyes glimmered with the light of the stars as he described how Fern gathered the creatures of the forest. They came from every corner, deer with coats as soft as velvet, rabbits with twitching noses, and birds with songs like honey. Under the silver light of the harvest moon, Hoot said, they danced and sang, each creature contributing its unique voice and spirit to the song of the forest. As they did, a warm glow spread through the trees, and the seasons began to right themselves. The creatures around Hoot sighed, feeling the warmth of the story settle in their hearts. From that day on, Hoot concluded, the forest remembered the importance of unity and harmony. And so, every year, when the harvest moon rises, the creatures come together to celebrate the balance of nature. As Hoot finished his tale, the forest seemed to breathe a contented sigh. The creatures nestled closer under the great oak, comforted by the wisdom passed down through the ages. They knew that as long as they lived in harmony with the forest and each other, the magic of balance would endure. With the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft glow of the stars overhead, the forest drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless stories that bound them all together. And so the ancient forest, with its hidden lives and magical rhythms, continued to thrive, a testament to the power of wisdom, unity, and the gentle magic of the natural world. Story 24. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled in a valley surrounded by whispering forests and gentle hills, there was a small, time-worn bookshop. The shop was a haven for those who cherished the aroma of old pages and the promise of unknown worlds hidden within them. Its owner, a kind and thoughtful woman named Clara, had inherited the shop from her grandfather. Clara loved nothing more than sharing stories with the village children, who would gather eagerly at her feet to listen. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Clara was tidying the shelves when her fingers brushed against a peculiar book. It was tucked away on a high shelf, its cover faded to a soft, velvety green. The title, in elegant gold script, read The Whispering Pages. Intrigued, Clara carefully brought it down and dusted it off, noting how unusually light it felt. As she opened the book, a warm, gentle breeze seemed to waft from its pages, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender and honey. Clara felt a curious tingling sensation, as if the book were alive, whispering secrets just for her ears alone. The pages were filled with delicate illustrations of places she had never seen, and yet somehow they seemed familiar, like a melody long forgotten. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Clara found a curious message written in the margins of the book. It read, "To those who seek beyond the ordinary, the pages will guide." With a sense of wonder and a flutter of excitement, Clara decided to explore the mystery of the whispering pages. She packed a small satchel with essentials, lit a lantern, and set out on a journey through the village and into the forest beyond, guided by the book's magical allure. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive, the trees whispering softly as if sharing ancient secrets. The path, illuminated by the soft glow of her lantern, led her deeper into the woods, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot. Along the way, Clara met a wise old owl perched on a low branch. The owl, with eyes like polished amber, blinked slowly and spoke in a voice as soft as the wind. "You carry the whispering pages, a book of great wonder. It shows what the heart seeks most deeply. Let it guide you, but remember, the true journey is often within." Clara thanked the owl, feeling a warmth in her heart, and continued her journey. As she ventured further, she came across a babbling brook, its waters clear and sparkling under the moonlight. There, a family of otters frolicked, their laughter like tinkling bells. They paused in their play to greet Clara, sharing tales of their adventures and offering her a small silver pebble as a token of friendship. With her spirits lifted by the otters' playful company, Clara pressed on, eventually reaching a serene glade, where the air seemed to shimmer with magic. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gently. Clara felt drawn to it, the book in her hands growing warm, as if urging her closer. Beneath the willow's shelter, Clara sat down, opening the book once more. The pages turned on their own, revealing a story of a village much like her own, where kindness and wisdom had transformed lives. Clara realized that the book was guiding her not to a place, but to an understanding. The true magic lay in the connections between people, in the stories they shared and the kindness they showed. As dawn's first light touched the sky, Clara closed the book, her heart filled with a deep sense of peace and purpose. She made her way back to the village, the path now familiar, feeling as though she had been given a precious gift. Back at the bookshop, Clara placed the whispering pages in a special place where others might discover its secrets. She knew its magic was meant to be shared, to inspire journeys of the heart and remind everyone of the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. And so in that little village, stories continued to weave their gentle magic, bringing warmth and wisdom to all who listened, under the watchful gaze of a kind-hearted storyteller and her enchanted book. Story 25. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle folds of an emerald valley, lay the quaint village of Wisteria Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone streets, lined with houses that seemed to lean into each other for whispered secrets. Each roof was adorned with patches of moss and creeping ivy, giving the entire hamlet a verdant, almost ethereal appearance, especially when the sun cast its golden rays during the early hours of the morning. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her curious spirit and her love for exploring the lush, rolling hills that surrounded Wisteria Hollow. Lyra had a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes, the color of the sky after a spring rain, and a cascade of chestnut hair that danced behind her like a banner of adventure. Her favorite companion on these excursions was her best friend, a mischievous little squirrel named Thistle. Thistle, with his bushy tail and eyes that glimmered with mischief, was always ready for an adventure, especially if it involved discovering new and hidden places. One crisp autumn morning, when the scent of fallen leaves mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Lyra and Thistle set out on one of their exploratory jaunts. The sky was a brilliant canvas of blues and whites, with the occasional flock of birds painting their silhouettes against it. As they wandered further from the village and deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller and older, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of an ancient cathedral. The duo stumbled upon a narrow, winding path that Lyra had never noticed before. Intrigued, they decided to follow it. The path led them through a grove of towering pines, whose needles created a soft, whispering carpet underfoot. The air was crisp and invigorating, each breath filling Lyra with a sense of wonder and possibility. Eventually, the path opened into a small clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. At the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lyra felt a strange pull toward the tree, as if it were calling to her in a language only her heart could understand. As she approached, she noticed something peculiar nestled amongst its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed as though it had been there for centuries, yet it was untouched by time. Lyra knelt beside the box, tracing her fingers over the delicate carvings. The surface was adorned with images of stars and swirling vines, and in the center was a symbol she didn't recognize, a circle cradling a crescent moon. Driven by curiosity, she gently lifted the lid. Inside, she found a shimmering, iridescent stone that glowed with a soft, otherworldly light. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it in her palm, she felt a gentle hum of energy coursing through her. "What do you think it is?" Lyra whispered to Thistle, who had perched himself on her shoulder, his whiskers twitching with interest. Thistle chattered excitedly, his tail flicking back and forth. Lyra smiled, feeling an inexplicable sense of connection with the stone. It was as if it had been waiting for her all along. As they returned to Wisteria Hollow, Lyra couldn't shake the feeling that the stone was more than just a beautiful object. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, she dreamt of a world unlike any she had ever known. In her dream, she saw vast landscapes of crystalline fields, rivers of liquid light, and skies that shimmered with colors beyond imagination. And there, amidst this wonder, stood a figure, a wise and gentle being who seemed to radiate kindness and wisdom. The next morning, Lyra awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew she had to return to the ancient oak and discover the stone's secret. She shared her dream with Thistle, who listened intently, his eyes wide with wonder. Together, they set off once more into the woods, the stone tucked safely in Lyra's pocket. As they reached the clearing, Lyra placed the stone at the base of the oak tree, exactly where she had found it. The air around them seemed to shift, shimmering with an unseen energy. To her amazement, a doorway appeared in the trunk of the tree, outlined by a faint glow. It was a portal, inviting them into the hidden world Lyra had seen in her dream. With a deep breath and a nod of encouragement from Thistle, Lyra stepped through the portal. The sensation was like stepping through a veil of mist, cool and refreshing. On the other side, she found herself in the wondrous realm she had glimpsed in her dreams. The colors were vibrant and alive, the air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the melodious song of unseen birds. Awaiting her was the figure from her dream, who introduced themselves as Eldrin, the keeper of balance. Eldrin was tall and graceful, with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. They explained that the stone Lyra had found was the heart of Wisteria, a magical artifact that maintained the harmony between the hidden world and the land of humans. "The balance has been disrupted," Eldrin said, their voice like the rustling of leaves, "and only one with a pure heart and a courageous spirit can restore it." Lyra felt a mixture of awe and determination. She knew this was the journey she was destined to take, not just for herself, but for the world she loved. With guidance from Eldrin, Lyra embarked on her quest to restore balance. Along the way, she encountered a host of enchanting creatures, each with their own unique wisdom to share. There were the luminous sprites, tiny beings of light who danced through the air like living stars, and the gentle wind-weavers, who spun the breezes with their gossamer wings. Through each encounter, Lyra learned valuable lessons about kindness, patience, and the power of friendship. Her bond with Thistle grew stronger, the little squirrel proving to be an invaluable ally with his quick wit and boundless enthusiasm. As Lyra journeyed deeper into this magical realm, she discovered that the imbalance was caused by a misunderstanding between two ancient beings, the guardian of the waters and the keeper of the skies. Each believed the other had encroached upon their domain, causing a rift that threatened the harmony of the entire realm. With Eldrin's guidance, Lyra approached both guardians, her heart full of compassion and understanding. She listened to their grievances and, with gentle wisdom, helped them see that their differences were not insurmountable. Through her words, she reminded them of the beauty that came from unity and the strength that lay in embracing diversity. Moved by Lyra's sincerity and insight, the Guardians agreed to reconcile. Their reunion was marked by a breathtaking display of nature's splendor. A rainbow arched across the sky, its colors mirrored in the shimmering waters below. The land seemed to sigh with relief, the balance restored at last. With her mission complete, Lyra returned to Wisteria Hollow. The heart of Wisteria safely returned to its place beneath the ancient oak. As a token of gratitude, Eldrin gifted her a small vial filled with the essence of harmony, a reminder of her journey and the friendships she had forged. Back in her village, Lyra found that she had changed in subtle yet profound ways. Her heart was fuller, her spirit more attuned to the world around her. She shared her stories with the villagers, inspiring them to see the magic in their own lives and to cherish the bonds of community. As the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and beloved member of Wisteria Hollow, her adventures becoming the stuff of legend. And though she never forgot her journey, she knew that the true magic lay not just in distant realms, but in the everyday acts of kindness and understanding that wove the tapestry of life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lyra's story became a guiding light for generations to come, a testament to the power of friendship, the courage of the heart, and the enduring magic of the world around us. And with that, the village of Wisteria Hollow continued to thrive, cradled in the gentle embrace of the valley, its people forever touched by the legacy of a young girl and her faithful squirrel, who taught them to see the world through eyes of wonder and hearts full of hope. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whimsical woods, there existed a delightful little village known as Glitterglade. This enchanting place was home to all sorts of quirky creatures who lived harmoniously under the shimmering leaves of trees that whispered secrets in the breeze. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and a hint of magic, making it a truly wondrous place to be. In this village lived a jovial gnome named Mr. Bumblecettle, who had a rather peculiar trait. His ears wiggled whenever he was excited. Mr. Bumblecettle was known for his love of tea parties, and his burrow was always filled with the comforting aroma of freshly baked scones. His best friend, a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg, had a knack for always finding the shiniest acorns, which she collected and strung into necklaces that gleamed in the sunlight. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like diamonds on the grass, Mr. Slough, Bumblecettle, and Nutmeg were preparing for the village's annual Rainbow Festival. The festival was a celebration of joy, where every creature in Glitterglade gathered to dance, sing, and revel in the beauty of the rainbow that appeared over the village at sunset. However, this year's festival was faced with an unexpected problem. The rainbow had vanished. Without the rainbow, the festival would lose its magic, and the villagers would miss the one night of the year when the sky was painted with all the colors of their dreams. Mr. Bumblekettle's ears wiggled furiously as he pondered the mystery. Nutmeg, who was nibbling on a particularly shiny acorn, suggested they seek advice from the wise old owl, Hootsworth, who lived in the tallest tree at the edge of the forest. Hootsworth with his spectacles perched precariously on his beak, listened intently as they explained their predicament. "Ah, the case of the missing rainbow," he mused, ruffling his feathers. "To solve this, you must seek the help of the Rainbow Weaver, a mystical creature who resides beyond the misty meadows. She alone can weave the colors back into the sky." Determined to save the festival, Mr. Bumblecettle and Nutmeg set off on their journey, their hearts light with hope. They traveled through fields of daisies that giggled as they brushed past, and crossed bubbling brooks that sang cheerful tunes. As they reached the misty meadows, they were greeted by a surprising sight, a lively band of dancing daisies twirling in the breeze, their petals swirling in a symphony of colors. Amongst the daisies, they found the Rainbow Weaver, a gentle, ethereal being with hair that shimmered like sunlit rain. She listened to their tale with a soft smile and agreed to help, but there was a twist. The Rainbow Weaver explained that to restore the rainbow, they needed to gather the 7 colors of happiness, which were scattered throughout the forest. The quest led them to delightful adventures. They found red in the glow of a sunset that painted the clouds with warmth, orange in a grove of juicy, tangy oranges that made their cheeks tingle with citrusy delight, yellow in the laughter of a field of sunflowers that tickled their toes. Green was discovered in the gentle rustle of leaves that shared stories of old, blue in the tranquil waters of a pond that mirrored the sky, indigo in the indigo flowers that bloomed with a mysterious allure, and finally, violet in the sweet scent of violets that filled the air with a calming aroma. With all the colors gathered, Mr. Bumblecettle and Nutmeg returned to the Rainbow Weaver, who skillfully wove them into a radiant tapestry of light. As the sun began to set, the sky burst into a spectacular display, and the villagers cheered with joy as the rainbow arched majestically over Glitterglade once more. The Rainbow Festival was a triumph, filled with laughter, music, and the sweet taste of victory. As the night drew to a close, Mr. Bumblecettle and Nutmeg sat together under the twinkling stars, their hearts content and their spirits lifted by the magic of friendship and creativity. And so, in the heart of the whimsical woods, the Rainbow Festival continued to be celebrated year after year, a testament to the power of joy and the wondrous magic of the world around them. As sleep gently settled over Glitterglade, the villagers drifted into dreams filled with colors and light, knowing that adventure and happiness were always just a heartbeat away. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her surroundings were ordinary, Willow possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with a gentle touch. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed an old, tarnished lamp on the mantelpiece. Intrigued, she reached out and gently caressed its surface. To her astonishment, the lamp began to tremble, and a wisp of smoke emerged, taking the form of a kindly old man with a warm smile. "Greetings, dear Willow," the lamp-keeper said in a wheezy voice. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of this ancient lamp. For countless years, I have awaited one with a pure heart to set me free." Willow listened, wide-eyed, as Zephyr explained that the lamp held the power to grant 3 wishes, but only to those who proved themselves worthy through a journey of self-discovery. The following morning, Willow set out into the forest, the lamp safely tucked away in her satchel. She soon encountered 2 peculiar companions: Thistle, a feisty hedgehog with a prickly exterior but a heart of gold, and Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches swayed with gentle wisdom. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the trio faced various challenges that tested their courage and resilience. However, it was not brute force that solved their predicaments, but rather the combined wit and compassion of Willow and her newfound friends. In one instance, they came upon a raging river, its waters swollen and treacherous. Just as they were about to turn back, Oakley's branches reached down, forming a sturdy bridge across the churning waters. "Fear not," he rumbled, "for true strength lies in adaptability and understanding." Another time, they encountered a pack of menacing wolves, their teeth bared and eyes glinting with hunger. But Thistle, with her sharp quills and sharper tongue, stood her ground, reminding the wolves that true friendship was a force to be reckoned with. Through these trials, Willow learned valuable lessons about empathy, courage, and the power of kindness. She realized that the greatest magic often resided within one's own heart, and that true wishes were not about material possessions, but about the bonds forged with others. Finally, after many adventures, the trio reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. Zephyr emerged from the lamp, his form shimmering with ancient wisdom. "You have proven yourself worthy, Willow," he said, his voice filled with pride. "Now speak your heart's desires, and they shall be granted." Willow pondered for a moment, then smiled. "My first wish is for Thistle to have a cozy burrow where she can always feel safe and protected." With a wave of Zephyr's hand, a warm, inviting den appeared, complete with a soft bed of moss and a well-stocked pantry. "My second wish," Willow continued, "is for Oakley to never feel alone, and to have a vibrant forest filled with animal friends to keep him company." Instantly, the clearing burst with life, as birds, squirrels, and other woodland creatures scampered and flitted among Oakley's welcoming branches. Finally, Willow turned to Zephyr. "For my third and final wish, I ask that you, dear friend, be free from the lamp's enchantment, so that you may roam the world as you please." With a grateful nod, Zephyr's form shimmered and transformed into a majestic phoenix, his wings outstretched in glorious freedom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Willow and her friends sat together, basking in the warmth of their newfound bonds. They had learned that true magic lay not in the granting of wishes, but in the simple joys of friendship, kindness, and understanding. And from that day forth, whenever Willow encountered an ordinary object, she saw not its outward appearance, but the extraordinary potential that lay within, a reminder that even the smallest things could hold the greatest wonders. Story 28. Once, in the gentle embrace of the countryside, where rolling hills kissed the sky and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lay a small, unassuming village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by the arms of an ancient forest, whose trees whispered stories older than time itself. In this village lived a young girl named Clara, who possessed a curious heart and a keen eye for the hidden wonders of the world. Clara lived with her grandfather in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy that clung to its walls like a soft green quilt. Her grandfather, a wise old man with a beard as white as the snow-capped mountains, often sat by the fireplace, spinning tales of magic and mystery that danced through the air like the crackling flames. On one such evening, as the fire cast a warm glow across the room, Clara listened intently as her grandfather spoke of a legendary artifact said to be hidden within their very village, a mirror that held the power to reveal the true essence of one's soul. Intrigued by the tale, Clara's imagination fluttered like a bird in flight, and she resolved to uncover the truth behind the legend. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, she set off on her quest, her heart brimming with excitement and trepidation. The village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint thatched-roof cottages, was alive with the gentle hum of life. Clara greeted her friends as she passed by, her eyes scanning for clues that might lead her to the fabled mirror. She soon found herself at the edge of the village, where the forest loomed with an enchanting allure. As Clara stepped beneath the canopy of trees, the world transformed around her. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the melodic symphony of birdsong, and the earthy scent of moss and pine enveloped her like an embrace. It was here, amidst nature's wonders, that Clara believed the mirror might be found. Her journey through the forest was accompanied by the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar figure, an old, twisted oak with a hollow trunk that seemed to beckon her closer. As Clara approached, she noticed something glimmering within the hollow. It was a small, ornate hand mirror, its surface polished to a perfect sheen. Clara's heart raced with the thrill of discovery as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool metal, a gentle voice filled the air as if carried on the breeze. "Greetings, young seeker," the voice said, soft and melodic. "I am the guardian of reflections. You have found the mirror of truth, but its secrets are not easily unveiled." Startled yet captivated, Clara asked, "What must I do to see what the mirror holds?" The guardian's voice, warm and kind, replied, The mirror reflects the heart, revealing what lies within. To unlock its power, you must embark on a journey, not of distance, but of understanding and acceptance. With those words, the mirror's surface shimmered, and Clara saw not her own reflection, but the image of a path winding through the forest, leading deeper into the unknown. Determined and guided by a sense of purpose, Clara followed the path, stepping further into the heart of the forest. As she walked, Clara encountered a series of companions, each with a unique lesson to share. First was a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Its eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to peer into Clara's very soul. "Do not fear the shadows," the owl hooted softly, "for they are but the absence of light, and within them lies the space to dream and grow." Clara pondered the owl's words, understanding that the shadows within her own heart were not to be feared, but embraced as part of her journey. Next she came across a gentle rabbit with fur as soft as clouds, who nibbled on clover in the sun-dappled clearing. The rabbit paused and regarded Clara with a serene gaze. "Patience, dear one," the rabbit whispered. "In the quiet moments we find clarity and peace. Allow time to be your guide." Clara smiled, realizing that rushing through life often led to missing the beauty that lay in the stillness of the present. Further along the path, Clara met a fox whose coat gleamed like autumn leaves. The fox, playful and clever, danced around her feet, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "Trust your instincts, little one," the fox advised with a grin, "for they are the whispers of your heart, guiding you true." With newfound confidence, Clara understood that within her lay the wisdom to navigate her journey, if only she would listen. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in vibrant strokes of orange and pink, Clara finally returned to the clearing where the mirror of truth awaited. Her heart was full, and her mind clear. She held the mirror aloft, its surface reflecting not her face, but a tapestry of vibrant, swirling colors that danced like the aurora in the night sky. In that moment, Clara realized the truth the mirror revealed was not about finding perfection, but embracing her imperfections, her dreams, her fears, and her hopes. The journey had taught her that wisdom lay in understanding and accepting herself, as well as the world around her. With a gentle smile, Clara thanked the guardian of reflections, who nodded approvingly from the gentle sway of the trees. "You have discovered the greatest secret of all, dear Clara," the guardian's voice echoed. "The power of the mirror lies within you, in your heart and in your choices." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Clara returned home. The forest whispered its farewell as she made her way back to her village, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her path. Her grandfather awaited her by the fireplace, the flames flickering with warmth and welcome. As Clara shared her tale, her grandfather listened with a knowing smile, his eyes twinkling with pride. That night, as Clara drifted into the realm of dreams, she carried with her the lessons of the forest and the gentle reminder that the magic she sought was always within her grasp. And so, surrounded by the comforting embrace of her home, she slept soundly, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 29. In the gentle embrace of twilight, the small village of Windy Hollow nestled quietly at the foot of the rolling hills, where the air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and the whispers of the wind told tales of old. Lanterns glowed like fireflies in the windows of the quaint stone cottages, their light flickering warmly against the encroaching darkness. It was a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of life, though it often went unnoticed by its inhabitants. In one such cottage, a young girl named Ailsa sat by the hearth, her dark curls framed by the flickering light of the fire. Her eyes, wide and curious, were fixed upon the small, intricately carved wooden box that rested in her lap. The box had been a gift from her grandmother, who had whispered of its magical properties with a twinkle in her eye. Ailsa's grandmother had always been a purveyor of stories, tales of far-off lands, enchanted woods, and creatures of myth that danced on the edge of reality. Tonight, as the autumn wind sang through the eaves, Ailsa felt a tingling in her fingertips, a pull towards the unknown that the box seemed to promise. She traced the delicate carvings with a gentle touch, feeling the grooves under her skin, a pattern of swirling leaves and tiny stars that seemed to shift and change with the firelight. "Remember," her grandmother had said with a voice like rustling leaves, The box will show you what you need, not what you want. Trust in its wisdom. With a deep breath that filled her with both anticipation and a touch of fear, Elsa slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled among a bed of soft moss, lay a single shimmering stone, a moonstone, cool and smooth to the touch, with a soft glow that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As she held it, the world around her began to blur, and she felt herself being gently pulled, as if by an unseen tide, into a dreamlike state. When the mist cleared, Ailsa found herself standing not in her cozy cottage, but in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were ancient and towering, their branches woven together to form a canopy that danced with dappled light. The air was filled with the earthy scent of loam and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. It was a hidden world, secret and magical, where every leaf seemed to whisper secrets of the ages. A path wound through the forest, beckoning her forward, and with a sense of adventure bubbling within her, Ailsa began to walk. The moonstone, now warm in her hand, seemed to guide her, glowing softly in response to the energy of the forest. As she walked, the forest came alive with gentle, kind-hearted creatures. A family of rabbits, their fur as soft as clouds, hopped alongside her, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. A pair of foxes, their coats a fiery red, watched her from the underbrush with knowing smiles. It was as if the forest itself was welcoming her, sensing her gentle spirit and open heart. Ailsa's journey soon led her to a clearing bathed in golden light, where a small, sparkling pond lay cradled among the trees. The surface of the pond was like glass, reflecting the world above with perfect clarity. Kneeling by the water's edge was a figure, an old man with a long silver beard and eyes that shone with the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Ailsa," he said, his voice rich and warm like honey. "I have been expecting you." Though surprised, Ailsa felt a sense of calm wash over her. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice gentle and full of wonder. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Woods," the old man replied. "And you, my dear, have been chosen by the Moonstone to help restore balance to our world." Ailsa listened intently as the keeper explained that the forest was in danger. A darkness, born of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, was creeping into the edges of their realm, threatening to extinguish the light and magic that sustained it. The Moonstone, he said, was a key, a guide to finding the heart of the forest, where the source of the darkness could be vanquished. "But how will I know what to do?" Ailsa asked, concern furrowing her brow. "Trust in yourself and in the friends you will find along the way," the keeper replied, his eyes twinkling like stars. "For it is through friendship and understanding that true magic is born." With newfound determination, Ailsa continued her journey, the moonstone glowing brighter with each step. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she met others who joined her quest. There was Thistle, a mischievous squirrel with a heart full of courage, and Petal, a gentle deer whose grace and wisdom guided them through the densest parts of the woods. Together, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. They crossed a river of shimmering mist, navigated a maze of ancient, whispering trees, and climbed a mountain whose peak kissed the sky. At each turn, the moonstone offered guidance, illuminating the path forward with its soft, ethereal light. Along the way, Ailsa learned that true strength came not from power, but from kindness and compassion. When Thistle tumbled from a tree and injured his paw, Ailsa and Petal worked together to care for him, their friendship growing stronger with each shared moment. When they encountered a lost bird, its song silenced by fear, they sat with it until it found the courage to fly once more. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, they reached the heart of the forest, a place where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches woven together to form a sacred space. In the center lay a pool of light, its surface swirling with colors that defied description. "This is it," Ailsa whispered, her heart swelling with a mix of awe and purpose. As she stepped forward, the darkness that threatened their world began to gather, a shadowy presence that loomed like a storm cloud. But Ailsa stood firm, the moonstone glowing brightly in her hand, its light pushing back the encroaching shadows. In that moment, she understood that the darkness was not an enemy to be defeated, but a part of the world that needed healing. Drawing upon the love and friendship she had found, Ailsa sang a song of hope and renewal, her voice joining with the whispers of the trees and the songs of the creatures who had become her friends. The darkness trembled, then began to dissolve, its power waning in the face of such pure, unwavering light. As it faded, the forest bloomed with new life, the air filled with the scent of fresh rain and blooming flowers. The keeper appeared once more, his eyes filled with gratitude and pride. "You have done well, Ailsa," he said, his voice a gentle breeze. "You have restored balance and brought new light to our world." As the forest rejoiced, Ailsa felt a warmth in her heart, a deep sense of belonging and purpose. She knew that this journey had changed her, teaching her the true magic of friendship and the power of hope. With a final, grateful glance at her friends and the world she had come to love, Ailsa felt the gentle pull of the moonstone once more. The forest began to fade, and she found herself back in her cozy cottage, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. The moonstone lay in her hand, its glow now a soft, steady pulse, a reminder of the magic she had found and the journey that had forever changed her. As she drifted off to sleep, Ailsa knew that the forest would always be with her, a hidden world of wonder and light, woven into the very fabric of her dreams. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ailsa slept, her heart full of the gentle magic of friendship and the promise of new adventures to come. The wind whispered softly through the night, carrying with it the echoes of a journey well taken and the promise of dreams yet to unfold. Story 30. In the heart of the ancient forest known as Verdant Hollow, where the sun's rays wove through the latticework of leaves like threads of golden silk, there existed a world unseen by most. This hidden realm was alive with the gentle hum of creatures that thrived under the canopy, each playing a vital role in the grand tapestry of life that unfurled with the changing seasons. In this enchanted place, every creature, from the smallest beetle to the grandest stag, was a guardian of the forest's harmony. The air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, mingling with the sweet, earthy aroma of damp soil. The forest floor was a patchwork of emerald ferns and delicate wildflowers, their colors vivid against the dappled sunlight. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Ulysses, whose feathers were mottled with hues of silver and charcoal, a testament to the many seasons he had witnessed. Ulysses was the keeper of the forest's stories, entrusted with the lore and legends passed down through generations. His large, amber eyes held the warmth of 1,000 sunsets, and his voice was as soft as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. One crisp autumn evening, as the forest was draped in shades of russet and gold, Ulysses perched atop his favorite branch, high in the boughs of an ancient oak. From this vantage point, he could see the tapestry of the forest unfolding below, each thread of life interwoven with another. He watched as the squirrels scurried about, gathering acorns for the winter, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Nearby, a family of deer grazed quietly, their breath visible in the cool, crisp air. The wind carried with it the faint whisper of a distant waterfall, harmonizing with the chorus of crickets that serenaded the setting sun. As the sky deepened to a rich indigo, speckled with the first stars of night, a soft glow began to emanate from the heart of the forest. This was the Glimmering Grove, a sacred place where the boundaries between the natural and the magical intertwined. Here, the seasons were woven into the very fabric of reality by the moonlit elders, ancient spirits who safeguarded the balance of the forest. Each season was a symphony, with its own rhythm and melody, and it was the duty of the elders to ensure that each note played in perfect harmony. Yet, on this particular evening, there was a tremor in the air, a subtle discord that Ulysses could sense with every fiber of his being. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Concerned, Ulysses spread his great wings and glided silently down to the glimmering grove, the moonlight painting his feathers with a silvery sheen. As he landed softly on the mossy ground, he found himself surrounded by the moonlit elders, their forms shimmering like mist in the moonlight. Each elder was a guardian of a season, their presence imbued with its essence. There was Zephyr, the spirit of spring, whose touch was as gentle as a new leaf; Solara, the embodiment of summer, warm and radiant; Aurelian, the harbinger of autumn, a tapestry of fiery hues; and finally, Glacia, the spirit of winter, serene and ethereal. "Ulysses," spoke Zephyr, her voice a whisper of spring breezes, The harmony of our realm is at risk. The balance has been disturbed, and we fear the consequences may ripple through all that we hold dear. Ulysses blinked slowly, his mind turning over the possibilities. What has caused this disturbance? He inquired, his voice carrying the weight of the ages. It is the Heartstone, replied Aurelian, his voice rich as the autumn leaf fall. It lies at the center of the glimmering grove, and it has begun to dim. Ulysses nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The Heartstone was the source of the forest's life force, its glow a reflection of the harmony between the seasons. If it were to fade, the balance of verdant hollow would unravel, leaving the forest vulnerable to chaos. Perhaps there is a way to restore the Heartstone's light, mused Glacia, her words as cool as the first snowfall. A task that requires wisdom, friendship, and the strength of our community. The moonlit elders agreed, their forms flickering with resolve. Ulysses, wise and compassionate, offered to seek out those who could help restore the Heartstone's glow. He knew that the answer lay not in the strength of one, but in the unity of many. Thus began Ulysses' journey through verdant hollow, seeking allies among the creatures of the forest. His first stop was the River of Echoes, where the waters whispered secrets of ages past. There he found a family of otters, their fur glistening in the moonlight as they frolicked in the gentle current. "Friends," Ulysses called, his voice a gentle caress. "The forest is in need, and I seek your help." The otters paused in their play, their eyes wide with curiosity. "What can we do?" asked the eldest otter, her voice a ripple of concern. "Your knowledge of the river and its tides is unmatched," Ulysses replied. "We need your guidance to find the hidden springs that feed the Heartstone's light." The otters nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose. Together with Ulysses, they set off along the riverbank, their journey illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies that danced like stars fallen to earth. As they traveled, the gentle murmur of the river mingled with the chorus of the forest, creating a melody that soothed the soul. They passed through glades where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and meadows where the grass whispered tales of old. Their path led them to the Meadow of Mists, where the morning dew lingered like a silken veil. Here they were joined by a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. "Will you help us?" Ulysses asked, his voice as comforting as a gentle breeze. The rabbits, ever eager to lend a hand, nodded in unison. "We know the secret paths through the underbrush," said the eldest rabbit, her eyes bright with wisdom. "We can guide you to the hidden springs." With the rabbits' help, the journey continued, each step bringing them closer to their goal. They ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where the canopy of leaves formed a cathedral of green, the sunlight filtering through in golden beams. At last, they reached the sacred springs, a hidden oasis where crystal-clear waters bubbled up from the earth, their song a soothing lullaby. Here, the otters and rabbits worked together, using their collective knowledge to coax the springs to flow freely, their waters weaving a path back to the Heartstone. As the springs began to flow with renewed vigor, a gentle warmth spread through the ground, reaching the Heartstone at the center of the glimmering grove. Slowly, its light began to pulse with life once more, growing brighter with each passing moment. The moonlit elders watched in awe as the forest's harmony was restored, their forms shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you," Solara spoke, her voice warm as a summer's day. "Your wisdom and friendship have saved our home." Ulysses bowed his head, his heart swelling with pride at the unity and compassion shown by his fellow creatures. The forest song was once again in harmony, its melody a testament to the strength of community and the power of nature's balance. And so, as the night deepened and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, the creatures of Verdant Hollow gathered in the glimmering grove. There, under the watchful gaze of the moonlit elders, they celebrated their victory with songs and stories, the warmth of friendship wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. In this enchanted forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blur, the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished, each playing a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. The air was alive with the scent of pine and moss, and the forest floor was a patchwork of emerald ferns and delicate wildflowers. As the night wore on, Ulysses perched once more atop his favorite branch, his eyes reflecting the glow of the heartstone. He knew that the forest's harmony would endure, as long as its creatures remembered the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, Verdant Hollow thrived, its song a testament to the beauty of nature and the strength of its community. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest awoke to a new day, its balance restored and its harmony secure. And in the gentle embrace of the morning light, the creatures of the forest knew that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry woven together by the magic of the seasons and the bonds of friendship. In this enchanted realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blur, the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished, their stories echoing through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of unity and the beauty of balance. Story 31. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a sense of magic that lingered in the air like the sweet scent of blooming lavender. The cobblestone streets wound their way through charming cottages, each with crooked chimneys that puffed gently like sleepy dragons. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, known for their warm smiles and friendly nods as they went about their daily routines. But recently, something peculiar had begun to happen. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens in perfect order, no matter how wild they had been the night before. Weeds vanished without a trace, flowers stood prouder and more vibrant than ever, and even the vegetables seemed to have grown overnight, ripe and ready for picking. While this might sound like a gardener's dream, the villagers were puzzled by the mystery of it all. One such villager, a young girl named Marigold, found the mystery intriguing. Marigold was known for her bright eyes and curious nature, always eager to learn and explore. She lived with her grandmother, the village's beloved herbalist, in a cozy cottage where the scent of dried herbs and fresh-baked bread greeted anyone who stepped inside. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Marigold set out to unravel the mystery of the miraculous gardens. She packed a small satchel with her notebook, a few apples, and a warm cloak, and headed towards the heart of the village. Her first stop was the home of Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest resident, who was said to be a fountain of wisdom. Mr. Thistle was sitting on his porch, carving intricate patterns into a block of wood. His eyes twinkled with kindness as Marigold approached. "Ah, Marigold, what brings you to an old man's doorstep on such a fine morning?" he asked in his gentle, gravelly voice. "I've come to ask about the gardens, Mr. Thistle," Marigold replied, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Do you know why they have been so perfectly tended overnight?" Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, setting his carving aside. "Ah, the gardens. It's quite the conundrum, isn't it? But perhaps the answer lies not in what you see, but in what you don't." Marigold pondered this riddle as she thanked Mr. Thistle and continued her journey. Her next stop was the village library, a place filled with the comforting smell of aged paper and ink. The librarian, Miss Poppy, was a wise woman with an extensive knowledge of the village's history and tales. "Miss Poppy, do you have any books about mysterious happenings in Willowbrook?" Marigold inquired as she entered the library. Miss Poppy smiled warmly, adjusting her spectacles. "Indeed, dear. Let me show you something." She led Marigold to a corner of the library where a dusty old tome sat on a high shelf. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the book floated down into Marigold's hands. Marigold opened the book carefully, its pages filled with stories of Willowbrook's past. One story caught her eye. It spoke of the garden guardians, tiny magical creatures said to protect the land's flora. According to the tale, these creatures only appear when the balance of nature is at risk, working their magic under the moonlight to restore harmony. Armed with this new knowledge, Marigold decided to find these elusive garden guardians. That evening, as the village settled down for the night, she donned her cloak and quietly slipped into the garden behind her cottage. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the world. Marigold sat patiently, her senses attuned to the night. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. As the hours passed, just when she thought she might drift off to sleep, a gentle rustling caught her attention. Peeking through the bushes, Marigold's heart leaped with joy as she spotted a group of tiny, shimmering creatures bustling about. They were no larger than a sparrow, with wings like those of dragonflies and bodies that glowed with a warm, golden light. These were the garden guardians, moving gracefully among the plants, coaxing them to grow and flourish. Marigold watched in awe as the guardians worked their magic, their touch gentle and kind. She realized then that the gardens were their way of thanking the villagers for taking care of the land and living in harmony with nature. The guardians were ensuring that the village remained a place of beauty and abundance. The next morning, with the mystery solved and her heart full of wonder, Marigold shared her discovery with her grandmother. Together, they decided to keep the secret of the garden guardians, understanding that some mysteries are best left to the magic of belief. From that day forward, Marigold often spent her evenings in the garden, offering her gratitude to the guardians through whispered words and a heart full of appreciation. The villagers, though unaware of the true reason behind the flourishing gardens, continued to cherish the magical gift bestowed upon their homes. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, the gardens remained a testament to the gentle magic of friendship and the quiet wisdom of living in harmony with the world around them. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the villagers never forgot the simple joy of a garden in bloom, knowing that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that remind us of the beauty and wonder of life itself. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun gently filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there was a hidden realm known only to the creatures that dwelled within. Here, the roots of towering oaks intertwined with the whispers of time, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a place where magic danced like fireflies in the twilight. Each dawn, a gentle mist would cradle the forest, wrapping the woodland in its dewy embrace. As the sun climbed higher, the mist would lift, revealing a tapestry of life woven with vibrant colors and soft melodies. Birds of every hue flitted from branch to branch, their songs a symphony of joy and hope, while the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied the rhythm of the wind. In this enchanted forest lived creatures of all shapes and sizes, each playing their part in the grand ballet of nature. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of countless seasons past. Thistle had seen the forest in its many guises, from the lush greens of spring to the fiery hues of autumn, and it was his gentle wisdom that kept the forest in balance. Thistle's home was a small, cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of an ancient willow tree. The willow's long, graceful branches swayed like a dancer's arms, casting soft shadows on the forest floor. Inside the burrow, the air was cool and smelled faintly of moss and damp earth, a perfect sanctuary from the bustling world outside. Thistle was not alone in his guardianship of the forest. His closest companions were Luna, a curious fox with a coat as bright as the setting sun, and Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with a bushy tail and a heart full of laughter. Together, they were bound by a friendship that transcended words, a bond forged in the shared love for their home. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn painted the leaves in shimmering silver, Thistle awoke to find the forest unusually quiet. The usual chatter of birds was absent, and an air of unease hung over the woodland. Concerned, he slowly made his way to the clearing where the creatures of the forest often gathered to share news. Luna and Bramble were already there, their eyes wide with worry. "Thistle," Luna began, her voice a soft whisper, "something is amiss. The river has stopped flowing, and the air feels different." Bramble nodded, his usual cheer dimmed. "The trees say that the magic of the forest is fading. Without the river, many creatures will suffer." Thistle listened, his heart heavy with the weight of their words. He knew that the river was the lifeblood of the forest, its waters nourishing the land and its magic sustaining the delicate balance of life. Without it, the harmony they cherished would unravel. "We must find the source of this trouble," Thistle said, his voice calm and steady despite the urgency of the situation. "Somewhere the magic that binds our forest is fraying, and it is up to us to mend it." With determination in their hearts, the trio set off, their journey guided by the whispers of the wind and the soft glow of the autumn sun. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered signs of the fading magic. a wilting flower here, a fallen leaf that crumbled to dust in their hands. Their path led them to a hidden glen, a place where the air shimmered with a faint, ethereal light. In the center of the glen stood an ancient stone altar, covered in emerald moss and encircled by delicate white flowers. Here, the magic of the forest was at its most potent, a nexus of power that had sustained the land for generations. But now the altar was dim, its light faltering like a candle in the wind. It was here that the river began, its source a spring that bubbled up from the heart of the earth. Yet the spring was silent, its waters stilled by an unseen force. As Thistle, Luna, and Bramble approached, they felt a gentle presence, a voice as soft as the breeze that stirred the leaves. It was the spirit of the forest, an ancient entity that had watched over the land since time immemorial. The spirit's voice was tinged with sadness, a lament for the fading magic. "Dear guardians," the spirit spoke, "the balance of our world is threatened. The seasons are shifting, and the magic that binds them is weakening. To restore harmony, you must rekindle the flame of the altar with the light of the four seasons." The task seemed daunting, yet Thistle's heart swelled with resolve. "We will not fail you, Great Spirit," he promised, his voice unwavering. With the spirit's guidance, the trio embarked on a quest to gather the essence of each season. From the spring, they collected dewdrops that sparkled like diamonds, each drop a testament to the rebirth and renewal of life. In the summer, they gathered sunbeams, warm and golden, captured in the delicate petals of a sunflower. Autumn gifted them with the vibrant reds and golds of its leaves, each one a reminder of the beauty and change. And from the winter, they gathered the purest snowflakes, each one unique and fragile, a symbol of stillness and reflection. As they journeyed, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and wisdom. Yet with each obstacle, they found strength in their friendship, their combined efforts overcoming the trials before them. Luna's quick wit, Bramble's unyielding optimism, and Thistle's steadfast wisdom guided them through the forest, each step bringing them closer to their goal. At last, with the essences of the four seasons in hand, they returned to the glen. The spirit of the forest awaited them, its presence a comforting warmth in the cool autumn air. With great care, Thistle placed the dewdrops, sunbeams, leaves, and snowflakes upon the altar. As the last snowflake settled, a gentle glow began to emanate from the stone, growing brighter until it filled the glen with a warm, golden light. The river, once silent, began to flow again, its waters singing a melody of life and renewal. The forest came alive with the sound of nature's symphony, a chorus of gratitude and joy. The trees swayed in rhythm with the breeze, their leaves whispering secrets of the past and promises of the future. Birds returned to the sky, their songs a celebration of the restored harmony. The spirit of the forest spoke once more, its voice filled with gratitude. "You have saved our world and restored the balance. The magic of the forest will endure, passed down through the generations. Remember this day, and may the wisdom of the seasons guide you always." With their task complete, Thistle, Luna, and Bramble returned to their home beneath the ancient willow. As they settled in for the night, the forest cradled them in its gentle embrace, a place of peace and wonder where dreams danced on the wings of butterflies. And so, beneath a sky painted with stars, the forest slept, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the earth, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the magic of nature. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a little shop called the Tinker's Trove. It was no ordinary shop, for it brimmed with curious trinkets and peculiar gadgets, each with a story waiting to unfurl. The shop was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the knowledge of countless tales. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, a young girl named Lucy wandered into the Tinker's Trove. Lucy was known in Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and the way her laughter could bring warmth to the chilliest of days. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the wondrous array of objects lining the shelves, each one more intriguing than the last. As Lucy explored, her fingers brushed against a small, unassuming pocket watch. It seemed ordinary at first glance, its brass surface slightly tarnished with age. but when Lucy picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and a soft humming resonated from within. Intrigued, she brought the watch to Mr. Thistle, who was polishing a pair of spectacles behind the counter. "Ah, you've found timeless," Mr. Thistle said with a knowing smile, as if the watch had chosen Lucy rather than the other way around. "This is no ordinary timepiece, my dear. It holds the power to guide its bearer to moments of great significance, moments that can shape the journey of a lifetime." Lucy's eyes sparkled with wonder. "What do you mean, Mr. Thistle?" she asked, her voice a mix of excitement and curiosity. Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "Let it guide you, and you shall see. But remember, the journey it takes you on will require more than just bravery. It will require understanding and a heart open to the whispers of the world." With Mr. Thistle's words echoing in her mind, Lucy tucked the watch into her pocket and promised to return with tales of her adventures. As she stepped outside, the autumn sun cast a golden glow on the village, and she felt a stirring of anticipation for what lay ahead. The watch, true to its promise, led Lucy on paths she never imagined. It guided her through the bustling market, where she met a jovial baker named Tom, whose laughter was as hearty as his loaves. Tom had a knack for sharing stories that filled the air with warmth, and he became one of Lucy's cherished companions on her journey. One day, the watch's hum grew stronger, leading Lucy to the edge of the village where the forest whispered secrets among its ancient trees. There she encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low-hanging branch. Oliver's eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest itself. Lucy felt a connection with Oliver she couldn't quite explain. "What are you doing here, Oliver?" she asked, sensing that he, too, was part of the watch's design. "I am a guardian of the forest's tales," Oliver replied, his voice a soothing melody. "And your journey, young one, holds many threads of those stories. Listen well, for understanding comes to those who hear with their hearts." Guided by Oliver's gentle wisdom, Lucy ventured deeper into the forest. She learned to notice the subtle shifts in the wind, the quiet songs of the leaves, and the stories etched in the bark of ancient trees. Each discovery was a thread in the tapestry of her journey, weaving lessons of patience and empathy. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight, Lucy found herself at a clearing. There, a group of woodland creatures had gathered, a family of rabbits, a curious fox, and a pair of deer with gentle eyes. They seemed to be waiting for her, as if knowing that she held the key to something important. In the center of the clearing lay an old, gnarled tree, its bark thick with age. The watch in Lucy's pocket hummed softly, guiding her to the tree's base. There, she found a small, shimmering stone, half buried in the earth. It pulsed with a faint glow, as if holding a secret of its own. The animals watched her expectantly, and Lucy realized that this was the moment she had been guided to. She picked up the stone, feeling the warmth of its light seep into her palms. As she held it, the forest around her seemed to come alive with vibrant energy. Suddenly, a vision unfolded before her eyes, a vision of Willowbrook, not as it was, but as it could be. She saw neighbors helping one another, a community united in kindness and understanding, the village thriving in harmony with the forest that surrounded it. The vision faded, leaving Lucy with a profound sense of peace and purpose. She understood then that the stone was a seed of potential, a reminder that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the ordinary moments of connection and compassion. With Oliver's guidance and the support of her newfound friends, Lucy returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with the stories she had gathered. She shared her experiences with Mr. Thistle, who listened with a smile, knowing that Lucy's journey had only just begun. From that day forward, Lucy carried the stone with her as a reminder of the magic she had discovered. The watch, now silent, rested on her bedside table, a cherished companion in her adventures. And though the forest continued to whisper its secrets, Lucy knew that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness that wove through the fabric of everyday life. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace, Lucy would tell her stories to all who would listen, her voice a soothing melody that lulled the village into a peaceful slumber. For in Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the true magic was found in the hearts of those who dared to discover it. Story 34, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lumina. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, there lay a quaint village named Brindlebrook. The village was known for its cobbled streets, cozy cottages, and a lush forest that kissed the edge of the town. This was no ordinary forest, for it was called the Whispering Woods, a place where the leaves seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to listen. In this village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as big as the sky and a curiosity that matched. He was often seen with his best friend, a clever and cheerful squirrel named Nibbles, who had a knack for finding hidden acorns and secret paths through the woods. Finn was a spirited lad with wild, chestnut curls and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. The story began on a crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds on velvet. Finn and Nibbles were nestled in their favorite spot by the edge of the forest, wrapped in the golden glow of the setting sun. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the cool promise of the coming night. "I wonder what secrets the woods hold tonight," Finn mused aloud, his voice a gentle whisper in the evening calm. Nibbles twitched his whiskers, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Perhaps we should find out," he chirped, ever eager for adventure. As if answering their curiosity, a soft, ethereal glow began to shimmer between the trees. Intrigued, Finn and Nibbles ventured deeper into the forest, their footsteps crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. The light guided them, flickering like a beacon of hope, until they reached a small clearing where a peculiar sight awaited them. There, resting on a bed of moss, was a lantern unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was crafted from crystal, delicate and intricate, with patterns that danced and shifted like the tides. Inside burned a flame of pure sapphire, casting a serene light that bathed the clearing in a tranquil glow. This was the Lantern of Lumina, an object of legend said to possess the power to reveal the hidden truths of the world. Finn's eyes widened in wonder as he approached the lantern. "It's beautiful," he breathed, reaching out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed against the cool surface, a gentle warmth spread through him, filling his heart with a sense of peace and belonging. As he cradled the lantern, a voice, soft and melodious, floated through the air. It was the voice of the forest itself, ancient and wise. "Finn," it spoke, "you have been chosen to embark on a journey, one that will test your courage and kindness. Will you accept this challenge?" Finn exchanged a look with Nibbles, whose eyes were wide with excitement. "We accept," Finn replied, his voice steady and sure. With a gentle hum, the lantern began to glow brighter, enveloping them in its warm embrace. The world around them shifted, and suddenly they found themselves standing in a place both familiar and strange, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods. The trees here were tall and majestic, their leaves shimmering with hues of silver and gold. A gentle breeze rustled through the branches, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. It was a world alive with magic, filled with the soft lull of nature's symphony. As they explored this enchanted realm, they encountered creatures of all kinds. There were wise old owls who shared stories of the past, playful foxes whose laughter rang like bells in the air, and gentle deer who guided them along hidden paths. Each creature they met added a thread to the tapestry of their adventure, teaching them the value of friendship and the importance of listening to the world around them. But the journey was not without its challenges. Deep within the forest lay a mystery, a secret that had been guarded for centuries. It was said that somewhere in this hidden world was a pool of water so pure and clear that it could reflect the true nature of one's soul. Many had sought it, but none had found it, for the path to the pool was shrouded in darkness and doubt. Finn knew that to fulfill his quest, he must find this pool and unlock the secret it held. With Nibbles at his side, they ventured deeper into the forest, guided by the lantern's soft glow. The path was fraught with obstacles, a tangled thicket of thorns, a deep ravine spanned only by a fragile bridge of vines, and a dense fog that obscured their way. Through each trial, Finn and Nibbles relied on their friendship and the lessons they had learned. They listened to the whispers of the woods, followed their hearts, and never lost sight of their goal. Their bond grew stronger with each step, a testament to the power of trust and companionship. Finally, After what seemed like an eternity, they reached a secluded glade where the air was thick with magic. In the center lay the pool, its surface smooth and still as glass. Finn approached it with reverence, peering into its depths. As he gazed into the water, the reflection that stared back at him was not just his own. It was a tapestry of memories, a mosaic of moments that defined who he was. Joy and sorrow, bravery and fear, kindness and doubt, all woven together to form the essence of his being. In that moment, Finn understood the true nature of the pool. It was not merely a reflection of what was, but a glimpse into what could be. It showed him the path of growth and transformation, the journey of becoming the best version of himself. With newfound clarity, Finn turned to Nibbles, who watched him with unwavering trust. "We've found it," Finn said softly, his voice filled with awe and gratitude. As the words left his lips, the lantern began to glow with a brilliance that rivaled the stars. The forest around them seemed to sigh in contentment, as if acknowledging the completion of a great task. The voice of the forest spoke once more, gentle and full of warmth. "You have seen the truth within yourself, dear Finn. Remember that the greatest magic lies not in what you possess, but in who you choose to be." With those words echoing in their hearts, Finn and Nibbles made their way back through the whispering woods. The journey had changed them, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. They returned to Brindlebrook as heroes, not because of the lantern they bore, but because of the wisdom they carried. As they stepped into the familiar embrace of their village, the lantern's light began to fade, its purpose fulfilled. It was no longer needed, for the true light now shone from within Finn himself. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle hum of the forest, Finn and Nibbles settled back into their lives, their hearts forever touched by the magic of the whispering woods. They knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the light of friendship and the strength of their own spirits. In the end, the greatest adventure was not the journey through the enchanted forest, but the journey of the heart. A journey that taught them the power of kindness, the beauty of dreams, and the boundless potential within each and every one of us. And so, as the fireflies danced in the night, and the world settled into slumber, Finn and Nibbles drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the wonder of the world they had discovered, and the promise of all the adventures yet to come. The end. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Calla. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, stood at the end of a cobblestone lane where the village met the mysterious woods. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Calla would sit by her window, gazing into the forest's depths with a sense of longing and curiosity. The villagers spoke of the enchanted woodland in hushed tones, weaving tales of hidden creatures and mystical happenings. But Calla, with her heart full of wonder, believed that the forest held secrets waiting to be discovered. Her grandmother, who had raised her with stories as rich and warm as the hearth they sat beside, often warned her of the forest's charm. "Magic," she would say, "is as unpredictable as the wind. It can lift you to the skies or sweep you off course." Despite her grandmother's caution, Calla's adventurous spirit was unyielding. One crisp autumn morning, as the world lay blanketed in a misty embrace, Calla decided to venture into the forest. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and her grandmother's old compass, which had always pointed true, even when the stars were hidden behind clouds. As she stepped into the forest, the air turned cooler, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The leaves rustled like whispers in a forgotten language, and the sunlight danced through the canopy in dapples of gold. Calla's heart beat with a rhythm of excitement and trepidation as she followed a narrow path that wound deeper into the woods. The forest, with its towering trees and tangled undergrowth, seemed alive, as if watching her with invisible eyes. She walked for hours, guided by the compass's unwavering needle, until she reached a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. At the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a small, ornate box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. Calla approached the pedestal, her breath caught between awe and disbelief. The though small, held an undeniable aura of magic. Her fingers traced the delicate carvings, and as she did, the box began to hum with a gentle, melodic vibration. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lid, revealing a luminous silver feather nestled within. The feather, impossibly light and imbued with a soft, radiant glow, seemed to pulse with life. As Kala held it, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, up her arms, and into her heart. She knew, without knowing how, that the feather was a gift from the forest, a token of trust. With the feather in her possession, Kala found her senses heightened. She could hear the songs of unseen birds, the rustle of creatures in the underbrush, and the whispering of the wind through the leaves. The forest, which once seemed vast and impenetrable, now felt like an old friend. As she made her way back towards the village, the feather guided her, its glow illuminating the path even as dusk settled in. She returned home with a heart full of stories and a mind alight with possibilities, eager to share her discovery with her grandmother. That evening, by the crackling fire, Kala recounted her adventure, the feather resting between them on the wooden table. Her grandmother listened with a mixture of wonder and concern, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "The forest has chosen you, Kala," she whispered, her voice a gentle melody. "But remember, with magic comes responsibility. Use the feather wisely, and it will guide you well." Over the following weeks, Kala learned to wield the feather's magic with care. She discovered that it could heal small wounds, calm troubled animals, and even reveal hidden paths within the forest. With each use, her connection to the woodland deepened, and she became a bridge between the village and the enchanted realm. Word of Kala's gift spread quickly, and the villagers came to her with their troubles, seeking her aid. She never turned them away, her heart as open as the forest she loved. In return, they gifted her with their friendship and trust, mending the rift between the village and the woods. One day, as winter's chill began to creep into the air, a stranger arrived in the village. He was a tall, cloaked figure with eyes like storm clouds and a presence that commanded attention. He introduced himself as Rowan, a traveler from a distant land, seeking the magic of the forest. Rowan's arrival was met with curiosity and caution, but Kala, ever welcoming, invited him into her home. By the fire's glow, he shared tales of his journeys, of lands filled with wonders and dangers alike. In return, Kala spoke of the forest and the feather, her words woven with the warmth of friendship. Rowan listened intently, his gaze never leaving the feather. "Such a gift is rare," he said, his voice a gentle rumble. "But magic, like all things, must be protected. There are those who would seek to control it for their own ends." Kala nodded, understanding the weight of his words. She had seen how power could corrupt, how it could turn kindness into greed. Yet, she believed in the goodness of those around her, in the strength of the bonds she had forged. As the days turned to weeks, Rowan became a part of the village, his presence a comforting shadow. He helped where he could, his knowledge and skills lending strength to their small community. And in turn, he found solace in their simple joys, their laughter and companionship. Winter tightened its grip on the land, draping the village in a blanket of snow. The forest, though barren of leaves, held a serene beauty, its branches adorned with delicate frost. Kala, bundled in her warmest cloak, often ventured into the woods, the feather a beacon of light against the winter's gloom. It was during one such visit that she encountered a creature unlike any she had seen before. A fox, its fur a striking shade of silver, watched her with eyes that gleamed like stars. The fox approached cautiously, its movements fluid and graceful, as if the snow were but an illusion beneath its paws. Kala knelt, extending her hand in greeting. The fox sniffed at her fingers, then nudged her palm with its nose, a gesture of trust. In that moment, Kala understood that the fox, much like the feather, was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets. The fox led her deeper into the woods, to a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their trunks gnarled with age. In the heart of this grove lay a pool of water, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's pale light. Kala felt a surge of awe, for she knew this was a sacred place, a wellspring of the forest's magic. Kneeling by the pool's edge, Kala dipped the feather into the water. The surface shimmered, rippling with light that danced like fireflies in the night. As she watched, images began to form. stories woven from the threads of time. She saw the forest's past, its present, and glimpses of what might come. The visions showed her a future where the village and the forest thrived in harmony, their fates intertwined. But they also warned of a shadow, a threat that lingered at the edges of their world, waiting for the moment to strike. Calla returned to the village with a heart full of both hope and caution. She shared what she had seen with her grandmother and Rowan, her voice steady despite the weight of her revelations. Together, they pondered the meaning of the visions, seeking a path that would ensure their future was one of peace. As spring approached, the village came alive with the promise of new beginnings. The snow melted, revealing the vibrant green of the forest floor, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and the buzz of insects. Calla, with Rowan and the villagers by her side, worked tirelessly to strengthen the ties between their world and the forest. They planted seeds of understanding, nurturing them with the waters of trust and respect. Calla used the feather's magic sparingly, always with the intent to heal and protect. And the fox, ever watchful, became a silent sentinel, its presence a reminder of the forest's enduring spirit. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of color, Calla found herself by the pool once more, the silver fox at her side. She gazed into the water, seeking guidance as she had done before. The visions came, but this time they were filled with warmth and light, a tapestry of joy and unity. The shadow that had once loomed over their future was gone, banished by the strength of their bonds and the wisdom they had shared. Calla smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude, for she knew that the forest had gifted them not just with magic, but with the power to change their fate. With the fox as her guide, Calla returned to the village, her steps light and her spirit lifted. She knew that the journey was far from over, that challenges would come and go like the seasons. But she also knew that together they could weather any storm. And so, beneath the starlit sky, Calla and her friends celebrated their newfound harmony, their laughter rising to mingle with the night breeze. The feather, a symbol of their journey, glowed softly in her hand, a promise of the magic that lay within their hearts. As the night deepened, Calla stood by her window, gazing out at the forest that had become her home. She felt a gentle tug of the feather's magic, a reminder of the path she had chosen. With a sigh of contentment, she turned away from the window, the warmth of the hearth embracing her like an old friend. And there, in the quiet of her cottage, Calla found peace, knowing that in the heart of the forest and the village alike, they had woven a story of friendship and hope, a tale that would echo through the ages, as enduring as the trees themselves. Story 36. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between whispering forests and rolling hills, there stood a cottage unlike any other. It was built with stones kissed by moss and ivy, with windows that twinkled like the eyes of a wise old owl. Inside, every nook and cranny held a secret, but none more enchanting than the little wooden box perched on the mantelpiece. This box, with its intricate carvings of stars and spirals, was said to hold the secret to true happiness. Living in the cottage was a kind-hearted woman named Amara. Her days were spent weaving stories for the village children and tending to her lush garden, where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than a painter's palette. Amara was beloved by all, yet there was a quiet yearning in her heart for a bit of adventure, a touch of the extraordinary. One soft autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, Amara decided to dust the mantelpiece. As she lifted the mysterious box, it slipped from her hands and tumbled open, revealing a delicate key shimmering like moonlight. The key seemed to sing with a gentle melodic hum, filling the room with a warmth that wrapped around her like an embrace. Intrigued, Amara decided to seek out the lock that matched this magical key. She knew this journey would not be one of distance, but of discovery. With a twinkle of determination in her eye, she set off down the winding path that led into the forest, the key safely nestled in her pocket. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the sweet scent of pine. As Amara walked, she was joined by a lively squirrel named Tilly, who bounced along the path beside her, chattering excitedly about the treasures hidden within the woods. Tilly's curiosity was infectious, and soon Amara found herself laughing at the squirrel's tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. Further into the forest, they met a wise old turtle named Thaddeus, who moved with the grace of slow, deliberate wisdom. Thaddeus spoke in a voice as deep as the earth, offering gentle guidance and stories of the forest's ancient secrets. "The key you carry," he said, "holds the potential to unlock what you seek within yourself. Listen closely, and you shall find the path." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a serene glow over the forest, Amara and her new companions reached a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its roots was a door, weathered and covered with moss, the perfect fit for Amara's key. With a deep breath, Amara inserted the key into the lock. As the door creaked open, a soft light spilled out, warm and inviting. Inside, she found a room filled with mirrors of every shape and size, each reflecting a different part of her life. In these reflections, she saw moments of joy, acts of kindness, and instances of courage she had forgotten. It was as if the mirrors were gently reminding her of the happiness she had always carried within. Suddenly, Amara understood. The box, the key, the journey, they were all guiding her to see the beauty in her own heart, the extraordinary in her ordinary life. She turned to thank Tilly and Thaddeus, who nodded knowingly, their eyes twinkling with the satisfaction of a challenge met with wisdom and friendship. With a newfound sense of peace, Amara returned to her cottage, the key now a cherished symbol of her inner journey. The village seemed brighter, the laughter of the children sweeter, and her stories richer with lessons of kindness and self-discovery. And so, the little wooden box remained on the mantelpiece. But now it held a new secret, a reminder that the truest magic lies not in the objects we find, but in the journey of discovering ourselves. As Amara nestled into her cozy armchair by the crackling fire, she whispered a silent promise to herself, to always seek the extraordinary in the everyday, and to cherish the wisdom of friendship. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle hum of the key echoing softly in her dreams. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled within the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Evergreen Hollow. The village was a place where magic gently wove through the everyday lives of its inhabitants, as naturally as the sun rose and set. The cottages were adorned with ivy that shimmered with silver dew, and cobblestone streets wound like threads of an intricately woven tapestry. The air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the faint, comforting aroma of fresh-baked bread from the village bakery. In this serene setting, there lived a young girl named Seraphina. Seraphina was known for her curious mind and gentle heart. Her days were filled with reading tales of adventure and exploring the enchanted nooks of Evergreen Hollow, often with her best friend, a wise old barn owl named Oliver. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced softly to the ground, Seraphina noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved fountain, usually a source of crystalline water that sparkled in the sunlight, was dry. The fountain was the heart of the village square, and its sudden silence puzzled everyone. Seraphina, with Oliver perched on her shoulder, decided to investigate. She approached the fountain, tracing her fingers along the intricate carvings of woodland creatures that adorned its stone surface. "What do you think happened, Oliver?" she mused aloud. Oliver blinked his large amber eyes, his feathers ruffling slightly in the breeze. "Perhaps the answer lies not in what we see, but in what we hear," he suggested, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Taking Oliver's advice to heart, Seraphina closed her eyes and listened carefully. Over the gentle chatter of the villagers and the distant melody of a lark, she heard a subtle, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the ancient oak tree that stood majestically at the edge of the square. Curious, Seraphina walked over to the oak, Oliver flitting silently behind her. As she approached, she noticed a small door at its base, something she had never seen before. The door was crafted from the same gnarled wood as the tree, with a tiny brass handle that glinted in the dappled sunlight. With a cautious yet excited heart, Seraphina gently turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, she found a winding staircase spiraling down into the roots of the tree. The air was cool and carried a faint whisper of magic. With Oliver perched securely on her shoulder, she descended the stairs. The staircase led to a cavern illuminated by soft, glowing mushrooms. In the center stood a small, elderly creature with twinkling eyes and a long, flowing beard. He was a gnome, his clothes crafted from leaves and moss. "Welcome, young Seraphina," the gnome greeted warmly. "I am Eldrick, the guardian of the waters." Seraphina, filled with wonder, introduced herself and explained the village's predicament. Eldrick nodded sagely. "The waters of the fountain flow from a hidden spring deep within these woods. But recently, a family of mischievous sprites has diverted the flow for their playful games." Seraphina listened intently, her mind already forming a plan. "Is there a way we can convince the sprites to return the water to the fountain?" she asked. Eldrick smiled, his eyes glinting with approval. "Indeed, there is. Sprites are fond of music and stories. Perhaps if we offer them a tale and a melody, they would be willing to listen." With Eldrick's guidance, Seraphina and Oliver crafted a plan. They gathered a small group of villagers, each skilled in storytelling or music. As dusk fell, they ventured to the grove where the sprites were known to gather. The grove was alive with a soft, magical glow. The sprites, tiny and luminous, flitted about like fireflies. Seraphina, with Oliver by her side, stepped forward and began to tell a tale of friendship and harmony, her voice weaving a spell of its own. The musicians joined in, their instruments echoing the gentle rhythm of the forest. The sprites, captivated by the story and music, paused their games and listened. As the final notes faded into the night, the leader of the sprites, a tiny being with wings that shimmered like moonlight, approached Seraphina. "Your tale was enchanting," the sprite said, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "We did not mean to cause harm. We will redirect the waters to your fountain once more." True to their word, the sprites worked their magic, and soon the sound of flowing water returned to Evergreen Hollow. The fountain bubbled and sparkled, more vibrant than ever. The villagers rejoiced, grateful to Seraphina, Oliver, and their new sprite friends. As a token of gratitude, Eldrick gifted Seraphina a small vial of enchanted water, a reminder of the harmony they had restored. And so, with the mystery solved and the village at peace, Seraphina returned to her cozy cottage, her heart light and her spirit full of joy. As she drifted off to sleep, she knew that in the magical world of Evergreen Hollow, friendship and wisdom would always guide her through the mysteries of life. And thus the village continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of its enchanted woods, forever touched by the gentle magic that whispered through its leaves. The end. Story 38. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young boy named Finn. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages, seemed ordinary enough at first glance. But beneath the surface, it held a secret that would soon unfurl like a delicate flower in the warmth of spring. Every evening, as the sky blushed with hues of lavender and gold, Finn would wander down to the lake's edge. There, among the gentle lapping waves, he found solace. One particular evening, as the fireflies began their flickering dance, Finn noticed something peculiar nestled against the roots of an old willow tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface glistening with dew. Curiosity sparked in Finn's heart, and he carefully opened the box. Inside lay a simple, yet beautifully crafted paintbrush. The handle was smooth, and the bristles seemed to shimmer with a light all their own. As Finn held the brush, a warmth spread through his fingers, and he felt a gentle tug at his heart, a whisper of magic. He took the brush home, cradling it like a treasure. That night, under the soft glow of a lantern, Finn dipped the brush into a small pot of paint. As he began to paint, something extraordinary happened. The scenes he created, lush forests, sparkling rivers, and starry skies, leapt off the page and shimmered with life. It was as if the brush breathed its own magic into the colors, making them dance and sing. Finn's eyes widened with wonder, and he realized that this brush was no ordinary tool. It had the power to bring his imagination to life. Each stroke was a song, each color a melody, and Finn was the maestro of this enchanting symphony. The next morning, word of Finn's magical painting spread through the village like a gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers. Villagers gathered to see his creations, their faces alight with awe and joy. In the crowd was a wise old woman named Immerse, known for her deep knowledge of the village's history and secrets. Immerse approached Finn, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Ah, young one," she said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. You have discovered the Brush of Wonders, a gift from the ancient spirits of the lake. It is said that whoever wields this brush must embark on a journey to understand the true essence of creativity and heart. Finn listened intently, his heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. "What must I do?" he asked, eager to learn more. "The brush chooses its artist for a reason," Maris replied, her voice soothing. "It is not just about creating beauty, but about understanding the world around you and sharing that understanding with others." With these words echoing in his mind, Finn decided to set out on a journey that would take him beyond the familiar hills and into the heart of the unknown. Along the way, he met a host of characters, each with their own unique personalities and stories. There was Jasper, a jovial squirrel with fur as soft as the clouds, who guided Finn through the dense forests. Then there was Lila, a gentle fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew, who shared tales of the stars and the secrets they held. As Finn traveled, he painted the landscapes and creatures he encountered, each brushstroke teaching him something new, about the world, about the people, and about himself. He learned that true creativity was not just about conjuring images, but about seeing with the heart, listening with the soul, and connecting with others through shared experiences. One day, as Finn rested by a babbling brook, he faced his greatest challenge. A great fog had descended upon a nearby village, obscuring the sun and dampening the spirits of its people. The villagers were lost and frightened, unable to see the beauty and hope that lay just beyond the mist. Finn knew that this was a task for the Brush of Wonders. But how could he dispel the fog? He pondered and reflected, seeking wisdom rather than force. Then an idea blossomed within him, gentle and clear. He began to paint, soft, swirling colors of warmth and light, scenes of joy and laughter, hope and dreams. As he painted, the fog began to lift, revealing the vibrant world beyond. The villagers watched in awe as the colors danced and twirled, enveloping their hearts in warmth and light. With the fog gone, the village thrummed with newfound life and joy. Finn had learned that true magic lay not in the brush itself, but in the ability to see the beauty in the world and to share it with others. As Finn returned home, his heart was full. He had discovered the secret not just of the magical brush, but of life itself. It was a secret woven through the fabric of the world, a tapestry of kindness, wisdom, and connection that bound all living things together. And so, in a village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, a young boy with a magical brush continued to create wonders. His heart forever changed by the journey he had undertaken, a journey of discovery, understanding, and endless wonder. Story 39. In a cozy woodland hollow where ancient trees twisted their branches into a verdant canopy, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her bright eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her familiar forest home. One crisp morning, as Willow nibbled on dewdrop-studded clovers, she noticed a shimmering light flickering between the tree trunks. Intrigued, she hopped closer, her nose twitching with excitement. There, nestled in a thicket of ferns, stood an arched doorway carved from luminous crystal, pulsing with a warm, radiant glow. Willow had never seen anything like it. Her cautious nature urged her to stay within the safety of the woods, but her adventurous spirit yearned to unravel this enchanting mystery. Mustering her courage, she took a deep breath and stepped through the crystalline archway. She found herself in a realm unlike any she could have imagined. Towering mushroom caps dotted a rolling meadow of emerald grass, their spotted tops unfurling like vibrant umbrellas. Gossamer winged fairies flitted among the fungal giants, trailing shimmers of stardust in their wake. A meandering stream trickled with the sweetest nectar, and every pebble along its banks seemed to shimmer like a precious gem. As Willow bounded across the ethereal landscape, she encountered a host of whimsical creatures. Giggling pixies peeked out from behind toadstools, their mischievous grins promising delightful escapades. A wise old tortoise ambled by, his shell adorned with an intricate map etched into the whorls and ridges, and a family of sprites swung from the low-hanging branches of a weeping willow tree, their tinkling laughter like a gentle rain of silver bells. With each new encounter, Willow's sense of wonder grew, but so too did her courage. She learned that the true magic of this realm lay not just in its breathtaking beauty, but in the kindness and friendship shared by its inhabitants. When a curious gnome became hopelessly tangled in a patch of enchanted brambles, Willow's nimble paws deftly freed him. In return, the grateful gnome taught her the secret language of the woodland creatures, allowing her to communicate with her newfound friends. As the golden sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors, Willow realized her journey had come full circle. She had ventured into the unknown, embraced its wonders with an open heart, and emerged not just enriched by the experience but forever changed by the courage and compassion she had discovered within herself. With a contented smile, Willow hopped back through the crystal archway, her mind brimming with tales of her magical adventures. And as she settled into her mossy den, she knew that the true enchantment of that realm would forever live on in her memories and in the lessons of friendship, bravery, and the beauty of exploration that she had learned along the way. Story 40: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Light. In a small village, nestled at the edge of a dense, mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a quaint place, with cobblestone streets that wound between cottages with thatched roofs, each surrounded by gardens brimming with vibrant flowers. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of lavender and the distant hum of bees busy at their work. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the whispering woods that bordered their homes. It was said that deep within the forest lay a hidden world, a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang melodies known only to the wind. But of all the tales told by the fireside, none intrigued Lila more than the legend of the Lantern of Light, a magical object said to hold the power to illuminate the deepest darkness and reveal the truth hidden in shadows. Lila, with her curious spirit and a heart as bright as her name, often wandered to the forest's edge, peering into the tangled thickets, dreaming of the hidden world beyond. Her best friend, a gentle and thoughtful boy named Finn, shared her fascination. Together they would spend hours imagining what lay beneath the forest canopy, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the breeze. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was imbued with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to venture into the Whispering Woods. The sun had just begun to rise, casting golden light across the landscape as they stepped into the shadows of the ancient trees. The forest was a world unto itself, where time seemed to slow and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that danced with every passing breeze. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive. Every rustle, every whisper of wind in the leaves felt like a secret being shared. "Do you think we'll find it?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell of the woods. Lila smiled, her eyes bright with determination. "I hope so. But even if we don't, there's so much to discover here." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded its mysteries. They found a brook, its water sparkling in the dappled sunlight, singing a merry tune as it hurried over smooth stones. Nearby, a family of deer watched them with curious eyes, their coats blending seamlessly with the shadows. Hours passed, and the forest revealed its wonders, but the Lantern of Light remained elusive. Just as they were about to turn back, a soft, melodic voice drifted through the trees. They followed the sound, their footsteps light on the moss-covered ground, until they arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate lantern. It was unlike anything they had ever seen, crafted from silver and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. Lila's heart skipped with excitement. "Finn, could it be?" Finn nodded, his eyes wide with awe. "I think it is." As they approached, the lantern began to glow, casting a warm, gentle light that filled the clearing. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to unfold. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. The lantern's light intensified, enveloping them in a cocoon of shimmering brilliance. Suddenly, the world around them changed. The clearing transformed, the trees now alive with vibrant colors, their leaves whispering secrets in a language that Lila and Finn could somehow understand. The brook's melody turned into a symphony of joy, and the deer, now joined by other creatures of the forest, gathered around with eyes full of wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, seekers of light," a soft voice spoke, emanating from the lantern itself. "You have found the lantern of light, a gift from the forest to those pure of heart." Lila and Finn exchanged looks of wonder and disbelief. "What does it mean?" Lila asked, her voice tinged with awe. "The lantern reveals the truth," the voice continued. "It sheds light on what is hidden, but it also listens to the desires of the heart. What do you seek, young ones?" Finn spoke first, his voice steady with sincerity. "We seek to understand the forest, to learn its secrets, and to protect it." Lila nodded in agreement. "And to bring light to our village, to share the magic of the forest with others." The lantern's light pulsed warmly, as if acknowledging their wishes. "Then your journey begins," the voice said, its tone gentle and encouraging. "The forest will guide you, and the lantern will be your companion." With those words, the light receded, returning the forest to its familiar state. But Lila and Finn felt different, as if the world around them had shifted, in some subtle yet profound way. They spent the rest of the day exploring, the lantern guiding them to hidden paths and secret glades. They discovered a grove where the trees sang in harmony, their branches swaying in a dance of unity, and a meadow where flowers bloomed in colors they had never imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Lila and Finn made their way back to the village. The lantern's glow lit their path, casting a warm circle of light that seemed to hold the magic of the forest within its embrace. That night, as they sat by the fireplace in Lila's cozy cottage, they shared their adventure with her family. The room was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the comforting warmth of crackling logs. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder and their hearts touched by the tale of the Lantern of Light. Over the following days, Lila and Finn continued to explore the forest, each journey revealing new wonders and deepening their understanding of the natural world. The lantern became a symbol of hope and unity, its light a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the everyday. As the seasons changed, so did Lila and Finn. They grew wiser, their friendship deepening with each shared adventure. They learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and to see the world through the eyes of its creatures. And in doing so, they discovered that the greatest magic of all was the bond they shared and the light they brought to each other's lives. The legend of the Lantern of Light spread throughout the village, inspiring others to seek its wisdom and to cherish the beauty of the forest. The villagers began to gather for festivals beneath the trees, celebrating the changing seasons and the light that connected them all. And so the Whispering Woods became a place of wonder and enchantment, where the lantern's light continued to shine brightly, guiding those who ventured into its depths with open hearts and curious minds. Lila and Finn's story became a cherished part of the village's lore, a testament to the power of friendship, the magic of nature, and the light that dwells within us all. In the quiet moments, when the moon hung low in the sky and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, Lila and Finn would sit by the forest's edge, the lantern's glow casting a gentle light around them. They would talk of dreams and adventures yet to come, their laughter mingling with the night breeze, knowing that as long as they had each other, the world would always be filled with light. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the shimmering lantern, their story continued, woven into the fabric of the Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and discovery that would be told for generations to come. Thus, in the heart of the forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Lila and Finn's journey found its place among the stars, a beacon of hope and wonder that would never fade. And in the village, nestled at the forest's edge, the air remained filled with the sweet scent of lavender, the promise of adventure, and the comforting glow of the Lantern of Light. Story 41. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves sang softly in the gentle breeze and the golden sunbeams danced upon the forest floor, there was a quaint little village known as the Glimmering Glen. It was a place where the magic of nature intertwined with the everyday lives of its inhabitants, a place where dreams seemed to float like dandelion seeds on a summer breeze. In this serene village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as warm as the summer sun, and whose curiosity was as boundless as the night sky. Lyra had a knack for noticing things that others overlooked, a gift that often led her on delightful adventures around the glimmering glen. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The morning dew, which usually clung to the grass like tiny diamonds, was missing. Instead, the ground was sprinkled with a fine, shimmering dust that sparkled in the early light. Confused but intrigued, Lyra knelt to touch the mysterious substance. It was cool and silky, not unlike the feel of moonlight itself. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lyra set off towards the heart of the forest, where the wise old owl, Orlin, resided. Orlin was known to be the keeper of ancient lore, his feathers as white as snow, and his eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. As Lyra approached Orlin's oak, she called up to him in the branches. "Orlin, have you noticed the strange dust upon the ground this morning?" Orlin fluttered down, his wings whispering secrets as they cut through the air. "Ah, young Lyra," he hooted softly, "I have indeed seen this dust before. It is the stardust of the Whispering Woods, a rare occurrence that happens only when the veil between our world and the realm of the forest spirits grows thin." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it mean? Is something wrong, Orlin?" The wise owl tilted his head thoughtfully. "Not wrong, dear Lyra, but perhaps a sign that something is amiss. The spirits share their dust when they wish to communicate, to tell us of a change in the balance of our world." With Orlin's guidance, Lyra knew she had to be attentive, to listen for the whispers of the forest that might lead her to the heart of this gentle mystery. She thanked Orlin and ventured deeper into the woods, her footsteps soft upon the carpet of leaves. As she wandered, Lyra began to notice other subtle changes. The birds sang in a slightly different tune, and the usual chatter of squirrels seemed hushed, as if waiting for something to happen. It was as if the forest held its breath, wrapped in an expectant silence. Deep within the woods, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient book bound in vines and leaves, its pages fluttering softly as if turned by an invisible hand. Drawn to it, Lyra reached out and opened the book. To her astonishment, the pages were blank, save for a single word that glowed softly upon the first page. "Listen." Understanding dawned upon her like the first light of dawn. The spirits were offering a clue, urging her to listen to the forest with her heart as well as her ears. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the sounds of the forest to wash over her. The rustling leaves, the gentle breeze, the distant call of a nightingale, it all wove together into a symphony of nature. And then she heard it, a soft melodic hum, almost like a lullaby, coming from somewhere beyond the clearing. Following the sound, Lyra found herself at the edge of a sparkling brook where a tiny, luminescent creature floated above the water. It was a water sprite, its translucent wings shimmering like rainbows in the sunlight. The sprite smiled kindly at Lyra, its voice as gentle as a summer rain. "Thank you for hearing our call, dear child. We need your help to restore the balance of our beloved woods." Lyra nodded, her heart full of resolve. "Tell me what I can do," she said. The sprite explained that the balance had been disturbed by a forgotten promise, an ancient pact between the forest spirits and the villagers of the glimmering glen. Long ago, a festival of light had been held each year to celebrate the unity of the forest and its people, but over time the tradition had faded into memory. "The festival must be revived," the sprite sang, "to rekindle the bond that keeps our worlds whole." With newfound purpose, Lyra returned to the village, her mind brimming with ideas. She spoke to the elders, sharing the sprite's message and the importance of the festival. Inspired by her passion, the villagers agreed to help, each contributing their talents to the revival of the ancient tradition. In the days that followed, the glimmering glen came alive with preparation. Lanterns were crafted from colorful paper, songs were rehearsed, and tables were laden with the finest harvest offerings. As the day of the festival dawned, the village was aglow with excitement and anticipation. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village gathered in the heart of the woods, where the festival of light would take place. Lanterns swayed gently in the trees, casting a warm, golden glow upon the gathering. As Lyra looked around, she saw the smiles of her friends and family, their faces lit by the flickering lanterns. The air was filled with laughter and music, the sound of joy and togetherness. At the height of the celebration, as voices rose in harmonious song, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of blossoms and the soft laughter of unseen spirits. The stardust of the whispering woods began to fall once more, but this time it was a gentle rain of light, cascading down like a blessing upon the village. In that moment, Lyra felt the warmth of the forest embrace her, a silent thank you for restoring the balance, for mending the bond between the village and the spirits. The forest and its people were one once more, woven together by love and tradition. As the festival drew to a close, Lyra sat beneath the starlit sky, her heart full of contentment. The mystery had been solved, not by grand gestures or heroic deeds, but through listening, understanding, and the gentle power of friendship and community. And so, the village of the Glimmering Glen, nestled into the embrace of the whispering woods, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest, a place where magic lived softly among the everyday, and where the simple act of listening could change the world. As the final notes of the festival's song faded into the night, Lyra knew that the spirits were at peace, and the village would thrive, bound together by the light of their shared history and the promise of many more festivals to come. And with that comforting thought, she closed her eyes, letting the gentle lullaby of the forest guide her into the sweetest of dreams. Story 42. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, where the air was forever sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her hair was a cascade of auburn curls, and her eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed petals of morning blooms. Anwen was known throughout the village for her kindness and her boundless curiosity about the world beyond their cozy hamlet. Anwen lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew many secrets of the earth and sky. Their cottage was filled with the comforting aroma of dried herbs hanging from the rafters and the soft light of candles flickering through the evening. The walls were lined with shelves of books and jars, each containing a treasure trove of knowledge and mystery. Among these was a particularly intriguing object, a small, intricately carved wooden box that Anwen's grandmother kept on the highest shelf. One rainy afternoon, as the fireplace crackled warmly and raindrops tapped a rhythmic melody against the window panes, Anwen's curiosity got the better of her. She stood on her toes, reaching for the box, eager to discover its secrets. "Ah, you found the heart of the forest," her grandmother said, entering the room with a knowing smile. "It's a magical object, dear. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of our world." Anwen's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it do, grandmother?" Her grandmother beckoned her closer, and together they sat by the fire. "The heart of the forest," she explained, "can show you things that are invisible to the naked eye. It can guide you to places of great beauty and teach you lessons the world has long forgotten. But remember," her grandmother added, her voice soft with wisdom, "its magic is strongest when used with a pure heart. It will lead you to where you are most needed." The rain continued its gentle serenade as Anwen cradled the box in her hands. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She understood that this was the beginning of a journey, one that would take her far beyond the familiar paths of her village. The following morning dawned clear and bright, with the sun painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Anwen set out with the heart of the forest tucked safely in her satchel. Her grandmother waved her off with a tender smile, watching as her granddaughter disappeared into the lush green of the woods. The forest was alive with the hum of life, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Anwen walked with a light step, her senses attuned to the symphony of bird song and the rustle of leaves. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Anwen noticed a subtle change. The trees seemed to whisper to one another, and the light took on a dreamlike quality. She reached for the heart of the forest, feeling its warmth pulse gently in her hands. Holding it aloft, she closed her eyes, allowing her heart to guide her. When she opened her eyes, Anwen found herself in a grove unlike any she had seen before. The trees towered majestically, their branches woven into intricate arches overhead. The air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, and the ground was carpeted with a riot of colorful flowers. In the center of the grove stood a creature of exquisite beauty, a deer with a coat that gleamed like spun silver. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and it regarded Anwen with a gentle curiosity. "Welcome, child of the earth," the deer spoke, its voice a melodic harmony that resonated in Anwen's very soul. "You have been chosen to witness the wonders of the hidden world." Anwen felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. "I am honored," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. The deer nodded, its eyes twinkling with ancient secrets. "There is much to see and learn. Walk with me, and I shall show you the magic that lies beyond the veil." Together, they journeyed deeper into the grove, where time seemed to hold its breath and the air was alive with possibility. Anwen marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate dance of butterflies, the soft murmur of the stream that wound its way through the meadow, and the gentle rustling of leaves that seemed to sing a song of welcome. As they walked, the deer shared stories of the forest, tales of friendship and courage, wisdom and wonder. Anwen listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding of the world and her place within it. In the heart of the grove, they came upon a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and ancient, its bark etched with symbols that glowed softly in the twilight. The deer paused, nodding toward the tree with reverence. "This is the tree of knowing," it said. "It holds the memories of the earth and the wisdom of ages. It can show you the path you are meant to walk." Anwen approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its bark. As she did, images flooded her mind, visions of the village she called home, the faces of her friends and family, and the beauty of the forest she had come to love. She saw herself, older and wiser, sharing the stories and lessons she had learned. The deer watched her with gentle eyes. "You have the heart of a storyteller, young one. Your journey has just begun, and many will benefit from the tales you will share." Anwen nodded, her heart full of gratitude and purpose. She understood now that the heart of the forest had not only shown her the hidden wonders of the world, but had also revealed the magic within herself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the grove in a golden glow, Anwen knew it was time to return home. The deer walked with her to the edge of the forest, its presence a comforting guide through the gathering twilight. "Remember, dear one," the deer said softly, "the magic of the heart of the forest is always within you. Trust in its guidance, and you will always find your way." Anwen embraced the deer, her heart overflowing with warmth and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying the promise of stories yet to be told. With that, she turned and made her way back to the village, her steps light and her spirit soaring. The path home was illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies, and the night air was filled with the sweet melody of the forest. When Anwen reached her grandmother's cottage, the old woman welcomed her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride and love. Together, they sat by the fire, and Anwen began to share her tale, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder. The village soon became a place of stories, where the air was rich with laughter and the warmth of friendship. Anwen's tales spread far and wide, touching the hearts of all who heard them. People came from distant lands to listen and to learn, drawn by the magic of her words and the wisdom they contained. And so Anwen's journey continued, her heart forever guided by the magic of the heart of the forest. She became a beloved storyteller, her voice a soothing balm that calmed the restless and inspired the dreamers. Through her stories, the hidden wonders of the world were revealed, and the beauty of the earth was cherished anew. In the gentle glow of the firelight, Anwen's grandmother would listen, a smile upon her lips, knowing that her granddaughter had found her true calling. Together, they would watch the stars twinkle in the night sky, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of a story well told. A tale of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the world they called home. And so it was that the heart of the forest continued to guide Anwen, its magic a constant presence in her life. With each story she shared, the world became a little brighter, a little more connected, and filled with the gentle promise of dreams yet to be realized. Story 43, The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a serene and whispering forest, where the leaves sang softly with the wind and the dappled sunlight danced on the mossy floor, lay a secluded grove. This was no ordinary grove, for it was home to the enchanting and mystical Heartstone. The Heartstone, a radiant gem of deep emerald hue, possessed the power to reflect the true nature of those who gazed upon it. It was said to ripen like a fruit once every 100 years, ready to impart its wisdom to a soul who sought it with a pure heart. Our tale begins with a young girl named Lila, who lived in the quaint village of Willowfield, nestled just beyond the edge of this mysterious woodland. Lila was known for her unyielding curiosity and a heart as gentle as the whispering winds that rustled through the trees. She was beloved by all for her kindness, always ready to lend a helping hand or a comforting word. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned hues of amber and gold, Lila stumbled upon an ancient book in the dusty attic of her grandmother's cottage. The book was bound in worn leather and inscribed with the title, The Secrets of the Whispering Grove. Her fingers brushed over the intricate designs on the cover, feeling a warmth that seemed to seep from the book itself, a promise of adventure and discovery. Lila's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned the pages, each one revealing stories of the Heartstone and its magical properties. It was said that those who truly understood the stone could unlock its power to bring forth peace and understanding. Her heart swelled with the desire to find this fabled stone, not for personal gain, but to better understand the world and bring joy to her village. Determined, Lila set out on her journey the very next morning. The forest loomed ahead, a tapestry of rich, vibrant colors and the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she stepped into the shaded canopy, a sense of calm enveloped her, the forest welcoming her as if she were an old friend. The path was winding and often difficult to follow, strewn with roots that twisted like ancient tales beneath her feet. Yet Lila felt guided by an unseen force, a gentle tug at her heart that urged her forward. Along the way, she encountered creatures of the forest, deer with eyes like liquid amber, squirrels chattering with the rustle of leaves, and birds that warbled sweet melodies. After a journey that felt both timeless and fleeting, Lila arrived at the heart of the forest, the Whispering Grove. The air here was different, imbued with a serene magic that made her skin tingle. At the center of the grove, on a pedestal of twisted roots, lay the Heartstone, pulsing with a gentle glow that seemed to breathe with life. Lila approached the stone with reverence, her heart beating in synchrony with its luminescence. As she gazed into its depths, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace and clarity. The world around her faded away, and she was enveloped in a vision, a tapestry of lives interwoven, each thread a story of love, loss, joy, and sorrow. She saw her village, its people laughing and crying, their lives entwined with the very essence of the forest. In that moment, Lila understood the Heartstone's true power. It was not to grant wishes or perform miracles, but to reveal the interconnectedness of all beings, to show that each life was a vital part of a greater whole. The stone's magic lay in its ability to open the heart and mind, fostering empathy and understanding. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound shift within her. She knew now that her journey was not merely about finding the stone, but about discovering the bonds that linked her to her family, her friends, and the world around her. The forest seemed to sigh with contentment as Lila turned to leave. As she retraced her steps, the path seemed clearer, the way forward illuminated by the light within her heart. She was no longer just Lila, the curious girl, but Lila the wise, who understood the true treasure of the Whispering Grove. Upon returning to Willowfield, Lila shared her experience with the villagers, not through grand tales of magic, but by embodying the lessons she had learned. Her kindness became a beacon, and slowly the village transformed. Neighbors helped one another with renewed vigor, disputes were resolved with understanding, and laughter echoed through the streets like a joyful melody. Years passed, and Lila grew into a beloved elder of the village, her wisdom cherished by all. She often led the children to the edge of the forest, sharing stories of the Heartstone and the wonders of the Whispering Grove. Though none ventured as deeply as she once had, the lessons of the grove lingered in their hearts. And so the legend of the Heartstone lived on, whispered through the leaves of the ancient forest, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the gentle strength of a kind heart. As the sun set on Willowfield, casting its golden glow over the village, one could almost hear the forest sigh, content in the knowledge that its secrets were safe in the hands of those who truly understood. And so, under the soft embrace of twilight, with the stars beginning to twinkle like diamonds on a velvet sky, the village of Willowfield lay at peace, cradled in the warm, eternal embrace of the whispering grove. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was thick with the sweet scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in harmony with the world around them. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where the rustle of leaves whispered secrets, and shafts of sunlight danced like golden sprites among the branches. As dawn brushed the sky with hues of lavender and rose, and the morning dew clung to every leaf and blade of grass, the forest awoke in a symphony of gentle sounds. Birds sang their melodious greetings, and the brook babbled joyously over smooth stones, weaving its way through the woods like a ribbon of liquid silver. At the edge of a tranquil glade, under the protective canopy of an ancient oak, lived a wise hedgehog named Thistle. Thistle's quills were a tapestry of earthy colors, and her eyes glimmered with the wisdom of the ages. She was the keeper of the forest's lore, the one who knew the stories of every leaf, every breeze, and every creature that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to a fiery palette of orange and gold, a gentle fox named Rowan came to Thistle with a furrowed brow. Rowan's coat mirrored the colors of the season, soft and warm, and his eyes held a spark of curiosity and concern. "Thistle," Rowan began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The winds have been whispering of a change, one that could tip the balance of our forest's harmony." Thistle nodded knowingly, her quills rustling like a gentle breeze. "The winds carry the wisdom of the world, Rowan. We must listen closely." Together they set out through the forest, their path lit by the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared tales of seasons past, of how the forest had always found a way to adapt and thrive through the changing times. As they approached the heart of the forest, where the brook widened into a serene pond, they met Willow, an old, wise turtle who often sat by the water's edge, contemplating the reflections that danced upon its surface. "Willow," Thistle called gently, "have you sensed the change that Rowan speaks of?" Willow turned slowly, his eyes as deep and ancient as the pond itself. "Indeed, I have felt it in the ripples of the water and the shifting of the stars. But fear not, for the forest has always been resilient." Together, the trio pondered the changes. The unseasonable warmth that lingered in the autumn air, the early blooms that whispered of spring before their time. They knew that the balance of their world was delicate, yet they also knew the strength that lay in unity and understanding. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of amber and violet, they arrived at the Grove of Echoes, a place where the voices of the past were said to linger among the trees. Here they called upon the wisdom of the forest's ancestors, seeking guidance in the form of a gentle breeze that stirred the leaves to life. The answers came not in words, but in sensations: the cool touch of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the softness of the earth beneath their feet. They understood that nature's harmony lay in its diversity, in the way each season, each creature, played its part in the grand symphony of life. With newfound clarity, Thistle, Rowan, and Willow returned to their fellow creatures, sharing the knowledge that had been passed down through generations. They spoke of the importance of nurturing their forest, of respecting the cycles that governed their world, and of working together to maintain the delicate balance that sustained them all. As winter's breath began to chill the air, the creatures of the forest gathered in warm burrows and nests, their hearts filled with the peace of understanding. The forest settled into its slumber, cradled by the arms of ancient trees and the gentle lullaby of the wind. And so, in the hidden lives of these natural creatures, there came a harmony that echoed the very essence of the world, a reminder that through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the earth, even the smallest of beings could make a difference. As stars twinkled above, casting their soft glow upon the sleeping forest. A sense of balance and serenity enveloped the land, ensuring that when spring's gentle touch returned, it would find a world ready to embrace its warmth and renewal once more. Story 45. In a quaint little village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was cool and crisp and the sound of babbling brooks filled the air, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her bright eyes, which sparkled like the morning dew, and her boundless curiosity. Leora loved the village and its people, but there was one thing that set her heart aflutter with apprehension: the idea of change. The village was a place where the seasons danced gracefully from one to the next, painting the world in hues of emerald, amber, and snow. Yet Leora preferred things to remain as they were. She cherished the familiar path lined with ancient oaks, the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, and the dependable rhythm of life in the village. Change, to her, was a mysterious shadow that crept silently and altered everything in its wake. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Leora sat by the edge of the whispering woods. Her thoughts were a tangled web of worry about the upcoming harvest festival, which would bring new faces and new customs to the village. She sighed deeply, feeling the weight of her unease. Just then, an old woman with a flowing cloak woven from forest leaves appeared from the depths of the woods. Her name was Amara, the village's wise and gentle herbalist, known for her knowledge of the healing plants and her stories that seemed to hold the very essence of the earth. "Good evening, Leora," Amara greeted, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "What troubles your heart on such a beautiful evening?" Leora hesitated, but the warmth in Amara's eyes encouraged her to speak. "I fear the changes the festival will bring," she confessed. "I'm not good with new things, Amara. They unsettle me." Amara nodded, understanding etched in her wise gaze. "Ah, change can indeed be daunting, like the first gust of wind before a storm. But within every change lies a seed of growth, much like the forest after the rain." Leora tilted her head, intrigued. How can change be like the forest after the rain? With a gentle smile, Amara gestured for Leora to join her on a walk through the woods. They meandered along a path dappled with moonlight, the forest alive with the soft symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. "Let me show you something," Amara said, leading Leora to a secluded grove where the trees stood tall and regal, their branches forming a protective canopy above. In the center of the grove was a small pond, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the silvery moon. "Watch closely," Amara whispered, her voice barely above the night's melody. Leora leaned forward, her breath catching as she saw a single lotus blossom rising from the depths of the pond. It unfurled its petals slowly, revealing a heart of luminous gold. The transformation was silent, yet profoundly beautiful. "This lotus," Amara explained, "emerges from the mud, growing through murky waters to bloom in the light. It is a symbol of purity and growth despite adversity, much like us when we face changes." Leora watched in awe, feeling the calming presence of the lotus seep into her very being. "But what if I'm not ready to change?" she asked softly. Amara placed a gentle hand on Leora's shoulder. "Readiness is a journey, dear one. Just as the lotus takes its time to bloom, so too will you. Embrace each step, for in doing so you will discover parts of yourself you never knew." Over the following days, Leora took Amara's words to heart. With each sunrise, she visited the grove, sitting by the pond to watch the lotus in its silent, steadfast journey towards the light. She began noticing the subtle changes in the world around her, the way the sun warmed the earth, the colors of the leaves shifting with the seasons, and the dance of shadows at dusk. As the harvest festival approached, Leora felt a shift within herself. She no longer feared the new faces or customs. Instead, she welcomed them with an open heart, eager to learn and grow. Her village, she realized, was like the lotus pond, a place of beauty and transformation, where every change brought new beginnings. With the arrival of the festival, the village square was alight with laughter and music. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths. Leora found herself mingling easily, her previous apprehensions replaced by a sense of belonging and curiosity. Among the visitors was a young traveler named Finn, whose tales of distant lands and adventures sparked a new flame of wonder in Leora's heart. They spent hours sharing stories beneath the starlit sky, their laughter mingling with the joyous sounds of the festival. From Finn, Leora learned the beauty of the unknown and the strength that lay in embracing change. She discovered that each new experience was like a page in a book, adding depth and color to the story of her life. As the festival drew to a close, Leora stood by the pond once more, the lotus now fully bloomed, a radiant beacon in the night. She smiled, understanding now that change was not something to fear, but a gift to cherish, bringing with it the promise of growth and new possibilities. Returning to the village, Leora felt a comforting sense of peace. She knew that, like the lotus, she too would continue to grow and transform, her journey enriched by the changes she once feared. And so, in the gentle embrace of the misty mountains, Leora's story of personal growth and magical transformation unfolded, a testament to the beauty of embracing change and discovering the wonders that lay within. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a tiny village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Ayla. Her home was a cozy cottage, surrounded by towering trees that seemed to whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze. Though Ayla's life appeared ordinary, she harbored a magical gift, the ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. From the moment she could toddle, Ayla felt an inexplicable connection to the natural world around her. The melodious songs of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the soft pattering of raindrops all held profound meaning, as if the forest itself were a living, breathing entity. And in a way it was, for Ayla understood the language of every creature that called the woodland home. One crisp autumn morning, as Ayla wandered among the trees, she heard a faint, distressed chittering. Following the sound, she discovered a tiny field mouse caught in a tangle of vines and brambles. With gentle hands, Ayla carefully untangled the frightened creature and set it free. "Thank you, kind one," the mouse squeaked in its high-pitched voice. "I owe you a great debt. Perhaps this will repay you." With that, the mouse scampered away, leaving behind a peculiar acorn in the fallen leaves. Ayla's curiosity piqued. She examined the acorn closely. It seemed ordinary enough, save for a faint, golden glow that pulsed from within its hard shell. Holding it in her palm, Ayla felt a warmth spread through her body, and in that moment, she knew this was no ordinary acorn. It was a powerful talisman, a gift from the forest itself. From that day forward, the magical acorn became Ayla's constant companion. Whenever she felt lost or afraid, its gentle glow would reassure her, filling her heart with the tranquility and wisdom of the ancient woods. As the years passed, Ayla's reputation as a friend to all creatures spread far and wide. Animals would seek her counsel, and she, in turn, would help them resolve their troubles with patience and compassion. Yet despite her unique gifts, Ayla often felt a longing for companionship beyond the forest's boundaries. One fateful day, as Ayla tended to her humble garden, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Emerging from the trees was a young boy named Kieran, his eyes wide with awe at the sight of the woodland creatures gathered around Ayla. "How is this possible?" Kieran gasped, staring in disbelief as a family of rabbits munched contentedly on the leafy greens at Ayla's feet. Ayla smiled warmly and motioned for Kieran to sit beside her. "The forest is full of wonders, my friend, if only you take the time to listen." From that moment on, Ayla and Kieran formed an unbreakable bond, venturing deep into the heart of the ancient woods and discovering its many hidden marvels. Ayla taught Kieran the secret language of the forest, and in turn, he shared tales of the human world beyond the trees. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring sunlit glades where fairies danced among the wildflowers, and misty valleys where wise old owls shared their ancient knowledge. They climbed to the tops of towering trees, where they could gaze out over the vast, verdant canopy, and descended into deep, crystal-clear pools, where schools of colorful fish darted to and fro. As their friendship blossomed, so too did a profound mystery begin to unfold. Ayla and Kieran noticed strange occurrences in the forest, trees that seemed to shift and move of their own accord, whispers on the wind that spoke in riddles, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures darting between the trunks. Determined to unravel this enigma, the two friends delved deeper into the heart of the woods, following a trail of clues that led them to a hidden glade. There, in a clearing bathed in ethereal moonlight, they discovered a circle of ancient standing stones, humming with an otherworldly energy. As Ayla and Kiran approached the stone circle, the magical acorn began to glow with a brilliant intensity, pulsing in time with the thrumming of the stones. Suddenly, a shimmering portal opened before them, revealing a world unlike anything they had ever seen. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves in a realm where the very laws of nature seemed to bend and twist. Trees danced on spindly roots, rivers flowed backwards, and the sky itself was a kaleidoscope of ever-shifting colors. In this wondrous place, Ayla and Kiran encountered beings of pure magic, sprites, fairies, and otherworldly creatures who had been the guardians of the forest since time immemorial. These ancient beings welcomed the two friends, for they had been awaiting their arrival. It was then that Ayla and Kiran learned the truth. The magical acorn was a powerful talisman, imbued with the essence of the forest itself. It had chosen Ayla as its protector, bestowing upon her the gift of understanding and communing with all living things. The shadowy figures they had seen were the forest guardians, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between the natural world and the realm of magic. But a dark force had been slowly corrupting the forest, sowing seeds of discord and disharmony. Ayla and Kiran, bound by their deep friendship and love for the ancient woods, vowed to vanquish this sinister presence and restore peace to the forest. With the guidance of the wise forest guardians, they embarked on a perilous quest, facing challenges that tested the limits of their courage and resolve. Through treacherous landscapes and harrowing trials, Ayla and Kiran remained steadfast, their unwavering bond serving as their greatest strength. The magical acorn, ever glowing, became their beacon in the darkest of times, reminding them of the beauty and resilience of the natural world they fought to protect. At last, after countless trials and tribulations, they confronted the source of the darkness, a twisted, malevolent spirit that had taken root deep within the heart of the forest. In a final, desperate clash, Ayla and Kiran called upon the collective power of the forest guardians, channeling the very essence of the woodlands through the magical acorn. In a blinding flash of light, the dark force was vanquished, its corrupting influence banished from the forest forever. As the dust settled, Ayla and Kiran found themselves standing in a verdant glade, the air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the joyous songs of birds. The forest had been restored to its former glory, and in that moment, Ayla and Kiran realized that their greatest adventure had been one of personal growth and transformation. They had faced their fears, overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles, and emerged as champions of the ancient woods, forever bound by an unbreakable friendship forged in the crucible of their quest. As the years passed, Ayla and Kiran became the guardians of the forest, ensuring that its delicate balance was preserved for generations to come. And whenever they felt the weight of their responsibilities, they need only look to the magical acorn, its warm glow a constant reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the enduring majesty of the natural world. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a babbling brook, there stood a little cottage covered with climbing roses. The air was always sweet with their scent, and the sound of the brook provided a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep each night. Inside this cottage lived a kind-hearted young girl named Clara, known throughout the village for her curious nature and gentle spirit. Clara was a lover of stories and had a special fondness for the tales her grandmother told her about the magical wonders hidden in the world. One chilly autumn evening, as leaves danced in the wind and the sky blushed with sunset hues, Clara stumbled upon an old dusty lamp while exploring her grandmother's attic. It was made of brass, with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer under the dim light. Intrigued, Clara took the lamp downstairs, where her grandmother sat knitting by the fireplace. The flames crackled and filled the room with warmth, casting flickering shadows on the walls. "Ah, this lamp," her grandmother said with a twinkle in her eye, "is no ordinary lamp. It is said to hold the light of discovery." With a sense of wonder and a hint of disbelief, Clara brushed the dust off the lamp. As her fingers traced the delicate patterns, the lamp began to glow softly, filling the room with a gentle, golden light. From within the glow emerged a tiny figure, a sprite, no taller than Clara's hand, with iridescent wings that shimmered like the morning dew. "Greetings, Clara," the sprite chirped, her voice as melodious as the brook outside. "I am Lyra, the keeper of this lamp. You have awakened me, and for that I am at your service." Clara, her eyes wide with amazement, found her voice at last. "What can this lamp do?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "It grants not wishes, but guidance," Lyra explained, hovering just above Clara's shoulder. "It reveals the unseen paths and hidden truths, but only for those who seek with a pure heart." With the sprite's words swirling in her mind, Clara felt a spark of adventure ignite within her. She decided to embark on a journey to explore the truths of her village, to uncover its hidden stories and forgotten wonders. The next morning, Clara set out with Lyra perched comfortably in her pocket. The village was still waking, with the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air and the gentle chatter of neighbors exchanging morning greetings. Clara's first stop was the old stone bridge that arched gracefully over the brook. It was said to be built by the village's founders, but little else was known about its history. As she stood by the bridge, Clara felt a tingling in her fingertips, a sign, Lyra whispered, of the lamp's magic at work. Guided by the sprite, Clara found an ancient carving hidden beneath a layer of moss. The carving depicted a story of unity, of how different creatures of the forest and humans came together to build the bridge, each bringing their unique skills to create something beautiful and lasting. Inspired by this tale of collaboration, Clara's heart swelled with a newfound appreciation for the bonds that held her community together. She realized that the true strength of the village lay in its diversity and the willingness of its inhabitants to support one another. As Clara continued her journey, she encountered various helpers, each offering their wisdom. There was old Thomas, the beekeeper, who taught her the importance of patience as he tended to his hives with gentle, deliberate movements. "The bees work together," he said, each playing their part, and with time, they create the sweetest honey. Then there was Mira, the weaver, who showed Clara how different threads, when woven together, could form a tapestry of vibrant beauty. "Every thread matters," Mira explained, her fingers dancing through the loom. "Even the smallest one adds strength to the whole." With each encounter, Clara learned a valuable lesson, her understanding deepening with every step. The lamp's glow seemed brighter, as if responding to her growing wisdom. However, Clara's journey was not without challenges. One afternoon, as she wandered through the woods that bordered the village, she came across a clearing where the earth appeared barren and lifeless. The trees were withered, their branches reaching skyward like pleading hands. Lyra fluttered from Clara's pocket, her wings casting tiny rainbows in the sunlight. "This place," she whispered, "was once vibrant and full of life, but it has lost its way." Clara knelt down, her fingers grazing the dry soil. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to listen deeply to the whispers of the forest, and then she understood. The land was crying out for balance, for the harmony that had been disrupted by neglect. Remembering the lessons she had learned, Clara devised a plan. She enlisted the help of her village friends, each contributing in their own way. The farmers brought seeds, the children carried water from the brook, and the elders shared their knowledge of the land. Together, they worked tirelessly, nurturing the earth back to health. Slowly, the clearing began to transform. Tiny sprouts emerged from the ground, the trees regained their lush foliage, and the air was filled with the sweet song of birds returning to their homes. Through this shared effort, the village rediscovered the importance of tending to their environment, realizing that just as they cared for one another, they must also care for the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Clara and her village friends gathered in the restored clearing. Lyra hovered above them, her glow mingling with the soft light of the evening stars. "Clara," the sprite said, her voice full of pride, "you have used the lamp's gift well. You have shown that with wisdom, kindness, and unity, even the greatest challenges can be overcome." Clara smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She understood now that the true magic of the lamp lay not in its light but in the journey it had inspired. It was a journey that had deepened her connection to her village and to the world, revealing the extraordinary in the everyday. With the lamp's glow gently fading, Clara knew its purpose had been fulfilled. She placed it back in the attic, its secrets ready to be discovered by another curious soul in need of its guidance. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the sounds of the brook and the whispering leaves. Clara drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders yet to be uncovered. And in the heart of the village, the spirit of discovery continued to shine brightly, a beacon of hope and unity for all who would come. Story 48. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her auburn curls danced like flames in the gentle breeze, and her emerald eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures yet to be had. Lyra was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and her love for stories about distant lands and magical creatures. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra set out on a walk to explore the woods at the edge of the village. The villagers seldom ventured beyond the familiar paths, whispering tales of an enchanted realm that lay beyond the forest's embrace. But Lyra, with her heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for discovery, felt an irresistible pull to uncover the secrets hidden within. As she stepped into the woods, the air around her grew cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. The leaves rustled softly as if whispering secrets known only to them. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, guiding her path forward. Lyra walked deeper into the woods, her footsteps light and quiet as the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. She soon stumbled upon a narrow, winding trail she had never seen before, its edges lined with delicate bluebells that nodded gently in the breeze. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her senses alive with anticipation. The path led her to a clearing bathed in a soft, golden glow, a place that seemed untouched by time. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its boughs, a gentle stream bubbled and sang as it danced over smooth stones, its melody mingling with the birdsong that filled the air. As she approached the oak, Lyra noticed a peculiar shimmer in the air, a doorway of light suspended between the tree's sturdy roots. It flickered and sparkled like sunlight on water, inviting yet mysterious. Her heart fluttered with a blend of excitement and trepidation, but her resolve was strong. She took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of courage bloom within her, and stepped through the shimmering veil. On the other side, Lyra found herself in a realm unlike any she had imagined. The sky was a deep cerulean, speckled with clouds that glowed with iridescent colors. The air was sweet and crisp, filled with the scents of honeysuckle and fresh rain. Flowers of every hue stretched across rolling hills, their petals dancing in the gentle wind like a sea of rainbows. As she wandered through this enchanting land, Lyra encountered creatures of wondrous and whimsical nature. A flock of luminescent butterflies flitted around her, their wings brushing her cheeks like whispers of silk. Nearby, a family of rabbits with fur as soft as moonlight and eyes like twinkling stars played among the wildflowers, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Lyra continued her journey, her heart swelling with joy at every new discovery. She came upon a meadow where the grass swayed to the rhythm of an unseen song. In its center stood a magnificent creature, a unicorn, its coat shimmering with an ethereal light, its mane a cascade of silver threads. The unicorn approached her with gentle grace, its eyes wise and kind. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the unicorn spoke, its voice like the softest breeze. "This land is a reflection of your heart's courage and wonder. What is it you seek?" Lyra felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging she had never experienced before. "I seek to understand the magic of this world and the strength within myself," she replied earnestly. The unicorn nodded, its eyes gleaming with approval. "Then you must face the challenges that will reveal your true strength. Trust in your heart, and you shall find your way." With those words, the unicorn led her to a grove where the trees whispered secrets older than time. Here, Lyra encountered her first gentle challenge. A riddle was etched into the bark of a towering maple, its words dancing in the dappled light. In the heart of the forest, where shadows play, find the song that lights the day. With courage and kindness it shall be heard, when you listen not just with ears, but with your word. Lyra pondered the riddle, recalling the melody of the stream and the laughter of the rabbits. She closed her eyes, allowing her heart to listen. Slowly, she began to hum a tune, a song born from memories of her village, the warmth of her family, and the love she held for this magical land. As her voice rose and fell, the grove came alive with light. The trees swayed in harmony with her melody, and the air shimmered with joy. The riddle was solved, not through cleverness alone, but through the courage to trust her heart and the kindness to share her song. Her journey continued, each challenge a gentle testament to her growing strength. She befriended a wise old owl who guided her through a labyrinth of whispering winds, teaching her the value of patience and listening. She danced with the moonlit shadows of will-o'-the-wisps, learning the balance between light and dark, joy and sorrow. Finally, as the sky deepened into twilight, Lyra found herself standing once more before the ancient oak. The doorway of light shimmered invitingly, a portal back to her world. The unicorn appeared beside her, its presence a comforting anchor. "You have done well, brave heart," it said. "Remember the courage and kindness you have discovered. They are the true magic within you." Lyra nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. As she stepped through the shimmering veil, she found herself back in the clearing, the familiar woods of Willowbrook surrounding her. The sun had set, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. With a contented sigh, Lyra made her way home, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that the magic of the enchanted land lingered within her, a reminder that courage and exploration opened doors to wonders untold. And so, as the village of Willowbrook lay quiet under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle beauty of the world she had discovered. For in her heart, she carried the melody of courage and kindness, a song that would guide her in all her journeys yet to come. And thus, the story ends, but the enchantment of Lyra's adventure will forever linger, like a soft lullaby carried on the evening breeze. Story 49, The Whispering Willow. Once, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, there lay a secret known only to the forest creatures and a few wise souls. This secret was the Whispering Willow, an ancient tree with leaves that shimmered like silver under the moonlight and rustled with voices that spoke of times long past and futures yet to come. Its branches stretched out like gentle arms, cradling the hopes and dreams of those who dared to listen. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, who possessed a heart as open as the sky. Her days were spent wandering the fields, her bare feet dancing over the soft earth, and her curious eyes always searching for the wonders hidden in the world around her. Leora had heard tales of the Whispering Willow from her grandmother, who would sit by the fire and spin stories of its magic, her voice a warm lullaby that wrapped Leora in comfort. One especially golden afternoon, when the sun dipped low and painted the world in hues of honey and amber, Leora felt an unmistakable pull towards the forest. The leaves whispered her name, urging her feet to follow their song. With a heart full of wonder, she stepped into the cool embrace of the woods, the path dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook serenaded her steps. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming an archway that led her to the heart of the forest. There, standing in a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, was the Whispering Willow. Its presence was majestic, ancient bark twisting in intricate patterns like stories etched by time itself. Leora approached with reverence, her fingers brushing against the rough bark. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and they began to whisper, their voices a symphony of secrets. "Welcome, dear Leora," the willow seemed to say, its voice a soothing rustle. "You have come seeking answers, have you not?" Leora nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. She had always felt different, as if a part of her belonged to the world beyond what she could see. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle rustling. "I want to understand the magic of the world and my place within it." The willow's branches swayed as if nodding in understanding. "There is a journey you must take, one that will show you the hidden wonders of this world and reveal the strength within your heart. Are you ready, dear child?" With a heart full of courage and curiosity, Leora nodded. She closed her eyes, and the whispering began to weave a story, a tale of an ancient realm hidden beneath the roots of the forest. As she listened, she felt herself being drawn into the world the willow described, her senses awakening to the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever known. The air shimmered with a soft luminescence, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed in a myriad of colors. Moonlight streamed down from a sky that seemed closer than ever, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 curious eyes watching over her. In this hidden world, the trees were alive with whispers, their branches reaching out to touch her with gentle curiosity. Leora felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had finally found the place where her soul could sing. As she wandered, she came upon a gentle stream whose waters danced with light. Kneeling by its edge, she saw her reflection, but it was not the face of a simple village girl that looked back at her. Instead, she saw a girl with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and a heart that beat with the rhythm of the earth. From the shadows of a nearby grove emerged a creature unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a fox, its fur a tapestry of starlight and shadows, its eyes deep pools of kindness and mischief. The fox approached with a graceful elegance, and as it drew near, it spoke, not with words, but with a voice that resonated within Leora's heart. "Greetings, Leora," the fox said, its voice a melody of warmth and laughter. "I am Phelan, guardian of this realm. The willow has sent you on a journey, one that will reveal the magic of this world and the truth within your heart." Leora felt an immediate kinship with Phelan, as if meeting an old friend after a long absence. "I'm ready to learn," she said, her voice filled with determination. Phelan nodded, its eyes twinkling with approval. "Then let us begin." Together, they journeyed through the hidden world, Phelan guiding Leora to places where the magic of the forest came alive. They traversed fields where the flowers sang in gentle harmonies, their petals brushing against Leora's skin like a soft caress. In a grove of ancient oaks, they watched as the trees danced, their branches swaying to a melody only they could hear. At each stop, Phelan shared the stories of the land, tales of wisdom and wonder that filled Leora's heart with understanding. She learned of the interconnectedness of all things, how the whisper of the wind carried secrets from distant lands, and how the roots of the trees intertwined beneath the earth, sharing sustenance and strength. As they traveled, Leora felt herself changing, her heart growing lighter and her spirit more attuned to the rhythms of the world around her. She began to see the magic in the mundane, the beauty in the smallest of things, a dewdrop glistening on a blade of grass, the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of violet and rose, Phelan led Leora to the edge of a tranquil lake. The water mirrored the sky, creating an ethereal landscape that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Here," Phelan said, its voice a gentle murmur, "is where you will find your answer." Leora gazed into the water, her reflection merging with the stars above. As she watched, the surface began to ripple, and images formed, a tapestry of her journey, woven with moments of discovery and joy. She saw herself standing beneath the whispering willow, her heart full of questions, and then the journey through the hidden world, each step bringing her closer to understanding. In that moment, Leora realized that the magic she sought was not something to be found, but something that had always been within her. The journey had awakened her to the wonders of the world and the strength of her own spirit, a strength born of love and kindness. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Leora turned to Phelan. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle echo of the wind. "Thank you for helping me see." Phelan smiled, its eyes twinkling like the stars. "You have always had the magic within you, dear Leora. It was simply waiting for you to discover it." As the night deepened and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny flames, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. She felt a sense of peace, a deep knowing that she would carry with her always. The whispering willow's voice echoed in her heart, as she made her way back through the forest, its words a comforting lullaby that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Remember, dear child, the magic of the world is reflected in your own heart. As long as you hold on to love and kindness, you will always find your way. With the dawn's first light painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora emerged from the forest, her spirit renewed and her heart full of hope. She knew she would never be the same, for she had seen the world through eyes of wonder and discovered the strength within her soul. As she walked back to her village, the world around her seemed to shimmer with new life. The birds sang a joyful melody, the flowers nodded in gentle approval, and the trees whispered secrets only she could hear. And so, Leora carried the magic of the hidden world with her, a light that shone brightly in her eyes and a warmth that radiated from her heart. She knew that no matter where her journey took her, the Whispering Willow's wisdom would guide her, and the friendship she found in Phelan would forever be a part of her. And in the quiet moments, when the stars twinkled like tiny beacons in the night sky, Leora would close her eyes and listen to the whispers of the world, knowing that she was never truly alone. For the magic of the forest, the wisdom of the willow, and the love of a kind-hearted fox were always with her, guiding her steps and lighting her way through the tapestry of life. Story 50. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen untouched by the hands of humankind. This secluded sanctuary was a place where the walls of reality thinned, allowing the gentle hum of magic to weave through the air like a soft melody. The forest, with its emerald canopy and rich, loamy earth, was a realm of wonders, where every living creature played its part in the grand symphony of nature. Beneath the dappled sunlight, which filtered through the leaves in a dance of golden shafts, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were as intertwined with the forest as the roots of the great oaks. The gentle rustle of leaves accompanied the soft chatter of squirrels, while the melodious songs of birds floated through the canopy, their notes carried by the breeze like a tender lullaby. At the heart of this vibrant world lived a wise and gentle owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered with hues of autumn leaves. Orin was revered among the creatures for his knowledge of the forest's history and his understanding of the delicate balance that held their world together. His eyes, deep and knowing, had seen many seasons come and go, each leaving its mark upon the land and its inhabitants. Orin's perch was a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, from where he watched over the glen with a protective gaze. It was here, under the silvery glow of the moon or the warm embrace of the sun, that Orin would share tales of wisdom with those who sought his counsel. Creatures from all corners of the forest would gather, drawn by the soothing cadence of his voice and the comforting wisdom of his words. One such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a young fox named Finn approached Orin's perch. Finn's russet fur glowed softly in the twilight, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration for the venerable owl. "Good evening, Orin," Finn began, his voice filled with the excitement of youth. "I've come to seek your wisdom. The forest has been whispering of changes, and I wish to understand how we might help maintain the balance." Orin nodded, his feathers ruffling slightly in the evening breeze. "Ah, young Finn," he replied, his voice a gentle balm. "The forest is indeed alive with change, as it has always been. To understand the balance, one must first understand the rhythm of the seasons and the magic they bring." As Orin spoke, the forest seemed to lean in closer, the leaves rustling softly as if eager to listen. The owl's voice was a tapestry of sound, woven with the richness of the earth and the clarity of the stars. "Each season," Orin continued, "brings its own magic, its own gifts to the forest. Spring, with its vibrant blossoms and gentle rains, breathes life into the world, awakening the slumbering seeds beneath the soil. It is a time of renewal, where hope and new beginnings flourish." He paused, allowing the image of spring to settle into the minds of his listeners before moving on. Summer follows, with its warm embrace and long, sunlit days. The forest is alive with energy, and the creatures busy themselves with the tasks of living, growing, and thriving. It is a time of abundance, where the fruits of the earth are offered freely. Orin's eyes twinkled as he spoke of the seasons, each word painting vivid pictures in the minds of those gathered. Then comes autumn, with its golden hues and crisp, cool air. The forest slows, preparing for the rest to come. It is a time of reflection, of gathering wisdom from the year that has passed. Finally, Orin spoke of winter, his voice a soft whisper as if in reverence. Winter brings with it a quiet beauty, a blanket of snow that hushes the forest into stillness. It is a time of rest and contemplation, when the earth dreams of the spring to come. Finn listened intently, his young mind absorbing the wisdom like a sponge. "But what of the changes we feel now, Orin?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "The rains have been heavier, and some say the balance is shifting." The owl regarded him with a gentle gaze, understanding the worry that lay beneath the surface. "Change is a constant in our world, young Finn," he replied. "But it is through our actions and understanding that we can guide it towards harmony. The rains, though heavy, are part of the cycle. They cleanse and nourish, preparing the soil for new growth." Orin's words were like a balm, soothing the fears that had taken root in Finn's heart. "Remember," the owl continued, "that we are all stewards of this forest. By living in harmony with the world around us, by respecting the magic of the seasons, we can help maintain the balance." As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle light upon the glen, the creatures gathered felt a sense of peace and understanding. Orin's words echoed in their minds, a reminder of the interconnectedness of their lives and the land they called home. With newfound resolve, Finn thanked Orin and bounded back into the forest, eager to share the wisdom he had gained. The owl watched him go, his heart warmed by the knowledge that the young fox would carry the lessons of the forest forward. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the night, the creatures of the forest continued their lives, each step, each breath a part of the grand tapestry of nature. They knew that as long as they listened to the whispers of the earth and honored the magic of the seasons, their world would remain a place of harmony and balance. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the wisdom of Orin the owl, the courage of young Finn, and the unity of the creatures ensured that the glen remained a haven, a sanctuary where the gentle hum of life continued to sing its eternal song. Story 51. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the stones, there lay a village named Willowbrook. It was a quaint place, where chimneys puffed gentle wisps of smoke into the sky, and cobbled paths wound like friendly vines through rows of cozy cottages. The air was always scented with a mix of fresh pine and the sweet aroma of baked goods, making each breath feel like a warm embrace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marin. She had bright, curious eyes and a heart as open as the sky. Marin loved to explore the woods, where she would often find herself in the company of magical creatures. These creatures were gentle beings, like the shimmering fireflies that danced lazily over the meadows, and the wise old owl, Oliver, who perched high in the trees, always ready with a bit of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, a peculiar event unfolded in Willowbrook. Marin awoke to find her garden in disarray. The tidy rows of marigolds had been rearranged into swirling patterns, and the dew on the grass shimmered in unusual shapes that seemed to spell out a message. Puzzled, Marin looked up to see the sun casting a curious light, painting the air with a gentle glow. Intrigued by these strange occurrences, Marin set out to find answers. She walked down to the brook at the edge of the village, where her friend, a small water sprite named Nixie, often played among the reeds. Nixie was known for her playful spirit and her talent for listening to the whispers of the water. "Nixie," Marin called softly, her voice a gentle ripple in the morning stillness. In a moment, Nixie appeared, her translucent wings glistening like wet leaves in the sun. "Good morning, Marin. What brings you to the brook so early?" Marin explained the mystery of her garden, describing the swirling patterns and the shimmering shapes. Nixie listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It sounds like the work of the forest scribes," Nixie mused, her voice as soft as the babbling brook. "They are known for leaving messages in nature, though few can decipher their meaning." Marin had heard tales of the forest scribes, elusive creatures who communicated through the subtle language of the forest. "Do you think they're trying to tell us something important?" "Perhaps," Nixie replied, "but to understand their message, we might need the wisdom of someone who knows the woods even better than I do." With that, Marin and Nixie set off through the forest, the path dappled with sunlight filtering through the leaves. They soon arrived at the grove where Oliver the owl resided. He was perched high on a broad limb, his feathered form blending with the bark and shadows. "Oliver," Marin called up, "can you help us unravel a mystery?" Oliver opened one eye slowly, the golden orb gleaming with intelligence. "A mystery, you say? I do enjoy a good puzzle in the morning. Tell me more." Once Marin and Nixie recounted the events, Oliver ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the forest scribes," he murmured. "They are indeed a clever folk, but their messages are always for a purpose. Let us see if we can decipher their intent." With patient guidance, Oliver led them through the forest, pointing out subtle signs. The way the moss grew in spirals on the rocks, the way the wind seemed to hum a particular melody through the pines. Each clue was like a piece of a larger tapestry, woven into the very fabric of the woods. As they journeyed deeper, they stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone, covered in intricate carvings much like the patterns Marin had found in her garden. Around the stone, a circle of mushrooms had sprung up overnight, their caps glistening with dew. "This is the heart of their message," Oliver said, his voice a gentle echo. "The scribes are calling for harmony. They seek to remind us of the balance we share with nature." Marin knelt beside the stone, tracing the carvings with her fingers. "But why now?" she wondered aloud. Oliver fluffed his feathers, considering her question. "The forest has sensed a change, a shift in the rhythm of life. The scribes use their messages to guide us back to the harmony we may have overlooked." Understanding dawned on Marin like the first soft light of dawn. She realized that in the flurry of daily life, the villagers had perhaps forgotten the small acts of kindness and care that kept their world in balance. With newfound clarity, Marin and Nixie returned to Willowbrook. Marin began to share the message with the villagers, not through words, but through actions. She organized gatherings where people could share stories and laughter, encouraging everyone to plant new seeds in their gardens and to listen to the whispers of the forest. Slowly, a gentle peace settled over Willowbrook, a reminder of the beauty of living in harmony with the world. The forest scribe's mysterious message had been understood, not just as a puzzle to be solved, but as a gentle nudge towards a more mindful way of living. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Marin stood at the edge of her garden. The marigolds, now neatly arranged once more, seemed to nod in approval. She felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that even the smallest actions could ripple through the world like a quiet stream, bringing harmony and joy. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The mystery had been solved, not with grand gestures, but with the simple, enduring magic of friendship and understanding. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and a sparkling river, there lived a young girl named Mina. Her home, a modest cottage with a thatched roof, was surrounded by fields of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breezes of spring. Mina's days were filled with simple joys, helping her grandmother tend the garden, reading stories beneath the shade of the great oak tree, and watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden petals of the garden, Mina stumbled upon something peculiar. Hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and violets was an old weathered box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. Ornate carvings spiraled across its surface, depicting scenes of swirling stars and mysterious landscapes. Curiosity piqued, Mina carefully lifted the lid. Inside, she discovered an intricately carved wooden whistle, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. As she held it in her hands, a soft melody seemed to whisper through the air, as if the breeze itself was singing. Mina, feeling an inexplicable connection to the whistle, decided to keep it close. The village was a place where tales of magic and wonder were often shared around crackling fires, but such stories rarely touched reality. However, Mina's discovery was about to change that. Each time she blew softly into the whistle, a gentle, enchanting tune would emerge, filling the air with an otherworldly harmony. To her amazement, the melody seemed to have an effect on the world around her. Flowers blossomed more vividly, birds sang with greater joy, and even the sun seemed to shine a little brighter. Word of Mina's magical whistle spread quickly through the village, and soon people came from near and far, hoping to hear its wondrous song. Mina was happy to share the gift it brought, but she also felt a growing sense of responsibility. She knew that such a treasure was meant for more than mere entertainment. Among the visitors was a wise old woman named Sorina, who lived on the outskirts of the village. With eyes that sparkled like the stars, Sorina approached Mina one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. "The whistle you have found is no ordinary trinket, dear Mina," Sorina explained, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "It is a relic of the ancient world, imbued with the power to heal and bring harmony, but its true potential can only be unlocked by a heart pure of intent and a mind open to wisdom." Mina listened intently, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "To wield its full power, you must embark on a journey, not just across the lands, but within yourself." Sorina replied, placing a gentle hand on Mina's shoulder. "You will encounter challenges that require not strength, but understanding and compassion." With a newfound sense of purpose, Mina set off on her journey. She was not alone, for the village's kind-hearted blacksmith, a jovial man named Bram, and a clever young boy named Finn, who loved to solve riddles, offered to accompany her. Together they traveled through lush forests, across babbling brooks, and over sunlit meadows, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Their first challenge came in the form of a tangled thicket, so dense that no light could penetrate its depths. It was said to be enchanted, guarding the path to the whispering glade, where the spirit of the land resided. Mina and her companions paused at the edge, pondering how to proceed. "Perhaps the answer lies not in force, but in listening," Finn suggested, recalling the stories of the forest's wisdom. Mina nodded, raising the whistle to her lips. As she played a soft, lilting tune, the thorny brambles began to sway, gently parting to reveal a hidden path. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the sun's warmth kissed their skin as they stepped forward. In the heart of the whispering glade, they found a tranquil pond, its surface like polished glass reflecting the clear blue sky. A gentle voice as soothing as a mother's lullaby echoed through the clearing. "Welcome, seekers of harmony," the voice intoned. "You have shown that wisdom and kindness can reveal the way, but your journey is not yet complete." Mina took a deep breath, feeling the peace of the glade seep into her bones. "What must we do next?" she asked, her voice steady. "To truly master the power you hold, you must face the shadow within," the voice replied. "Only by embracing the parts of yourself you fear can you bring true balance." With these words, the water of the pond shimmered, revealing Mina's reflection. But it was not just her image she saw. There were glimpses of her doubts and fears, the moments she had felt small and uncertain. It was a daunting sight, yet Mina did not turn away. Instead, she raised the whistle once more, allowing its melody to flow through her like a river, washing away the fear. As the music filled the air, the shadows within her reflection began to dissolve, replaced by a warm light that radiated from her heart. Her companions watched in awe as the glade filled with a sense of profound peace. The voice spoke again, its tone filled with gentle pride. "You have embraced the truth of your heart, dear Mina. Remember, the greatest magic lies within." With their task complete, Mina, Bram, and Finn returned to the village, their spirits lifted by the journey. The whistle, now a symbol of Mina's inner strength and wisdom, continued to bring joy and harmony to all who heard its song. And so life in the village thrived, touched by the magic of understanding and friendship. Mina, with her kind heart and the melody of her soul, had brought a little more light into the world. As the stars twinkled in the velvet sky above, Mina nestled comfortably by the fireplace, the whistle resting softly in her lap. The warmth of the flames danced across her face, and she knew, deep in her heart, that the magic of the world was not just in the whistle, but in the love and wisdom shared among friends. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities of a world filled with wonder. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her insatiable curiosity and her gentle heart, much like the soothing breeze that danced through the willow trees. Her days were filled with explorations of forgotten paths and hidden nooks, always with her loyal tabby cat, Whiskers, trotting alongside her. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of gold and crimson cascaded from the trees, Lyra stumbled upon a peculiar object while wandering the woods near her home. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried under a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars, which seemed to glimmer softly in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Lyra gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box. It felt warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a patch of sunlight despite the coolness of the forest floor. With Whiskers watching intently, she opened the box to reveal a set of beautifully crafted marbles, each one shimmering with its own unique hue and faintly humming with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. As she held one of the marbles up to the light, Lyra noticed a soft glow emanating from within, casting tiny rainbows on her hands. Suddenly, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the marble was whispering secrets only she could understand. With a newfound sense of adventure, Lyra decided to discover the mysteries these marbles held. Returning home, she confided in her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories of magic and wonder. Her grandmother listened with a twinkle in her eye and shared tales of ancient times when such enchanted objects were used to reveal hidden truths and guide lost souls. She suggested that these marbles might lead Lyra on a journey not just through the woods, but through the realms of her own heart and mind. Encouraged, Lyra set off, with Whiskers faithfully by her side and the box of marbles tucked safely in her satchel. As she journeyed through the village and beyond, she met several helpful companions, each adding their own unique magic to her quest. The first was a wise old turtle named Sheldon, who lived by a serene pond. Sheldon spoke slowly, each word like a gentle ripple across still water. He taught Lyra the value of patience and listening to the quiet voices of nature. Sometimes, Sheldon said, answers are like the stars, hidden by the light of day, but always there if you wait for the right moment to see them. Next, Lyra encountered a lively squirrel named Pippin, who had a knack for finding hidden pathways and secret trails. Pippin's laughter was infectious, and he showed Lyra how to look at the world with a sense of wonder and playfulness. "The world is a playground, Lyra," Pippin chittered with a gleam in his eye. "Sometimes you just need to swing from a different branch to see things anew." As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Lyra faced a challenge that tested more than her courage. It tested her wisdom. They came upon an ancient, gnarled tree, its branches twisted and reaching toward the sky like the arms of a dancer frozen in time. The tree was home to a magical riddle that needed solving for them to continue on their path. The riddle was inscribed on a stone at the base of the tree, written in flowing script that seemed to shimmer in and out of focus. In silence it speaks, in stillness it moves. In darkness it shines, in emptiness it fills. What am I? Lyra pondered the riddle as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of violet and rose. She sat quietly, letting the serenity of the forest seep into her thoughts. The answer came to her softly, like the first star appearing in the twilight sky. "It's a dream," she whispered, realizing that dreams hold the power to speak in silence, move in stillness, shine in darkness, and fill emptiness with possibilities. With the riddle solved, the tree's branches unfurled, revealing a hidden path bathed in moonlight. As she continued her journey, Lyra felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She had learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, and to see the beauty in every moment, whether large or small. Finally, Lyra returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of the wisdom and magic she had gathered along the way. The marbles, now nestled safely back in their box, seemed to hum with satisfaction, their purpose fulfilled for now. She knew they would always be there, waiting for the next adventure when the time was right. That night, as Lyra lay in bed with Whiskers curled up beside her, she felt a deep sense of peace. The stars outside her window twinkled like the marbles, and she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the wisdom of the forest, the patience of Sheldon, the playful spirit of Pippin, and the quiet strength found in the whispers of dreams. And so, with a heart full of wonder and friendship, Lyra drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the endless possibilities that awaited her in the world beyond. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies, and the air was always filled with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lay a quaint little village named Willowmere. This was no ordinary village, for it thrived under the gentle glow of moonlit magic and the watchful eyes of its enchanting inhabitants. Willowmere was home to all manner of creatures, some with wings that caught the starlight, others with fur that shimmered like dew in the morning sun. Among the villagers was a young girl named Aisling, whose heart was as warm as the hearth at the village inn. She had a curious mind and eyes that twinkled with the promise of adventure. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Aisling noticed something peculiar. The village fountain, which usually bubbled with sparkling water, was silent and still. The villagers gathered around, their faces painted with concern. "What do you think has happened?" asked old Fergus, the cobbler, adjusting his spectacles as he peered into the dry basin. Aisling knelt beside the fountain, her fingertips brushing the cool stone. She could feel something was amiss, a whisper of magic that had gone astray. "I'm not sure," she replied thoughtfully, "but I think it might be a clue." A soft rustling caught her attention, and from among the flower beds emerged a small, fluffy creature. It was a moon sprite, its fur aglow with a silvery sheen, and its eyes wide with curiosity. "Perhaps I can help," it chirped in a voice like tinkling bells. Aisling smiled gently at the sprite. "Will you show us the way?" she asked. The moon sprite nodded eagerly, flitting up into the air and leading Aisling and a few curious villagers towards the edge of the woods. The path was lit by the soft glow of luminescent mushrooms, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves. As they walked, the sprite explained in its musical tones, "Sometimes the magic of the woods becomes tangled like threads in a tapestry. We must find where it has knotted and set it free." They soon arrived at a small clearing where the ground sparkled with tiny crystals that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spreading wide like the arms of a guardian. Aisling approached the tree, feeling the hum of magic beneath her fingertips. She noticed a small door nestled in the trunk, nearly hidden by a tangle of ivy. The villagers watched in awe as Aisling gently pushed the door open, revealing a cozy hollow inside. Within the hollow sat a wise old owl, its feathers dusted with silver, as if dipped in moonlight. The owl's eyes glimmered with age-old wisdom as it gazed at the visitors. "Welcome, young Aisling," it hooted softly. "I have been waiting for you." Aisling stepped closer, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and calm. "Wise owl," she said, "our village fountain has fallen silent, and we seek to restore its magic." The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the fountain of Willowmere. Its magic flows from the heart of the woods, but sometimes the paths of magic cross and twist. In the roots of this very tree lies the answer you seek." With a gentle wave of its wing, the owl revealed a cluster of glowing roots beneath the hollow. They were tangled and intertwined, pulsing with trapped energy. Aisling knelt beside them, her fingers reaching out to unravel the knots with delicate care. As she worked, she murmured softly to the roots, weaving her own kind of magic with words of encouragement and love. The moon sprite hovered beside her, adding its own gentle light to the task. With each knot untangled, the magic began to flow once more, a soft hum resonating through the air. The roots glowed brighter, and a gentle stream of water began to trickle from the base of the tree, winding its way back towards the village. The villagers cheered softly, their faces illuminated with joy. "You've done it, Aisling!" Fergus exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. The wise owl watched with a satisfied nod. Remember, young one, it said, the magic of the woods is much like the bonds of friendship. It needs care and attention to keep it flowing. Aisling smiled, feeling a warmth in her heart that matched the gentle glow of the returning water. Thank you, wise owl, she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As they made their way back to Willowmere, the moon sprite danced above them, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The village fountain was once again alive with bubbling laughter, its waters sparkling under the moonlit sky. That night, as the villagers gathered around the fountain, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the magic that surrounded them, Aisling felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew that in this world, where friendships were as precious as the shimmering stars, any mystery could be solved with a little kindness and a touch of magic. And so, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, the village of Willowmere drifted into a gentle slumber, their dreams carried on the soft wings of moonlight. Story 55. In the heart of the tranquil village of Elderglen, nestled beneath the shadow of the majestic silvery forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to drift like the gentle flow of the nearby whispering brook. The villagers were known for their kind hearts and gentle smiles, and the air was always filled with the comforting scent of lavender and pine. Leora was a weaver by trade, creating tapestries that captured the vibrant hues of the seasons. Yet, despite her skill, she felt a restlessness within her soul, a yearning for something more, though what that was, she could not say. A change seemed to hover on the horizon, elusive and daunting. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed with shades of amber and gold, Leora felt an irresistible pull to the depths of the silverleaf forest. It was a place of mystery and magic, where the trees whispered secrets older than the village itself. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her began to shimmer with a soft, ethereal glow. It was then that she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that delved deep into the earth. Nestled within its branches was a small, glowing orb, pulsating with a gentle, warm light. As Leora gazed into its depths, she felt an inexplicable connection, as if the orb held the key to the changes she both feared and longed for. Curious and cautious, Leora reached out to touch the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, a wave of warmth surged through her, filling her with a sense of peace and clarity she had never known. The orb responded to her touch by expanding outward, enveloping her in a cocoon of light. In that moment, Leora was transported to a realm of dreams and possibilities. She found herself in a meadow bathed in moonlight, where the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming jasmine. There she met a wise old woman named Aisling, whose eyes twinkled like starlight and whose voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear Leora," Aisling said, her words wrapping around Leora like a warm shawl. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey of transformation. Do not fear the change, for it is through change that we grow and discover our true selves." "But how will I know what path to take?" Leora asked, her voice a whisper in the night. "The path will unfold as you discover the strength within you," Aisling replied with a gentle smile. "Trust in the magic of your heart and the wisdom of the forest. You are never alone, for we are all connected through the bonds of friendship and love." With those words, the meadow faded away, and Leora found herself back beneath the ancient oak. The orb, now nestled safely within her hands, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It was a reminder of the journey she had begun and the promise of transformation. As days turned into weeks, Leora carried the orb with her, feeling its warmth and guidance with every step. She began to notice the subtle changes within herself, a newfound confidence in her weaving, an openness to the whispers of the forest, and a deeper connection to the people of Elderglen. Her tapestries became more vibrant, reflecting not just the colors of the seasons, but the emotions and stories of her heart. Leora also found strength in the friendships she nurtured. There was Rowan, the gentle baker who always had a kind word and a warm loaf of bread to share, and Marek, the patient gardener whose wisdom was as deep-rooted as the ancient trees he tended. They encouraged her, sharing their own stories of change and growth, reinforcing the lesson that life was a tapestry woven with both challenges and triumphs. One brisk winter evening, as snowflakes danced in the moonlight, Leora gathered her friends at the hearth of the village inn. The fire crackled merrily, casting a golden glow that flickered against the walls, while the scent of spiced cider filled the room. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora shared her journey with them. "Change can be daunting," she began, her voice steady and warm, "but it is also a gift, an opportunity to discover who we truly are. I have learned that the magic I sought was always within me, waiting to be embraced." As the fire burned low and the night wore on, Leora felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She realized that true magic lay not in the orb she had found, but in the courage to embrace change, the love shared among friends, and the gentle wisdom that flowed from life's experiences. In the heart of Elderglen, amid the whispering trees and the comforting glow of the hearth, Leora found her place. She had transformed, not through grand gestures or spells, but through the quiet strength of her heart and the beauty of personal discovery. And as the village slept, cradled in the arms of the silverleaf forest, Leora knew that change was not something to fear, but to welcome with open arms and an open heart. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and the whispering woods, there lay a cottage so inviting it seemed to be woven from the very fibers of warmth and comfort. Its thatched roof was a patchwork of soft moss and wildflowers, and the windows glowed like welcoming eyes even on the gloomiest of days. Inside, the scent of cinnamon and freshly baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of burning logs, creating an air of perpetual coziness. Living in this cottage was a gentle soul named Finn, a young boy with a heart as open as the skies above. Finn was known throughout the village for his kindness and his insatiable curiosity about the world around him. His days were often spent wandering the meadows, listening to the songs of the streams, and watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. But Finn's greatest love was the forest beyond the village, a place of endless wonder and mysterious beauty. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in shades of gold and crimson, Finn set out on one of his usual adventures. His boots crunched against the fallen leaves, and the cool breeze carried whispers of secrets untold. He followed a path less traveled, guided by the rustling of leaves and the occasional darting of a squirrel or the flutter of a bird. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon something peculiar, an ancient oak tree, gnarled and wise, with a hollow at its base. It was here that he found a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a blanket of leaves. The box was adorned with symbols he could not decipher, and it seemed to hum with a quiet, mysterious energy. Curiosity piqued, Finn gently lifted the box and brushed away the dirt and leaves. As he did so, a faint glow emanated from within, casting a soft light on his face. He opened the box with trembling hands, revealing a single, shimmering feather resting inside. The feather was unlike any he had ever seen. Its colors shifted and danced like the northern lights, and it felt warm and alive in his grasp. Unbeknownst to Finn, this was a feather from the legendary phoenix, a creature of myth and magic, known to grant extraordinary abilities to those it deemed worthy. As Finn held the feather, he felt a surge of warmth and strength coursing through him, as if the very essence of the phoenix had intertwined with his own. Excited and bewildered by his discovery, Finn decided to seek the wisdom of Elder Rowan, the village sage known for his knowledge of the mystical and the arcane. Elder Rowan's cottage was tucked away at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden of herbs and flowers that seemed to bloom perpetually. When Finn arrived, Elder Rowan greeted him with a knowing smile, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, young Finn, what brings you to my humble abode on this fine autumn day?" the elder asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Finn recounted his discovery of the feather and the strange sensations it had evoked. Elder Rowan listened intently, nodding as Finn spoke. When Finn had finished, the elder took a moment before responding. "You have found a rare and precious gift," Elder Rowan said, his voice tinged with awe. The phoenix feather is a symbol of rebirth and transformation. It is said to bestow upon its bearer not only great power, but also great challenges. How you choose to use this gift will shape your journey and, indeed, your very soul. Finn pondered the elder's words, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The idea of embarking on a journey of transformation both thrilled and frightened him. Yet, deep within, he felt a stirring, a calling to embrace the unknown and to discover what lay beyond the horizon of his current life. With Elder Rowan's guidance, Finn began to explore the potential of the phoenix feather. He found that when he held it close, his senses heightened, allowing him to perceive the hidden world around him. He could hear the whispers of the wind, see the vibrant auras of the trees, and even understand the language of the animals that roamed the forest. One day, while wandering through the forest, he encountered a fox with fur as red as the setting sun. The fox regarded Finn with curious, intelligent eyes, and to Finn's amazement, he could hear the words forming in his mind. "Greetings, young one," the fox said, its voice soft and melodic. "You carry the feather of the phoenix, do you not?" Finn nodded, still marveling at the ability to converse with such a creature. "Yes, I do, but I am unsure of what I am meant to do with it." The fox tilted its head, a playful glint in its eyes. "The feather will guide you, should you choose to listen. It has been many seasons since a human has walked this path. Perhaps it is time for you to discover the hidden world within the forest." Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the fox deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller, their branches intertwining like the arms of old friends. As they traveled, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. The air sparkled with motes of light, and the very ground beneath Finn's feet pulsed with energy. Eventually, they reached a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a great stone circle stood. Ancient and powerful, the stones hummed with an energy that resonated with Finn's heart. In the center of the circle, a shimmering portal glowed, its surface rippling like water. "This is the gateway to the hidden world," the fox explained. "A realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary meet, where the bonds between all living things are strengthened. But beware, for not all who enter are ready for the truths they will find." Despite the warning, Finn felt an undeniable pull towards the portal. With the phoenix feather in hand, he stepped forward, feeling the warmth of the magic envelop him like a comforting embrace. As he crossed the threshold, the world around him shifted and changed. Finn found himself in a place of breathtaking beauty, a world where the colors were more vibrant, the air more fragrant, and the sounds more harmonious. It was a world alive with magic, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the rivers sang songs of distant lands. As he explored this hidden realm, Finn discovered creatures of legend, unicorns grazing in sunlit meadows, fairies dancing among the flowers, and wise old owls that shared tales of the past. Each encounter filled Finn with wonder and gratitude, and he felt himself growing in ways he had never imagined. But the hidden world was not without its challenges. Finn soon learned that harmony was delicate and required balance. One day, he noticed the forest had grown unusually quiet, the vibrant colors dulled as if a shadow had fallen over the land. Concerned, he sought out the fox, who had become his guide and friend. "The balance has been disturbed," the fox explained, its voice tinged with worry. "A dark force has entered the realm, seeking to unravel the bonds that hold this world together. It is a test, young Finn, one that will require all your courage and wisdom." Determined to restore harmony, Finn embarked on a quest to find the source of the disturbance. With the phoenix feather as his guide, he journeyed through enchanted forests, across glittering lakes, and over snow-capped mountains. Along the way, he met others who had been touched by the feather's magic, creatures and beings who had faced their own challenges and learned the value of friendship and trust. With each encounter, Finn's understanding deepened, and he learned that true strength lay not in power alone, but in the courage to face one's fears and the wisdom to seek help from others. These lessons became his compass, guiding him toward the heart of the shadow that threatened the hidden world. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate valley where the dark force had taken root. It was a place drained of color and life, where the air was heavy with despair. Finn felt the weight of the shadow pressing against his spirit, but he refused to be disheartened. With the phoenix feather glowing brightly in his hand, he stepped into the valley, determined to confront the darkness. At the center of the valley stood a figure cloaked in shadows, a being of sorrow and anger, born from the forgotten dreams and broken promises of the world. It was a creature that had lost its way, consumed by its own pain and loneliness. Finn approached the shadow with compassion in his heart. He saw not an enemy, but a soul in need of healing. "I understand your pain," Finn said softly, his voice carrying the warmth of the phoenix's light. "But you are not alone. There is always a chance for renewal and hope, just as the phoenix rises from its ashes." The shadow hesitated, its form flickering as if caught between worlds. Finn reached out with the phoenix feather, offering the light of friendship and understanding. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, allowing the first rays of light to pierce the gloom. As the shadow faded, the valley blossomed with life once more. Colors returned, vibrant and full of promise, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Creatures of the hidden world emerged from their hiding places, their songs and laughter echoing through the trees. Finn had succeeded not by vanquishing the darkness, but by healing it with kindness and empathy. The hidden world was restored, its balance renewed, and Finn had grown in ways he could never have imagined. With his journey complete, Finn returned to the village, forever changed by his experiences. He carried with him the lessons of the hidden world, the importance of harmony, the strength found in friendship, and the power of understanding. The phoenix feather, having fulfilled its purpose, transformed into a simple but beautiful keepsake, a reminder of the journey Finn had undertaken and the truths he had uncovered. It rested on a shelf in his cottage, a symbol of hope and the endless possibilities that lay within the heart. And so, under the gentle glow of the evening stars, Finn would sometimes sit by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames mirroring the warmth in his heart. He would close his eyes and remember the hidden world, knowing that its magic was always a part of him, guiding him through the ever-unfolding journey of life. In the cozy embrace of his cottage, Finn found peace, knowing that while the world was vast and full of mystery, it was also filled with wonder and love, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. And with each new day, he carried forward the knowledge that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the simple acts of kindness and the connections we forge along the way. Story 57. The Whispering Stones of Eldergrove. In a quaint village nestled within the rolling emerald hills of Eldergrove, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle murmur of a babbling brook, harmonized with the songs of chirping crickets, there existed a tale as old as the oaks that stood sentinel over the land. The villagers often gathered by the hearth, sharing stories that danced like the flames flickering in the firelight, but none were as captivating as the legend of the Whispering Stones. It was said that deep within the heart of the Eldergrove forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of golden light, lay a circle of ancient stones. These stones, weathered and covered in a soft blanket of moss, possessed the magical ability to grant wisdom to those pure of heart who sought their counsel. Yet, they were elusive, hidden from the eyes of those who searched for them with greed or ill intent. In this idyllic setting filled with the whisper of leaves and the rustle of woodland creatures, lived a young girl named Lila. With eyes the color of a clear summer sky and hair that tumbled down her back in a cascade of auburn curls, Lila was known for her curiosity and kindness. The villagers spoke of her often, admiring her ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, a dew-kissed spiderweb, the soft cooing of a dove, or the way the moonlight danced upon the river's surface at night. Lila's best friend was a small, scruffy dog named Pip, who followed her everywhere she went, always ready for an adventure. With a wagging tail and a nose for mischief, Pip was Lila's constant companion, and together they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of Eldergrove, their laughter echoing through the trees. One serene afternoon, as the sun dipped low on the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila and Pip wandered farther than they ever had before. The forest seemed to welcome them with open arms, the rustling leaves whispering secrets in a language only the trees could speak. It was on this day, as they followed a path lined with delicate bluebells and the sweet scent of honeysuckle, that they stumbled upon something extraordinary. At the base of a towering oak, where the roots twisted and turned like the tendrils of an ancient sea creature, Lila noticed a glimmering light peeking through the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, she approached cautiously, Pip at her side, his tail wagging in anticipation. As she parted the ferns, she gasped in wonder. Before them lay a circle of stones, each one unique and glistening with a soft, ethereal glow. Lila felt a warm breeze brush against her cheek, and though no words were spoken, she understood the stones were welcoming her. "Hello," she whispered, feeling a sense of reverence in the presence of the mysterious stones. "I'm Lila, and this is Pip." The stones seemed to shimmer in response, and a gentle hum filled the air, resonating with a melody that wrapped around her heart like a comforting embrace. Lila felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as if she had found a place where she truly belonged. As she sat on the soft grass within the circle, Pip curled up beside her, and she closed her eyes, listening to the soothing music the stones seemed to sing. It was then that she realized the stones were whispering secrets of the forest, stories of the world that had long since passed, and wisdom that could guide her on her journey through life. Days turned into weeks, and Lila returned to the stones often, spending hours in their company, absorbing their stories, and learning from their wisdom. The forest became her sanctuary, a place where she could escape the worries of the world and find solace in the simplicity of nature. With each visit, Lila grew wiser, her heart filled with a deep understanding of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in the smallest of creatures, and to appreciate the delicate balance of life in the forest. The stones taught her to be patient, to be kind, and to cherish the friendships she held dear. Yet, the village was not without its troubles. A drought had settled over Eldergrove, and the once bountiful fields lay barren and dry. The villagers grew anxious as their crops withered, and the river that provided them with life-giving water dwindled to a mere trickle. One evening, as Lila sat with the stones, she heard their whispers grow urgent, their song filled with a plea for help. She felt their concern for the village, for the people who had long lived in harmony with the forest, and she knew she had to act. With Pip by her side, Lila ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, guided by the wisdom of the stones. The path was treacherous, overgrown with thorny bushes and tangled vines, but Lila pressed on, her heart filled with determination. As she journeyed, she found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen. The trees here were ancient, their branches stretched towards the heavens, and the air hummed with a magic that pulsed through her veins. It was here, in the heart of the Eldergrove, that she discovered a hidden spring, its waters crystal clear and bubbling with life. Lila knew this was the answer the stones had led her to. The spring was the source of the river that flowed through the village, and its waters held the power to end the drought and restore life to the fields. With Pip's help, Lila cleared the debris that blocked the spring, and as the water flowed freely once more, she felt a sense of joy and accomplishment swell within her. She knew the villagers would now have the water they so desperately needed, and the forest would thrive once more. When Lila returned to the village, she shared her discovery with the elders, and the villagers rejoiced, their hearts filled with gratitude for the gift of water that would sustain them through the dry season. They celebrated Lila's courage and wisdom, and she became a symbol of hope and resilience for all. As the seasons changed and the forest flourished, Lila continued to visit the Whispering Stones, always grateful for the wisdom they had bestowed upon her. She understood that the true magic of the stones was not in the answers they gave, but in the journey they inspired her to take. Through her adventures, Lila learned that the greatest treasures in life were the friendships she nurtured, the kindness she showed to others, and the love she held for the world around her. The stones had taught her that wisdom was not a destination, but a path she would walk for the rest of her life. And so, in the village of Eldergrove, where the air was always sweet with the scent of wild flowers, and the gentle murmur of the brook echoed through the hills, Lila lived a life filled with joy and wonder. She carried the lessons of the Whispering Stones within her heart, sharing their wisdom with all who crossed her path. As the years passed and the village thrived, the legend of the Whispering Stones grew, becoming a cherished tale told by the hearth on cool winter nights. And though many sought the stones, hoping to discover their secrets, only those with hearts as pure as Lila's could hear their whispers and learn from their ancient wisdom. for it was in the hearts of those who listened with kindness and love that the true magic of the Whispering Stones lived on, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring beauty of the world. Story 58. Once upon a time, nestled within the embrace of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the dense canopy, lay a mystical glen known as Whispering Hollow. This glen, wrapped in a cloak of lush greenery and woven with the melodies of bubbling streams, was home to a tapestry of creatures who lived in harmonious balance. The tall, wise oaks stood like sentinels, their leaves fluttering in the gentle breeze, whispering secrets of the ages to those who would listen. In this enchanted forest, nature flourished in ways unseen by human eyes. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the ground was a soft bed of moss that cushioned the steps of any who trod upon it. Butterflies flitted from flower to flower, their wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight like living jewels. Birds sang a sweet chorus, their songs mingling with the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of peace. Within this haven lived a wise old tortoise named Tarmo. His shell was like a mosaic of green and brown, mirroring the forest floor, and his eyes, deep and knowing, held the stories of centuries. Tarmo was the keeper of wisdom in Whispering Hollow, a role inherited from generations of tortoises before him. His days were spent wandering the forest, observing the delicate dance of life and imparting knowledge to those who sought him out. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest blazed with hues of amber and gold, a young squirrel named Pippin scurried up to Tarmo. Pippin's fur was a vibrant russet, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. He had heard tales of Tarmo's wisdom and was eager to learn how to prepare for the coming winter. "Good morning, Master Tarmo," chirped Pippin, his tiny paws twitching with excitement. "I wish to learn the secrets of the forest and how to gather wisely for the cold months ahead." Tarmo chuckled, a sound like the rustle of dry leaves. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest holds many secrets, but they are revealed only to those who observe with patience and care. Come, walk with me, and let us seek the wisdom of the seasons." Together they wandered deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the faint promise of the first frost. As they walked, Tarmo pointed out the signs of nature's preparation for winter. He showed Pippin how the birds gathered berries, storing them in hidden caches, and how the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy. "The forest teaches us to live in harmony," Tarmo explained. "Each creature has a role, and together we create balance. We must take only what we need and leave enough for others to thrive." Pippin listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound understanding. As they continued their journey, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny prism that captured the light and filled the air with the scent of rain-kissed earth. The rain was not just a gift of water, but a harbinger of change, signaling the transition from one season to the next. As they reached the edge of a serene pond, Tarmo paused. The water mirrored the sky, a tapestry of clouds drifting lazily, and was surrounded by reeds that swayed in the gentle breeze. "Water, like wisdom, flows through the ages," Tarmo mused. "It nourishes the land and sustains life, teaching us to adapt and endure." Pippin gazed at the pond, his reflection staring back at him. He realized that the forest was a living entity, each part vital to the whole. He vowed to share this understanding with his fellow creatures, ensuring that the harmony of Whispering Hollow would endure. As the day gave way to twilight, the sky painted in hues of lavender and rose, Pippin thanked Tarmo for his guidance. The old tortoise nodded, his eyes filled with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. "Remember, dear Pippin, that wisdom is not in knowing everything, but in knowing how to live in balance with the world around you." With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose, Pippin bounded back to his nest high in the branches of a venerable oak. The forest settled into the quiet of evening, the gentle hum of crickets serenading the stars as they twinkled to life. In the heart of Whispering Hollow, the creatures of the forest continued their lives, guided by the wisdom of the ancient trees and the gentle teachings of Tarmo. The cycle of seasons turned, each bringing its own magic, but the harmony of the forest remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon, Whispering Hollow slept, cradled in the embrace of the night, a peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of the forest could be heard by those willing to listen. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a hidden valley nestled deep within the ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared to be an ordinary child, Willow possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and all the creatures that called the woodlands their home. From the moment she could toddle, Willow would wander among the towering oaks and whispering pines, listening to their stories and secrets. The trees would bend their branches and rustle their leaves, sharing tales of the changing seasons, the ebb and flow of life, and the wonders that lay just beyond the borders of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow sat cross-legged beneath a grand maple, its crimson leaves drifting down like fallen embers, she heard a soft, melancholic whisper carried on the breeze. It was the voice of an old oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, speaking of a long-forgotten magic that had once flourished in these very woods. Deep within the heart of the forest, the oak's branches creaked, lies a hidden glade where the ancient magic still lingers. There you will find a crystalline pool whose waters hold the power to unlock the secrets of the natural world. Willow's eyes widened with wonder, and a spark of curiosity ignited within her. She had always sensed that there was something extraordinary about these woods, but she had never imagined that such a magical place existed. Without hesitation, Willow bid farewell to the old oak and set off on a journey to find the enchanted glade. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of colors that painted the landscape, the rich, earthy tones of the fallen leaves, the brilliant reds and golds of the autumn foliage, and the emerald hues of the moss-covered logs that lay scattered across the forest floor. Along the way, she encountered a host of woodland creatures who became her faithful companions. A wise old owl named Gwendolyn guided her through the maze of twisted paths, while a playful squirrel named Nutkin scampered ahead, leading the way with his boundless energy. As night fell, they sought shelter beneath the sheltering boughs of a towering pine, and Willow listened in rapt attention as Gwendolyn shared stories of the forest's ancient magic. The owl spoke of a time when humans and nature existed in perfect harmony, when the very trees and streams were imbued with mystical powers, and those who could listen to their whispers could tap into that magic. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy, Willow and her newfound friends continued their quest. They traversed winding streams, climbed mossy hills, and navigated through thickets of brambles, each step bringing them closer to their destination. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged into a breathtaking clearing unlike anything Willow had ever seen. In the center of the glade stood a crystalline pool, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Surrounding the pool were ancient trees whose twisted branches seemed to reach out in reverence, their leaves whispering secrets long forgotten. As Willow approached the enchanted waters, she felt a sense of profound peace wash over her. She knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths, where she saw visions of the forest's past, present, and future unfold before her eyes. She witnessed the birth of mighty oaks from tiny acorns, the delicate dance of butterflies among the wildflowers, and the changing of the seasons in an endless cycle of renewal. But she also saw the encroachment of human civilization, the felling of ancient trees, and the pollution that threatened to choke the life from the once vibrant woodlands. In that moment, Willow understood the true power of the magic she had discovered. It was not merely a force to be wielded, but a delicate balance that must be preserved. She vowed to dedicate her life to protecting the forest and all its inhabitants, to be a voice for those who could not speak, and to ensure that the ancient magic would never fade. From that day forward, Willow became known as the Keeper of the Woods, a guardian of the natural world and a bridge between the realms of human and nature. She shared her gift with others, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds, and to walk in harmony with the rhythms of the forest. Years passed, and Willow's reputation grew, drawing to her a loyal band of friends and allies who shared her vision of a world where humans and nature coexisted in perfect balance. Together, they worked tirelessly to protect the forests, to restore the damaged ecosystems, and to educate others about the importance of preserving the ancient magic. And though the challenges were many and the path was often difficult, Willow never lost sight of the enchanted glade and the crystalline pool that had forever changed her life. For she knew that as long as the magic of the forest remained, there was hope for a better, more harmonious future. As the years turned to decades, Willow grew old and wise, her hair as silver as the moonlight that filtered through the canopy, but her spirit remained as vibrant as the wildflowers that bloomed each spring, and her love for the natural world burned brighter than ever. And on the eve of her final journey, as she sat beneath the sheltering branches of the ancient oak that had first set her on this path, she smiled contentedly, for she knew that the magic of the forest would live on, passed down through generations of keepers who would continue to nurture and protect the woodlands she had come to cherish. With a last, lingering glance at the towering trees and the gentle creatures that called them home, Willow closed her eyes and surrendered herself to the embrace of the natural world she had devoted her life to preserving. And as her spirit merged with the very essence of the forest, she knew that she had found her true home, a place where the ancient magic would never fade and the whispers of the trees would echo through the ages. Story 60. In the heart of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across a velvet sky, there was a trading outpost known as Celestia's Crossroads. It was a place where paths converged and beings from every corner of the universe gathered, bringing with them stories, goods, and dreams. On a day that seemed ordinary, under the soft glow of 2 crescent moons, an unusual encounter was about to unfold. Alo, a gentle creature from the aquatic planet of Thalassia, had just arrived at the bustling market. With translucent skin that glowed faintly in the dim light, Alo moved with a grace that mirrored the waves of his home. His people were known for their wisdom and serenity, thriving in the tranquility of their oceanic world. As Alo marveled at the vibrant stalls filled with scents of spices and the hum of alien languages, he accidentally bumped into a towering figure. The figure turned sharply, revealing a being covered in iridescent scales and crowned with a set of delicate antennae. This was Lyra, a traveler from the mountainous planet of Zephyrah, where the air sang with the music of the wind and the skies were painted with endless hues. Lyra, startled by the unexpected nudge, let out a sound that was somewhere between a hiss and a whistle, a natural reflex among her kind. Alo, misinterpreting the noise as anger, immediately apologized, his voice gentle and sincere. "I am so sorry, dear traveler. I didn't mean to intrude upon your path." Lyra, sensing the sincerity in Alo's tone, softened her stance. "No harm done, friend. I was just surprised," she replied, her voice carrying the lilt of distant winds. This was the beginning of a friendship neither had anticipated. As the day unfolded, Alo and Lyra found themselves exploring the market together, their curiosity leading them from stall to stall. Despite their differences, they discovered a shared love for stories and an eagerness to learn about each other's worlds. Alo spoke of the serene beauty of Thalassia's coral forests, while Lyra described the exhilarating heights of Zephyrah's floating mountains. Yet, as the day waned, a misunderstanding threatened to unravel their budding friendship. Lyra, fascinated by a Thalassian artifact that Alo had shown her, attempted to purchase it as a gift for him. However, Alo, unfamiliar with Zephyrah's customs of gifting, mistook the gesture as an attempt to claim ownership of something sacred to his people. Alo's expression turned somber, the glow of his skin dimming slightly. "I thought we were sharing stories, not possessions," he said quietly, a hint of hurt in his voice. Lyra, realizing the misstep, was quick to explain. "Oh, Alo, I meant it as a token of our friendship, not as a claim. In my culture, giving is a way of showing trust and respect." Understanding dawned on Alo, and his glow returned, brighter than before. "I see now. I am grateful for your kindness, Lyra." With the misunderstanding cleared, Alo and Lyra continued their journey, their bond strengthened by the honesty they shared. As night fell, the market transformed into a world of twinkling lights and soft melodies. It was under this canopy of stars that they faced their greatest challenge yet. A sudden tremor passed through Celestia's Crossroads, causing the ground to shudder and stalls to topple. A malfunction in the gravitational stabilizers had set the entire outpost off balance. Panic rippled through the crowd as beings of all shapes and sizes struggled to find their footing. In the midst of the chaos, Alo and Lyra sprang into action. Drawing upon his calm nature, Alo guided those around him to safety with soothing words and gentle reassurances. Meanwhile, Lyra, with her sharp instincts and swift movements, helped stabilize the unstable structures, using her strength to support those in need. Together they became a beacon of hope in the turmoil. Alo's wisdom and Lyra's courage complemented each other perfectly, creating harmony amidst the disorder. When the tremors subsided and the market settled back into its usual rhythm, the gratitude of those they had helped was palpable. Alo and Lyra found themselves surrounded by newfound friends, their actions having forged connections that transcended planetary boundaries. As they sat together, exhausted but content, under the tranquil light of the twin moons, Alo turned to Lyra with a serene smile. Today, I've learned that true friendship is like the tides of my world, sometimes calm, sometimes stormy, but always bringing us to new shores. Lyra nodded, her scales shimmering softly in agreement. And I've discovered that even the strongest winds can carry us to places we never imagined, especially when we have someone to guide us. In that moment, Alo and Lyra understood that their friendship had blossomed not despite their differences, but because of them. Through misunderstandings and challenges, they had found a connection that was as boundless as the universe itself. As the night deepened, Alo and Lyra rested side by side, their hearts full of the warmth and wonder that only true friendship could bring. And under the watchful gaze of the stars, they knew that whatever adventures lay ahead, they would face them together, united by the bonds they had forged at Celestia's crossroads. Story 61. In the gentle glow of the setting sun, the village of Willowdale nestled amid lush, rolling hills, where cottages with thatched roofs and winding cobblestone paths cradled the sleepy town. Willowdale was known for its serene beauty and its peculiar magical charm. Every morning, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming lavender, and at night the skies shimmered with twinkling stars that seemed to hum a soft lullaby. One such evening, as the villagers prepared to retire to their cozy abodes, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village bell, usually rung only at dawn and dusk by the kind-hearted bell ringer, old Cedric, began to chime unexpectedly at odd intervals throughout the night. The sound was not alarming, but rather curious, as if it had a tale of its own to tell. Among the villagers, young Iris, a bright-eyed girl with a heart full of wonder, was particularly intrigued by the mysterious bell. She lived with her grandmother, the wise and gentle elder Mira, who was known for her vast knowledge of the village's history and the secrets of its enchanted surroundings. Iris loved nothing more than listening to her grandmother's stories by the fireplace, but tonight her curiosity about the bell's strange behavior was too strong to ignore. "Grandmother," Iris began softly, as they sat together in the snug warmth of their cottage, "why do you think the bell is ringing like that? It sounds different tonight." Elder Mira, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years, set down her knitting and smiled gently. "Ah, my dear Iris, the bell has its reasons. Perhaps it's time for us to explore. There are always whispers in the wind if we listen closely enough." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Iris decided to investigate. As the moon cast its silver glow over the village, she wrapped herself in a warm cloak and stepped out into the night. The air was crisp, carrying the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The bell tower stood at the heart of Willowdale, its ancient stones bathed in moonlight. As Iris approached, she noticed something unusual. Tiny footprints, glowing faintly in the dark, led away from the tower. Curious and cautious, she followed them, her heart beating with the excitement of discovery. The footprints wound through the village, leading Iris to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchantment and friendly magical creatures. There, she met her first helper on this gentle adventure, a small luminescent creature known as a wisp. Wisps were known to guide those who were lost or seeking answers, and this one hovered playfully, casting a soft light around them. "Hello, little wisp," Iris greeted, her voice as soft as the night breeze. "Do you know why the bell is ringing?" The wisp twinkled in response, darting ahead as if beckoning her to follow. Iris obliged, her steps light and eager. The path through the woods was like walking through a dream, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where an old, wise owl perched atop a twisted oak tree. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes gleamed with intelligence. Iris had heard tales of the owl from her grandmother. He was known as Sage, the guardian of the woods and a keeper of ancient wisdom. "Good evening, young one," Sage hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see you follow the call of the bell." "Yes, Sage," Iris replied respectfully. "The bell rings so strangely tonight. Do you know why?" Sage nodded, a knowing smile in his eyes. "The bell rings with purpose, for it seeks to awaken the heart of the village. There is a story that needs to be told, and a connection that must be rekindled." With a gentle flap of his wings, Sage gestured towards the heart of the clearing, where a small, forgotten well stood. Its stones were worn with age, and vines crept over its edges, as if to keep its secrets hidden. "Long ago, this well was the heart of Willowdale," Sage explained. "It held the magic that kept the village thriving, and its waters were shared in times of need. But as the years passed, it was forgotten, and its magic began to wane. The bell rings to remind us of the bond we once cherished." Understanding dawned on Iris. The bell was calling the villagers back to the well, urging them to remember the unity and care that had once bound them together. She thanked Sage and the Wisp for their guidance, her heart filled with a newfound purpose. The next morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, Iris shared her discovery with Elder Mira and the villagers gathered in the square. Together, they made their way to the clearing, where the forgotten well awaited. With gentle hands and open hearts, the villagers cleaned the well, restoring it to its former glory. As they worked, laughter and stories filled the air, rekindling friendships and sparking new ones. When at last they drew fresh water from the well, it shimmered with a renewed magic, a symbol of the village's unity and the love they shared. From that day on, the bell of Willowdale rang with a joyful tone, a reminder of the power of connection and the magic of community. Iris, her heart aglow with the warmth of the village's spirit, knew that the bonds they had strengthened would carry them through any future mystery or challenge. And so, under the watchful eyes of Sage and the playful light of the Wisp, Willowdale thrived, a village bound by love, wisdom, and the gentle magic of friendship. And as the stars began their nightly dance, Iris fell asleep by the fireplace, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of something truly special. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets from the ages and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Nestled between lush green hills and gentle streams, Willowbrook was a place where time moved at a leisurely pace, and magic lingered in the air like a soft, comforting blanket. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, when strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. It started with the peculiar disappearance of the village's beloved clock tower bell. The bell, a gift from the forest sprites, had chimed faithfully every hour, its melody a soothing reassurance for all who heard it. But now its absence left a hollow silence that unnerved the villagers. As the days passed, other oddities began to emerge. The village's lanterns, which glowed with an ethereal light gifted by the fireflies, flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced along the cobblestone paths. The gentle river, usually a crystal-clear mirror reflecting the sky, turned murky and still, its usual babble silenced. Concerned whispers filled the air as villagers gathered at the cozy Hearthside Inn, seeking warmth and comfort by the crackling fire. There, sitting in a corner, was Mira, a young and observant girl known for her cleverness and kind heart. Mira had a knack for noticing what others might overlook, and she listened intently to the worried conversations that floated around her like autumn leaves on a breeze. Determined to solve the mystery, Mira decided to seek out her dear friend Finn, a wise old owl who resided in the tallest oak at the edge of the woods. Finn was known for his knowledge of the forest and its many secrets, and Mira hoped he might shed some light on the strange occurrences. The next morning, with the first rays of dawn peeking through the trees, Mira set off on her quest. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the melodious songs of birds. As she walked, Mira marveled at the intricate tapestry of life around her, each sound and scent a thread in the rich fabric of the whispering woods. At last she reached Finn's oak, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Perched on a sturdy limb, Finn blinked his large golden eyes and greeted Mira with a soft hoot. "Ah, Mira," he said in his deep, soothing voice. "I sensed you might come. The forest has been restless, and I believe we have a puzzle to solve." Mira explained the strange happenings in Willowbrook, and Finn listened thoughtfully, his feathers ruffling in contemplation. "The forest is a living tapestry," he mused. "When one thread is pulled, others unravel. Let us seek the wisdom of the whispering woods to guide us." Together, Mira and Finn set off deeper into the forest, guided by the ancient paths known only to the wise creatures who dwelled there. They visited the shimmering crystal pool, where water nymphs played, their laughter like tinkling chimes. From them they learned that the river's silence stemmed from a blockage upstream, caused by a fallen tree. Next, they consulted with the mischievous wind sprites, who danced among the treetops. With a playful gust, the sprites revealed that the lantern's flickering was due to a mischievous breeze that had tangled itself in their glow, needing only a gentle song to coax it free. Finally, they arrived at the moonlit clearing, where the forest sprites gathered under the silvery glow of the moon. The sprites, with shimmering wings and twinkling eyes, shared their knowledge of the missing bell. It seemed that a curious young sprite, enchanted by the bell's beauty, had borrowed it for a game, unaware of the distress its absence had caused. With patience and kindness, Mira and Finn explained to the young sprite the importance of the bell to the village. Understanding dawned in the sprite's eyes, and with a flutter of wings, it promised to return the bell to its rightful place. As the moon rose high, casting a gentle light over the whispering woods, Mira and Finn retraced their steps back to Willowbrook. The villagers, gathered once more at the Hearthside Inn, greeted them with hopeful expressions, and Mira shared the discoveries of their journey. Under the soft glow of the newly restored lanterns, the villagers worked together to clear the river's path, restoring its joyful song. And true to its word, the young sprite returned the bell to the clock tower, where it once again rang out, its melody a balm to the villagers' hearts. With each mystery resolved, peace settled over Willowbrook like a warm, comforting embrace. The villagers thanked Mira and Finn, their gratitude a gentle murmur in the night. As Mira made her way home, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, the stars above like sparkling eyes watching over the world. She paused to listen to the soft chime of the clock tower bell, its sound a reminder that even in the face of the unknown, wisdom and friendship could light the way. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under a sky sprinkled with stardust, the gentle mysteries of the whispering woods were laid to rest, their secrets safe among the whispering leaves and the hearts of those who called it home. Story 63. In a quiet village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things had begun to happen. Twinkling lights danced through the trees at night, accompanied by soft tinkling sounds that none could identify. The morning dew glistened with an unusual sparkle, and the air carried the faint scent of wild berries. Young Willow, a curious and kind-hearted girl, was the first to notice these peculiarities. She loved spending time among the towering oaks and whispering pines, often bringing a basket to collect wildflowers, mushrooms, and other treasures from the forest floor. One misty morning, as Willow hummed a tune and wove daisy chains, a tiny voice interrupted her reverie. "Psst! Over here!" Willow's eyes widened as a minuscule figure emerged from beneath a toadstool, a forest sprite no bigger than her thumb. "Greetings, Willow," the sprite chirped. "I am Thistle, keeper of these woodlands. We sprites have been awaiting one with an open heart and keen eyes to help us solve a peculiar mystery." Willow listened intently as Thistle described the strange occurrences that had been mystifying the forest creatures. "Our homes are being disturbed by unseen forces," he explained. "Mushroom rings are being scattered, dewdrops disappear from leaves, and berries vanish from the bushes overnight. We require a compassionate ally to unravel this enigma." Without hesitation, Willow agreed to help her newfound friend. Thus began a whimsical adventure unlike any other, as Willow and Thistle embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind the forest's magical disturbances. Over the following days, they interviewed chatty squirrels, wise old owls, and a trail of ants that seemed to have witnessed something unusual. Willow meticulously recorded every clue, no matter how small, in her well-worn journal. One evening, as the sunset painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Willow and Thistle rested beneath a willow tree beside a babbling brook. "I feel like we're missing something important," Willow mused, poring over her notes. Just then, a melodious giggle drifted through the air, and a radiant figure appeared before them. A beautiful forest nymph, her gossamer gown shimmering like moonlight on water. "Dear ones," she said with a warm smile, "the mystery you seek to solve is one of celebration, not mischief." The nymph explained that deep in the heart of the forest, a sacred glen was prepared for an ancient rite, a joyous festival to honor the turning of the seasons and the renewal of nature's cycle. "The sprites and fey folk have been hard at work, gathering dewdrops like jewels, plucking the ripest berries, and weaving enchanted flower rings," she continued. "These small wonders are the decorations that herald our revelry, which you are most welcome to attend." With that, the nymph extended her delicate hand, and Willow and Thistle followed her deeper into the forest, where the trees seemed to glow with an inner light. They emerged into a breathtaking clearing, where woodland creatures of all kinds danced among toadstools larger than cottages. Fireflies waltzed through the air, trailing sparkling dust, while sprites and pixies wove garlands of leaves and vines. The night was filled with joyous laughter, delectable feasts of forest delicacies, and enchanting music that made Willow's heart swell with wonder. As she gazed around at the magical celebration unfolding, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. When the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, the revelers bid one another farewell until the next turning of the seasons. Willow thanked the forest folk for allowing her to be a part of their sacred tradition, and vowed to keep the wonder of that night alive in her heart forever. From that day on, whenever Willow spotted a twinkling light or caught a whiff of wild berries on the breeze, she smiled, knowing the magic of the forest was always alive and well, waiting to delight those with open eyes and open hearts. Story 64. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled snugly between rolling hills and the edge of a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair glimmered like spun gold under the sun, and her laughter was a melody that danced through the air. Lila was known for her curiosity, a trait that often led her to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of her world, always seeking the magic she believed was woven into the fabric of everyday life. One brisk autumn morning, as the leaves unfurled their vibrant tapestry of crimson and gold, Lila set out on her latest adventure. The air was crisp, infused with the scent of pine and the soft, earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Her destination was a little-known glade in the heart of the forest, whispered about in tales of old. It was said to be a place where time stood still, where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was thin. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the path became increasingly obscure, the trees closing in like ancient sentinels. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced along the ground. Birds chirped softly, their songs a gentle accompaniment to the rustle of the wind. After what felt like hours, Lila emerged into the glade, a sanctuary of tranquility where silence reigned supreme, save for the gentle trickle of a hidden stream. In the center of the glade stood an oak tree, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its branches stretching wide as though embracing the sky. Lila approached it with reverence, her fingers brushing against the rough bark. It was then that she noticed a peculiar object nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box seemed to glow with an inner light, beckoning her with a silent promise of wonder. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Lila gently opened the box. Inside, resting upon a bed of soft moss, lay a delicate silver key. Its surface shimmered with a faint luminescence, as though it had been bathed in moonlight. Lila felt a strange warmth emanating from the key, a sensation that filled her with a sense of belonging and purpose. As she held the key, the world around her seemed to shift. The glade grew brighter, colors more vivid, and the air hummed with an energy that set her heart racing. It was as if the key had unlocked something within her, a connection to the hidden magic she had always sensed but never fully understood. The forest, once familiar, now felt alive with secrets waiting to be discovered. Determined to uncover the key's purpose, Lila set off once more, her footsteps guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain. She wandered through the forest, her path illuminated by the soft glow of the key, until she arrived at a place she had never seen before, a clearing bathed in silver light where the air shimmered with the promise of enchantment. In the center of the clearing stood a door, suspended in the air without walls or roof to anchor it. It was an elegant portal, crafted from dark mahogany and adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell a story of their own. The door beckoned to Lila, and without hesitation she approached, the key in her hand feeling warm and alive. As she inserted the key into the lock, a gentle click echoed through the clearing, and the door swung open to reveal a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Stepping through, Lila found herself in a land where magic thrived, where the ordinary laws of nature were but suggestions. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of swirling colors, and the ground beneath her feet sparkled with iridescent dew. Lila's heart soared with wonder as she explored this hidden realm, her senses alive to the beauty that surrounded her. She wandered through fields of flowers that sang in harmony with the breeze, past rivers that flowed with liquid light, and under trees that whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. As she journeyed deeper into this magical world, she discovered creatures of all shapes and sizes, gentle giants whose footsteps shook the ground, tiny fairies with wings like stained glass, and wise old owls who spoke in riddles. Each encounter left her more enchanted, more connected to the magic that pulsed through the land. Yet, amid the wonder, Lila sensed a sadness that lingered like a shadow. The inhabitants of this realm, though kind and welcoming, carried a heaviness in their hearts. The magic that sustained their world was fading, and with it their joy and vitality. Lila's heart ached for them, her compassion as boundless as the sky above. Determined to help, Lila sought out the wise elder of the realm, a venerable tortoise named Eldrin, whose shell bore the marks of countless years. Eldrin welcomed Lila with a gentle smile, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 sunsets. "Welcome, child of two worlds," he said, his voice a soothing melody. "You carry with you a key, not only to our realm but to the hearts of those who dwell here." Lila listened intently as Eldrin spoke of the ancient magic that sustained their world, a magic born of harmony and balance. But over time the balance had shifted, and the magic had waned. The key she possessed was a symbol of hope, a reminder of the connection between their world and hers. With newfound determination, Lila embarked on a quest to restore the balance and renew the magic that held their worlds together. She traveled far and wide, guided by Eldrin's wisdom and the friendships she forged along the way. Together with her companions, a mischievous sprite named Fen and a courageous young fox called Bramble, Lila faced challenges that tested her heart and spirit. They journeyed through forests shrouded in mist, climbed mountains that touched the sky, and crossed rivers that flowed with forgotten memories. Along the way, Lila learned the true essence of magic, not as a force to be wielded, but as a bond that united all things, a dance of light and shadow, of joy and sorrow. As their journey unfolded, Lila discovered that the key she carried was more than a simple artifact. It was a catalyst for change, a beacon of hope that illuminated the path to healing. Through acts of kindness, moments of laughter, and the strength of their friendship, Lila and her companions began to mend the fractures that had weakened the magic. They sang songs that resonated with the land, wove tales of unity and love, and tended to the wounds that had festered unseen. Slowly but surely, the magic began to flow once more, a gentle current that filled the world with light and life. In time, the realm blossomed anew, vibrant and full of promise. The creatures of the land thrived, their joy a symphony that echoed through the air. And Lila, her heart aglow with the magic she had helped to restore, knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. As she stood at the threshold of the portal that would return her to her own world, Lila felt a bittersweet pang of farewell. She had found a home in this magical realm, a place where she had discovered the depths of her courage and the power of her heart. Yet, She knew that her journey was not truly ending, but rather beginning anew. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Lila stepped through the door, the key now a part of her, a reminder of the magic that existed both within and beyond. As she returned to the familiar embrace of Willowbrook, she carried with her the lessons of her journey, the knowledge that true magic lay in the connections we forge, the kindness we share, and the dreams we dare to follow. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their gentle dance across the sky, Lila lay beneath the ancient oak in the glade, her heart a symphony of wonder and peace. She knew that wherever her path might lead, the magic of friendship and love would guide her, lighting the way through the darkest nights and the brightest days. Story 65, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminia. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the shimmering lakes of the peaceful village of Elderglow, lay the Whispering Woods, a forest steeped in mystery and magic. The villagers, who were as gentle as the morning dew, often spoke in hushed tones of the wood's enchanting whispers, a soft murmur that played like a gentle lullaby on the breeze. It was said that these whispers were the voices of the trees themselves, sharing secrets of old and tales of wonder. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen, whose heart was as warm and bright as the sun-dappled glades of the woods she adored. Anwen spent her days wandering the meadows, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the wind. Her grandmother often told her stories of the Lantern of Luminia, a legendary object said to reside deep within the Whispering Woods. The lantern, according to lore, was a gift from the stars, capable of illuminating the path to one's true self. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Anwen felt a sudden yearning in her heart. She had always been curious, a seeker of stories and secrets, and the whispers of the woods seemed to call her by name. With a small satchel filled with bread and berries, she set off on a journey that would forever change her. The forest welcomed her like an old friend, its canopy a tapestry of emerald and gold. Dappled sunlight danced upon the forest floor, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As Anwen ventured deeper, the whispers grew more distinct, a harmonious chorus that seemed to guide her steps. She followed a path of soft moss and twinkling streams, her heart alight with wonder and anticipation. As dusk began to weave shadows among the trees, Anwen came upon a clearing bathed in the silver glow of the moon. In the center stood a magnificent tree, ancient and wise, its trunk as wide as a cottage and its branches reaching toward the heavens. Nestled within the roots of this grand tree was the Lantern of Luminia, its light gentle yet unwavering, like the steadfast glow of a guiding star. With awe in her heart, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. At once, the whispers of the woods coalesced into a single, clear voice, warm and kind. "Welcome, seeker of the light," it said. "To find your path, you must first look within." Anwen sat beneath the tree, cradling the lantern in her hands. Its light enveloped her in a comforting embrace, and she closed her eyes, allowing her mind to drift. Images began to unfurl like petals in her mind's eye. Moments of laughter with her family, the quiet joy of solitude in nature, and the stirrings of a dream to share the beauty of the world with others. Time seemed to stretch and bend, wrapping Anwen in a cocoon of peace. The lantern's light revealed her heart's deepest desires, illuminating the path she wished to walk. With newfound clarity, she realized that her true calling was to bring the stories and wonders of the Whispering Woods to the villagers, to share the magic that dwelled within their very midst. As the first light of dawn touched the treetops, Anwen rose, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew the journey home would be the beginning of another adventure, one filled with the joy of storytelling and the warmth of shared wonder. The Lantern of Luminia had shown her the way, and she was eager to follow its gentle guidance. With the lantern's glow to light her path, Anwen made her way back through the forest. The trees seemed to sway in a dance of farewell, their whispers now a chorus of encouragement and love. As she stepped out of the woods and into the meadow, the village of Elderglow lay before her, bathed in the golden light of morning. Anwen returned to her family with tales of her journey, her eyes sparkling with the light of discovery. The villagers gathered around, eager to hear her stories, and as she spoke, the magic of the Whispering Woods seemed to come alive in their hearts. Anwen's words painted vivid pictures of the wonders she had seen, the gentle wisdom of the forest, and the light of the lantern of Lumenia. Over time, Anwen became known as the storyteller of Elderglow, her tales weaving a tapestry of enchantment and joy. The villagers often accompanied her to the edge of the Whispering Woods, where they would sit in the soft grass, listening to her voice mingle with the whispers of the trees. Through her stories, they discovered the magic within their own lives, the beauty of nature, and the power of friendship and love. The Lantern of Lumenia remained a cherished part of Anwen's life, its light a constant reminder of the journey that had revealed her true path. She tended to it with care, its glow a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought its warmth. And though the forest held many secrets, the tale of the lantern became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder that the journey within is often the most magical of all. As the years passed, Anwen's stories continued to inspire, her words a gentle balm that soothed the souls of those who listened. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient trees and timeless whispers, remained a place of wonder and peace, a refuge where one could always find the light of the Lantern of Lumenia and the guidance it offered. In the heart of the village, beneath a sky painted with the hues of dusk, Anwen would often sit by the crackling fire, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped her listeners in a cocoon of comfort and warmth. Her tales of adventure, friendship, and self-discovery became a cherished tradition, a nightly ritual that lulled the villagers into dreams as sweet as the scent of the forest after rain. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods and the village of Elderglow, Anwen found her place, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the land and the light of the lantern. Her journey, one of transformation and growth, became a beacon for others, a reminder that the light we seek often lies within, waiting to guide us home. Story 66. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, lay the planet of Luquara, a verdant world famed for its glistening emerald forests and crystalline lakes. Among its inhabitants was a gentle being named Orin, a creature of the forest, with skin like bark and eyes that mirrored the deep greens of the leaves overhead. Orin lived a serene life, tending to the flora and fauna, ensuring that harmony reigned in his beloved woods. One day, as Orin was tending to a patch of luminescent moss, a strange object streaked across the sky. It was a small spacecraft, its hull gleaming like polished silver. With a gentle thud, it landed in a nearby clearing. Curiosity piqued. Orin approached cautiously, his heart thumping with a mix of apprehension and excitement. The door of the spacecraft hissed open, releasing a puff of cool, misty air. Out stepped a being unlike any Orin had ever seen. She was slender, with skin that shimmered with a soft blue hue, and her eyes sparkled like twin suns. Her name was Lyra, an explorer from the distant water world of Cythara, where oceans stretched endlessly beneath a sky of pearlescent clouds. At first, Orin and Lyra regarded each other with a mixture of wonder and wariness. They spoke different languages, their gestures and expressions unfamiliar. Lyra attempted to communicate, her voice melodic and strange, while Orin responded with rustling movements, the sound of leaves brushing in the wind. Misunderstandings sprouted like weeds, and for a time they remained cautious, unsure of each other's intentions. But the forest had its own way of bringing hearts together. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of purple and gold, a fierce storm swept across Luquara. The wind howled like a wild beast, and rain fell in torrents, threatening to wash away the delicate balance of the forest. Amidst the chaos, Lyra's spacecraft was in peril. It trembled under the force of the storm, its delicate systems at risk of failing. Seeing her distress, Orin felt a surge of empathy. He reached out, offering the shelter of his home, a hollowed tree, warm and dry, with the comforting scent of earth and wood. Inside, as the storm raged outside, Orin and Lyra huddled close, sharing warmth and companionship. It was here, in the quiet of the storm, that they found a common language, one of kindness and understanding. Orin showed Lyra how to weave leaves into a snug blanket, and in return, Lyra revealed a small device that projected holograms of her oceanic home, filling the hollow with shimmering images of underwater marvels. As days turned into weeks, their companionship blossomed. Orin taught Lyra the secrets of the forest, the way each plant and creature played a part in the harmonious symphony of life. Lyra, in turn, shared tales of her oceanic adventures, the wonders and mysteries of her world sparking Orin's imagination. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. Once, they encountered a pack of wild lumis, creatures with eyes that glowed like lanterns and a tendency to wander into the forest, causing mischief. Using their combined knowledge, Orin and Lyra devised a plan to guide the lumis safely back to their own territory, earning the gratitude of the forest creatures. In another instance, a rare illness spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of life. Orin, with his deep understanding of the forest's flora, and Lyra, with her knowledge of medicinal sea plants, worked tirelessly to find a cure. Together they crafted a potion, blending land and sea, and restored health to the ailing forest. Through these shared challenges, their bond deepened, rooted in trust and shared experiences. They learned to see the world through each other's eyes, discovering that despite their differences, they shared the same hopes and dreams, a yearning for peace, understanding, and connection. One serene evening, as the forest basked in the glow of a setting sun, Orin and Lyra sat side by side on a hill overlooking the emerald expanse. The storm had long passed, leaving the world fresh and alive. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the vibrant colors of the sky. "Thank you," she said, her voice gentle and sincere, the universal language of gratitude clear between them. Orin nodded, his heart swelling with warmth. In Lyra, he had found not just an ally, but a true friend, someone who had taught him as much as he had taught her. As the stars began to twinkle above, Orin and Lyra knew that their time together was drawing to a close. Lyra's spacecraft was repaired, ready to carry her back to her oceanic home. Yet the bond they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. With a final embrace, Lyra promised to return, and Orin vowed to keep her memory alive in the whispers of the forest. As Lyra's spacecraft ascended into the twilight sky, Orin watched until it became a distant star, a new addition to the galaxy's vast tapestry. And so, the tale of Orin and Lyra became a cherished story on Luquara, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions can find harmony and joy in each other's company. For in the end, it was not their differences that defined them, but the shared journey that brought them together, leaving a legacy of friendship that would echo through the ages. Story 67. In the heart of an ancient forest, where whispers of magic drifted like mist among towering trees, there existed a hidden world. This was a place where sunlight danced through emerald leaves, creating a tapestry of shimmering light and shadow on the forest floor. Here, the air was perpetually sweetened by the aroma of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees gathering nectar for their honeyed stores. In this enchanted realm lived creatures whose lives were as intertwined with the forest as the roots beneath the soil. Among them was a gentle, wise hedgehog named Bramble. Bramble had eyes the color of rich mahogany and quills that shimmered with a silver sheen whenever the moon cast its gaze upon the earth. His home was nestled within a hollowed oak, its walls lined with soft moss and tiny, fragrant herbs. Bramble shared his nook with his dearest friend, Thistle, a sprightly wood mouse whose fur was as soft as the down of dandelions. Thistle was known for her infectious laughter and her knack for finding the sweetest berries hidden beneath the brambles. Together, Bramble and Thistle formed a friendship as enduring as the forest they called home. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of gold and crimson, Bramble and Thistle gathered with their friends at the great gathering stone. The stone, smooth and cool to the touch, was a place where the creatures of the forest came to share stories and wisdom passed down through generations. As twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, a soft breeze carried the scent of pine needles and earth. It was during this time that the elder of the forest, an ancient owl named Sage, began to speak. Sage's voice was as deep and resonant as the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind, and it commanded the attention of all who gathered. "In our forest," Sage began, "we live in a delicate balance with nature. Each season brings its own magic, and with it, challenges that test our harmony with this land." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering starlight. Bramble and Thistle exchanged a glance, feeling the weight of Sage's words settle around them like a comforting shawl. "Winter is upon us," Sage continued, "and with it, the winds that carry the chill of frost. It is a time for preparation and care, for the forest must rest and renew. We must ensure that the balance is maintained, for our survival depends on it." The gathering dispersed into the night, each creature returning to their homes with a renewed sense of purpose. Bramble and Thistle lingered by the great gathering stone, contemplating the wisdom they had absorbed. As days turned into weeks, the forest buzzed with activity. Bramble, with his deep knowledge of herbs, collected roots and leaves to create remedies that would keep his friends healthy during the harsh winter months. Thistle, ever resourceful, gathered nuts and seeds, storing them in the many hidden nooks and crannies of their home. It was during one of these busy days that Thistle noticed something unusual. As she scampered along the forest floor, she came across a patch of earth that felt unnaturally warm beneath her tiny paws. Curious, she dug gently, uncovering a cluster of glowing stones embedded in the soil. Rushing back to Bramble, Thistle breathlessly recounted her discovery. Intrigued, Bramble followed her to the site. The stones, smooth and warm, pulsed with an inner light, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the surrounding trees. "These are the Heartstones," Bramble whispered, recognizing them from stories told by Sage. "They are said to hold the warmth of summer and can bring balance to the coldest of winters." Understanding the significance of their discovery, Bramble and Thistle knew they needed to share this knowledge with the forest. Gathering their courage, they called for another meeting at the great gathering stone. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Bramble explained the importance of the Heartstones to their friends. "These stones," he said, "are a gift from the earth, a reminder that even in the bleakest winter, warmth and life are never far away." The creatures of the forest, inspired by Bramble's words, decided to work together. With gentle pause and careful planning, they transported the Heartstones to the heart of the forest, placing them in a circle beneath the protective branches of the elder oak. As the first snowflakes began to fall, the Heartstones glowed with a gentle warmth, creating a haven where the forest creatures could gather and find comfort. The magic of the stones, combined with the unity and wisdom of the creatures, ensured that the forest thrived even in the depths of winter. Throughout the season, Bramble and Thistle's home became a sanctuary of warmth and light. Friends gathered to share stories, laughter, and the simple joy of companionship. And as the winter winds howled outside, inside, there was a sense of peace, a testament to the harmony that the forest creatures had cultivated. When spring finally arrived, bringing with it the promise of new beginnings, the forest awoke to a world transformed. Blossoms unfurled in a riot of color, and the air was alive with the songs of birds rejoicing in the return of the sun. Bramble and Thistle stood together at the edge of their home, watching as life blossomed all around them. They knew that the balance they had worked so hard to maintain had not only preserved their world, but had strengthened the bonds of friendship and community. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Bramble and Thistle continued their lives, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. Together, they nurtured the harmony of their home, ensuring that its beauty and magic would endure for generations to come. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering silver lake, there lived a young girl named Marigold. Marigold was known throughout the village for her bright laughter and her curious eyes that always seemed to be searching for something just beyond the horizon. Her hair was the color of golden wheat, and her smile was as warm as the summer sun. She spent her days exploring the edges of the enchanted forest that bordered her home, always eager to discover the wonders hidden within its depths. The village of Willowbrook was a peaceful place, where the air was sweet with the scent of lavender and the gentle hum of bees filled the warm afternoon breeze. The villagers were kind and friendly, often gathering in the evenings to share stories and songs around a crackling fire. But there was one tale that was told more often than any other, a tale of a magical pendant that granted its wearer the ability to see into hidden worlds. This pendant, as the story went, was crafted from a single flawless opal that captured the hues of every sunrise and sunset. It was said to rest somewhere deep within the forest, waiting for a pure-hearted soul to discover it and unlock its secrets. Many had ventured into the woods in search of the pendant, but none had returned with more than tales of strange, fleeting glimpses of creatures and lands beyond their wildest dreams. Marigold, with her boundless curiosity, was drawn to these stories like bees to honey. She often dreamed of finding the pendant and uncovering the hidden worlds that lay just out of sight. One crisp morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in soft pinks and oranges, Marigold set out on what she hoped would be her greatest adventure yet. As she entered the forest, the familiar sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves welcomed her like old friends. The path she walked was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. Marigold felt a thrill of excitement tingling from her toes to the tip of her nose as she ventured deeper into the woods. Hours passed as she wandered beneath towering oaks and whispering pines, her senses alive with the symphony of nature. She paused now and then to admire the delicate ferns unfurling in the underbrush, or to watch a squirrel nimbly darting through the branches overhead. But even as she marveled at the beauty around her, Marigold kept her eyes sharp for any sign of the fabled pendant. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest, Marigold found herself in a part of the woods she had never seen before. The air here was cooler, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, covered in a thick carpet of moss that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. It was then that she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the corner of her eye, like a trick of the light or a whisper of magic. Intrigued, she followed the glimmering path, her heart beating faster with each step. The air grew still, and the sounds of the forest faded into a gentle hush as she moved forward. The path led her to a small clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone pedestal, and upon it rested the pendant of legend. The opal at its heart was a kaleidoscope of colors, swirling and shifting like a living thing. Marigold approached the pedestal with a mixture of awe and reverence. As she reached out to touch the pendant, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers and up her arm. The moment she clasped it around her neck, the forest around her seemed to shimmer and blur, and then, as if a veil had been lifted, she saw. She saw the hidden world, a world teeming with wonder and magic. Tiny, ethereal creatures flitted through the air on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Trees towered above her, their branches intertwined to form intricate patterns against the sky. And there, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure watching her, with eyes as deep and mysterious as the forest itself. It was a fox, but not like any fox Marigold had ever seen. Its fur was a shimmering silver, and its eyes glowed with a soft, golden light. It approached her cautiously, its movements fluid and graceful. Marigold felt no fear, only a profound sense of connection and understanding. "Who are you?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. "I am called Lyra," the fox replied, its voice a gentle melody in Marigold's mind. "I am the guardian of this realm, and you have been chosen, young seeker, to see what others cannot." Marigold's heart soared with the knowledge that she had found what she was looking for. "What does it mean to be chosen?" she asked, eager to learn more. "It means," Lyra explained, "that you have a heart open to wonder and a spirit ready to embrace the unknown. You will be a bridge between our worlds, sharing the beauty and wisdom of this realm with your own." Marigold nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. "Will you show me more of this world?" she asked, her voice full of hope. Lyra nodded, and together they set off, the fox leading her through hidden paths and secret glades. Marigold marveled at the wonders she encountered. A waterfall that sang a haunting melody as it cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, flowers that glowed with an inner light in every color of the rainbow, and ancient trees that whispered secrets of the ages as the wind rustled through their leaves. As they journeyed, Marigold and Lyra grew close, their friendship deepening with every shared discovery. Lyra taught Marigold about the balance of the natural world and the importance of listening to the quiet voices of the forest. In turn, Marigold shared stories of her village and the people she loved, painting vivid pictures of a world Lyra had never seen. Days turned into weeks, and the bond between them grew stronger. Marigold learned to see the world with new eyes, understanding that every living thing was connected in a vast and intricate web of life. She felt a sense of peace and belonging in this hidden realm, and she knew that she would carry its magic with her always. But as the seasons began to change, Marigold realized that her time with Lyra was drawing to a close. The forest called to her, urging her to return to her village and share the wisdom she had gained. Though the thought of leaving her friend filled her with sadness, she knew in her heart that it was the right thing to do. On her last day in the hidden world, Marigold and Lyra sat together beneath a canopy of stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the night was alive with the gentle hum of crickets and the distant call of an owl. "I will miss you, dear friend," Marigold said, her voice thick with emotion. "And I you," Lyra replied, nuzzling Marigold's hand with a gentle affection. "But remember, you are never truly alone. The magic of this realm will always be a part of you, and our friendship transcends the boundaries of time and space." Marigold nodded, comforted by Lyra's words. As she prepared to leave, she felt a warmth around her neck and looked down to see the pendant glowing softly. It was a reminder of the journey she had taken and the new perspective she had gained. With a final embrace, Marigold reluctantly turned away and began her journey back to the village. As she walked, the forest gradually shifted back to its familiar form, and the hidden world faded from view. But Marigold carried its magic in her heart, a guiding light that would forever influence her life. Upon her return to Willowbrook, Marigold found that she saw her village and its people with fresh eyes. She shared her stories with those who would listen, weaving tales of wonder and magic that sparked the imagination and kindled a sense of awe in those who heard them. In time, Marigold became known as the village storyteller, her words a balm for weary souls and a reminder of the beauty that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. She never forgot her dear friend Lyra, and she often felt the fox's presence in the gentle rustle of leaves or the soft glow of a full moon. Years passed, and Marigold grew old, her hair silvered like the fox she had loved so dearly. But her spirit remained as bright and curious as ever, and she continued to share the magic of the hidden world with each new generation. And so the tale of Marigold and the enchanted pendant became one of the many cherished stories in Willowbrook, a testament to the power of friendship, the magic of the natural world, and the endless possibilities that lay within the heart of a true seeker. As the stories were passed down through the years, they served as a gentle reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. In the end, Marigold's legacy was not just the stories she told, but the lives she touched and the hearts she opened to the wonders of the world. Her journey had transformed her, and in turn she transformed those around her, leaving a lasting impact that would echo through the ages. And though Marigold eventually left the world she loved, the magic she had discovered lived on, a shining beacon of hope and inspiration for all who dared to dream. Story 69. In a corner of the universe where stars twinkled like scattered gemstones in an infinite sea of velvet, there existed a planet named Solara, renowned for its radiant skies and lush, rolling hills. The inhabitants of Solara were known as the Luminarians, beings who glowed with an inner light that matched the warmth of their hearts. Among them was a young Luminarian named Lyra, whose glow was particularly bright, reflecting her curious spirit and her desire to explore the universe beyond her home. On a distant, contrastingly dim planet called Noctara, where the skies were often overcast and the landscapes were rugged and shadowy, lived the Nocturnes. These were beings of shadows and whispers, adapted to their nocturnal world, and possessing keen night vision and a quiet, contemplative nature. One such nocturne was Rin, who harbored dreams as vast as the cosmos itself, yearning to see the brilliant stars that his own sky often obscured. By a twist of fate, both Lyra and Rin found themselves aboard the same interstellar expedition, each seeking to fulfill their own dreams of discovery. The ship, gently humming through the cosmos, was a marvel of engineering, with viewports that revealed the vastness of space and quarters designed to accommodate the diverse array of its passengers. The ship's corridors were filled with the soft glow of ambient light, casting an inviting warmth upon all who traveled within. At first, Lyra and Rin barely noticed each other amidst the myriad of beings from various planets. But as fate would have it, their paths crossed during a routine maintenance drill. The ship's captain, a seasoned veteran with a love for fostering interspecies camaraderie, had purposefully paired them together, sensing an opportunity for growth through their differences. Their initial interactions were awkward, marked by misunderstandings born from their starkly different backgrounds. Lyra, with her radiant enthusiasm, found Rin's reserved demeanor perplexing. She often mistook his quietness for disinterest, while Rin, accustomed to the subtle communication of his people, found Lyra's expressive nature overwhelming. One day, as they worked side by side repairing a faulty communication relay, a sudden power surge jolted the ship, plunging it into a temporary darkness. Startled, Lyra instinctively reached out, her glow illuminating the immediate space around them. Rin, though used to darkness, felt the warmth of her light and was unexpectedly comforted by it. In that moment, they both realized that their differences could complement rather than divide them. As the ship's system stabilized, Lyra and Rin began to talk, their conversation blossoming like a flower unfurling in the sun. Lyra shared tales of Solara's radiant festivals, where lights danced in the skies, while Rin described the serene beauty of Noctara's lunar landscapes, where shadows painted stories across the land. Through these exchanges, they discovered a shared appreciation for the beauty inherent in both light and dark. Their budding friendship was soon tested by a challenge that threatened the entire expedition. A cosmic storm, fierce and unpredictable, loomed on the ship's path. The crew, though well-trained, faced the daunting task of navigating through it without sustaining damage. Lyra and Rin volunteered for the task of recalibrating the ship's navigation system, a job requiring both quick thinking and calm precision. As the storm approached, the ship shuddered under the onslaught of stellar winds and crackling energy. In the control room, the atmosphere was tense, filled with the hum of machinery and the distant rumble of the storm. Lyra's glow flickered anxiously, but Rin's presence beside her was a steadying force. He spoke softly, his voice a gentle guide through the chaos, reminding her of the calm within the storm. Together, they worked in harmony, Lyra's quick hands adjusting the controls with Rin's calculated directions. Each challenge they encountered became a dance of light and shadow, their strengths merging into a seamless whole. As the storm finally passed, leaving the ship unscathed, a quiet cheer rose from the crew, but it was the shared smile between Lyra and Rin that spoke volumes of their triumph. In the days that followed, Lyra and Rin's friendship deepened, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. They spent hours in the ship's observation deck, gazing out at the universe, a tapestry of stars and darkness interwoven, much like their own lives. They learned that true friendship transcends differences, thriving on the mutual respect and empathy that bridges worlds. As the expedition drew to a close, Lyra and Rin stood together on the ship's deck, watching their home planets come into view. Though their journeys had started in pursuit of personal dreams, they had discovered something far more precious, a friendship that would light their paths across the universe. With a promise to visit each other's worlds, they parted ways, their hearts aglow with the warmth of a bond that distance could not dim. And as the ship gently descended, carrying them back to their respective homes, the stars above seemed to twinkle with an understanding smile, for they too knew the true meaning of friendship. Story 70. In a village nestled between misty mountains and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle girl named Leora. Her home, a quaint cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls, was surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed like a purple ocean in the breeze. Leora, with her chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, had a special gift, a gift that was known to very few. The village was a serene place where life moved at the gentle pace of the seasons. The villagers were kind and hard-working, tending to their sheep, spinning yarn, and weaving stories by the fireside. But beyond the village, past the fields of lavender and the edge of the whispering forest, lay a world hidden from ordinary eyes. This hidden world was one of magic and wonder, known only to those who had the heart to see it. Leora was one such soul. She possessed the rare ability to speak with the creatures of the forest, an ability passed down from her grandmother, who had whispered tales of enchantment and mystery before she passed into the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and the air carried the scent of earth and wood smoke, Leora ventured into the whispering forest. She wore a cloak of deep green that blended with the shadows and carried a small woven basket. Her heart was light, for she was on a mission to gather herbs and berries for the village festival, a time of joy and celebration. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the distant call of an owl. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora hummed a tune as she walked, her footsteps soft and sure. She knew these woods well, each tree and brook a familiar friend. As she gathered her herbs, she noticed a curious sight, a glimmering object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It caught the light like a shard of moonbeam. Intrigued, Leora knelt down, gently brushing aside the leaves to reveal a delicate silver key. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. "This is no ordinary key," she mused aloud, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. A rustle in the underbrush drew her attention, and from the shadows emerged a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. His eyes, bright and knowing, met hers. Leora recognized him at once, Bran, the wise fox who often wandered the forest paths. "Ah, Leora," Bran said, his voice smooth and wise, "I see you have found the key of whispers." "The key of whispers," Leora echoed, her curiosity piqued. "What does it open?" Bran's eyes twinkled with secrets. "It opens the way to the hidden world, a place of dreams and forgotten magic. But the path is not for the faint of heart or those of simple desires. It reveals itself only to those who seek with pure intent." Leora felt a flutter of excitement mixed with wonder. The hidden world was a place of legend, one her grandmother had spoken of in hushed tones, a place where the impossible became possible, where dreams took flight on gossamer wings. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. Bran sat back on his haunches, considering her with a thoughtful gaze. "The journey is as much about discovery as it is about the destination. You must follow the path your heart knows, guided by the whispers of the forest. And remember, the greatest magic lies not in what you seek, but in how you choose to find it." With those words, Bran vanished into the underbrush, leaving Leora alone with her thoughts and the silver key. She felt a thrill of anticipation, a sense of purpose kindling within her. The village festival was still days away, and she knew she must embark on this journey. And so, with the key tucked safely in her pocket, Leora set off deeper into the forest. The path wound through groves of ancient trees, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of a cathedral. The forest seemed to hold its breath, as if aware of the significance of her quest. As she walked, Leora listened to the whispers of the forest, each rustle and sigh a guide. She followed the sound of a distant stream, its gentle babble a beacon in the green stillness. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine and damp earth enveloping her like a comforting embrace. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a stone archway, weathered by time and adorned with vines and wildflowers. It was a portal of sorts, the boundary between the world she knew and the one that awaited. Leora approached with reverence, feeling the weight of the key in her hand. As she stepped through the archway, a shimmering veil seemed to part before her, revealing a landscape suffused with magic. Here, the colors were more vivid, the air tingled with enchantment, and the sky shimmered with hues of twilight. She stood at the edge of a meadow where flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals glistening with dew that caught the light like liquid jewels. A brook wound through the grass, its waters singing a melody older than time. Leora felt a sense of peace, as if she had come home to a place she had never known. She wandered through the meadow, her heart open to the wonders around her. As she knelt by the brook to drink from its crystal waters, she noticed a small creature watching her from the shadows. It was a fawn, with gentle eyes and a crown of ivy woven into his tousled hair. He approached cautiously, his hooves making no sound on the soft earth. "Welcome, traveler," the fawn said, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Phelan. Few find their way to this realm, and fewer still with a heart as pure as yours." Leora smiled, feeling a kinship with this gentle creature. "I am Leora," she replied. "I come seeking the hidden world, guided by the whispers of the forest." Phelan nodded, understanding lighting his eyes. "The path you walk is one of discovery, of truths hidden in plain sight. But remember, every step is a choice, every choice a reflection of what lies within." Together, they wandered the meadow, Phelan sharing stories of the realm and its magic. He spoke of the elder trees, whose roots reached the very heart of the earth, and the starflowers that bloomed only in moonlight. Leora listened, her heart swelling with wonder and gratitude. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the meadow transformed into a sea of silver, the flowers glowing softly in the twilight. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had been woven into the fabric of this magical place. But as the night deepened, a question tugged at her heart, a question of purpose and understanding. She turned to Phelan, her voice a gentle inquiry. "What is the meaning of this journey?" she asked, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. "What am I meant to find?" Phelan considered her words, his gaze thoughtful. "The journey is a mirror, Leora. It reflects the truths you hold within. In seeking the hidden world, you uncover the hidden world within yourself. Your courage, your kindness, your wisdom, they are the greatest treasures you will find." Leora pondered his words, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. She realized that the journey was not just about discovering a magical realm, but about discovering herself, her strengths, her dreams, her place in the world. As dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Leora knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Phelan, her heart full of gratitude and newfound understanding. With each step back through the whispering forest, she felt a sense of transformation, as if the journey had woven new threads into the tapestry of her soul. She emerged from the forest, the village lying peaceful in the morning light. The festival was a joyous occasion, filled with laughter, music, and the sweet scent of harvest. Leora shared her stories with the villagers, her eyes alight with the magic she had witnessed. And though she spoke of the wonders she had seen, she knew the greatest wonder was the journey itself. As the festival drew to a close, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora stood at the edge of the village, the silver key warm in her hand. She knew it was a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the hidden world she carried within. And as she gazed at the stars, she understood that the true magic lay not in the key or the realm it opened, but in the courage to seek, the wisdom to listen, and the kindness to share. With a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with hope, Leora knew she would always be guided by the whispers of the forest. And so, dear traveler, may you too find your path, guided by the whispers of your heart and the magic that lies within. For in the gentle rustle of leaves, the song of a brook, and the shimmer of starlight, the hidden world awaits those who dare to dream. Story 71. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced with the wind and the sun's golden light filtered through the canopy like a gentle waterfall, there lay a quaint little village known as Luminara. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the soft chirping of sparrows that nested among the ancient oaks. It was here, in this peaceful place, that a peculiar mystery began to unfold. The villagers of Luminara lived harmoniously, their days flowing like the gentle river that wound its way through the forest. Among them was a kind-hearted young girl named Clara. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair like spun gold, she had an insatiable curiosity and a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting long shadows and painting the world in hues of amber and crimson, Clara set out on her usual walk through the forest. She loved to greet the day with a visit to her favorite spot, a little clearing where the wildflowers bloomed in a rainbow of colors and a gentle brook babbled its soothing song. As she wandered along the familiar path, her footsteps softened by the carpet of fallen leaves, Clara noticed something unusual. The air was filled with an unfamiliar fragrance, a blend of honey and jasmine, so sweet and enchanting that it seemed to beckon her forward. Intrigued, She followed the scent deeper into the woods, past the ancient oaks and the whispering willows. There, in a glen bathed in dappled sunlight, Clara discovered something extraordinary. A circle of mushrooms, so perfectly formed that they seemed to have been placed by a careful hand. In the center of this fairy ring stood a small, shimmering creature, its wings like gossamer and its eyes twinkling with a playful light. This was Pippin, a mischievous sprite known to the villagers for his cheerful pranks and whimsical magic. "Good morning, Clara," chirped Pippin, his voice as light as a breeze. "I see you found my little circle of wonders." "Hello, Pippin," Clara replied, smiling warmly. "What brings you to the forest this fine morning?" Pippin fluttered his wings and chuckled. "Ah, I'm afraid there's a bit of a mystery afoot. You see, the mushrooms in my circle have begun to glow at night, and I haven't the faintest idea why." Clara's eyes widened with curiosity. "Glowing mushrooms? How peculiar. Perhaps I can help you figure it out." Pippin nodded eagerly, his wings fluttering in excitement. Yes, I knew you would be the perfect person for the task. Your keen eyes and clever mind are just what we need." And so, Clara and Pippin set to work. They spent the day observing the mushrooms, noting the way they seemed to hum with an unseen energy and how the glow intensified as dusk approached. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the mushrooms began to shimmer with a soft, ethereal light, casting a gentle glow over the glen. "It must be some kind of magic," Clara mused, her voice barely above a whisper as she marveled at the sight. "Indeed," agreed Pippin, who perched on a nearby branch, his wings casting tiny shadows in the mushroom's glow. "But whose magic and why?" Clara thought for a moment, her mind turning over the possibilities like a jeweler inspecting a precious gem. "Perhaps it's a message," she suggested. "A signal from someone or something trying to communicate." Pippin tilted his head, considering her words. "A message, you say? That would make sense. But from whom?" Just then a soft rustling came from the underbrush, and out stepped an old wise tortoise named Tobias. His shell was a mosaic of earthy colors, and his eyes held the wisdom of many years spent wandering the woods. "Good evening, young ones," Tobias greeted them in his slow, measured voice. "I believe I might have an answer to your riddle." Clara and Pippin turned to Tobias, eager to hear his thoughts. "You see," Tobias continued, "these mushrooms are known as mooncap fungi. Long ago, they were used by the woodland creatures to send messages across distances when the moon was high and bright." Clara's eyes sparkled with understanding. "So someone is trying to communicate with us through the mooncaps." "Precisely," Tobias nodded, "and if you listen closely, you'll hear the message they carry." The three of them leaned in, listening intently as the moonlight danced across the forest floor. From the gentle hum of the mushrooms came a melody, soft and lilting like a lullaby carried on the breeze. Within the melody were words as clear as a bell, yet as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Seek the heart of the forest," the message sang. "There lies the key to harmony." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement. The heart of the forest. We must find it. With Tobias leading the way, the trio set off deeper into the woods, guided by the soft glow of the mooncaps. The forest seemed to come alive around them, the trees whispering secrets and the stars twinkling with encouragement. As they journeyed, Clara felt a sense of peace settle over her, as if the forest itself was embracing them, guiding them toward their destination. They followed the winding path, past the ancient oak where the owls nested, and through the grove of silver birches that shimmered in the moonlight. Finally, they arrived at a secluded glade, the very heart of the whispering woods. In the center stood a grand, old tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the moon's gentle glow. "This is it," Tobias murmured, his voice filled with reverence. "The heart of the forest." Clara knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. She reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface, sending ripples dancing across the pool. As the ripples spread, a soft light began to emanate from the depths of the pool, illuminating the glade with a warm, golden glow. From the light emerged a figure, a graceful doe with eyes like liquid amber and a presence that radiated serenity. "Welcome, seekers," the doe spoke, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. "I am Luna, guardian of this sacred place. You have heeded the mooncap's call and arrived at the heart of the forest. Clara, Pippin, and Tobias bowed their heads in respect, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. We sensed a disturbance in the harmony of the woods, Luna continued, her gaze gentle yet piercing. The mooncaps were awakened to guide you here, to remind us all of the balance that must be maintained. Clara nodded, understanding dawning upon her like the first light of dawn. We must take care of our home, cherish the connections between all living things. Yes, Luna agreed, her eyes softening with approval. And now that you have found your way here, the balance shall be restored. With a graceful nod of her head, Luna stepped back into the pool, her form dissolving into the light, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment that lingered in the glade. As the light faded, Clara, Pippin, and Tobias shared a quiet smile, their hearts filled with contentment. They had uncovered the mystery of the glowing mushrooms, and in doing so, had strengthened the bond between the villagers and the magical world that surrounded them. With the moon watching over them, they made their way back to Luminara, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of the mooncaps, their melody now a song of harmony and hope. From that day forward, the villagers of Luminara took care to listen to the whispers of the woods, cherishing the magical bonds that held their world together. And as for Clara, she continued to explore the wonders of the forest, her heart forever open to its mysteries, knowing that even the smallest observation could lead to the grandest of discoveries. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of the mooncaps, the whispering woods returned to its peaceful slumber, safe in the knowledge that its secrets were cherished and its harmony preserved. Story 72. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young dove named Willow. Her snowy white feathers shimmered in the morning sunlight as she preened them gently, though her eyes held a certain wistfulness. You see, Willow had always felt different from the other doves. While they soared effortlessly, riding the wind currents with grace, she struggled to stay aloft for long. Her wings felt heavy, and flying brought her little joy. One crisp autumn day, Willow ventured into the ancient forest that bordered the village. The trees were ablaze with brilliant reds and golds, and the air carried the smoky scent of wood fires. As she wove between the towering trunks, she happened upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its slender branches seeming to dance in an unseen breeze. Beneath it sat a kind-faced rabbit, weaving what appeared to be a tapestry from strands of glimmering silk. "Welcome, little one," the rabbit said warmly. "I am Sage, keeper of this forest's magic." Willow was captivated by the shimmering threads and couldn't help but ask, "What magic is this?" Sage chuckled softly. "This tapestry is woven from the hopes and dreams of all living beings. Each strand represents a journey of growth and transformation." Gesturing with one paw, she beckoned Willow closer. "See how the colors shift and swirl? That reflects the ever-changing nature of our inner selves." Willow peered closer, her heart fluttering with wonder. Indeed, the tapestry seemed alive, the hues flowing like ripples on a pond. "I sense a heaviness in your spirit, young one," Sage said gently. "What troubles you?" Tears welled in Willow's eyes as she confided her fears about being different, about never feeling at home in the sky like her kin. Sage listened intently, her wise eyes brimming with compassion. "My dear, the path to self-discovery is rarely a straight line. We all face challenges that seem insurmountable at times." With deft movements, the rabbit began weaving a new strand into the tapestry, one that shimmered with soft grays and blues. "This strand represents your journey," she explained. "See how it twists and turns, encountering obstacles along the way? But watch closely." As Willow observed in wonder, the gray hues began to brighten, giving way to vibrant hues of azure and emerald. "Just as this strand transforms, so too will you," Sage assured her. "The key is to embrace the lessons each challenge offers and have faith in your own resilience." From the trees emerged two more forest dwellers, a wise old owl named Tully and a sprightly squirrel called Chitter. They had overheard Willow's plight and offered their own words of encouragement. Tully spoke of how the night allows the stars to shine their brightest, reminding Willow that her unique qualities were a gift, not a burden. Chitter, ever the joyful soul, reminisced about the first time he had leapt from a high branch, unsure if his little legs could carry him safely to the ground. But I trusted in myself, and look at me now, bounding from tree to tree without a care. Bolstered by her new friend's kindness, Willow felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. The forest seemed to hum with possibility, and she was filled with a newfound sense of courage. Over the following weeks, she returned to the willow glade, spending time with Sage, Tully, and Chitter. Through their guidance, she learned to quiet her doubts and embrace her true self, quirks and all. And as the seasons turned once more, something magical began to happen. Willow's feathers, once a pristine white, now shimmered with iridescent hues that mirrored the vibrant tapestry strands. With her transformation came newfound strength and freedom. Her wing beats became effortless and sure as she took to the skies, soaring higher than she'd ever dared. From her lofty heights, Willow gazed down upon the forest with a sense of wonder and gratitude. The winding path that had once seemed so daunting was now a beautiful tapestry of life's lessons, one that would forever guide her on her journey of self-discovery. And in the willow glade, Sage smiled contentedly as she added a final glistening strand to the tapestry, its brilliant plumes a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and embracing one's true colors. Story 73. Once upon a time there lived a young girl named Lily, who loved exploring the vibrant meadows and winding streams near her cozy cottage home. One sunny afternoon, as she skipped through the tall grass, something caught her eye, a twinkling object half buried in the earth. With eager curiosity, Lily knelt down and brushed away the soil to reveal a peculiar silver key. It was old and ornate, with swirling patterns etched along its length. As she held it in her palm, a warmth spread through her fingertips and a gentle humming filled the air. Perplexed but enchanted, Lily decided to keep the strange key close, tucking it safely into the pocket of her dress. Little did she know, this simple discovery would unlock a world of wonders beyond her wildest dreams. That night, as Lily drifted into slumber, the humming grew louder. She stirred, blinking in the moonlit darkness, and was astonished to see her beloved stuffed bear Theo had come to life. His button eyes twinkled as he regarded her with a friendly smile. "Hello, Lily," Theo said in a rich, velvety voice. "I've been waiting quite a long time to properly meet you." Lily gasped, clutching her blanket tightly. "You can talk?" Theo chuckled, a rumbling sound like distant thunder. "Indeed I can, thanks to the magic of that special key you found. It has awakened the life within me and many other treasures around your home." With a wave of his paw, Lily's room seemed to come alive. Her wooden rocking horse whinnied softly, her porcelain doll curtsied gracefully, and even the framed pictures on the wall blinked and grinned at her. Over the next few days, Lily's world transformed into a delightful enchantment. Her new friends, the kindly Theo, the ever-curious rocking horse, the playful porcelain doll, and many others, regaled her with tales of their secret lives when she was away or asleep. However, they warned her of a great darkness that threatened to extinguish their magic forever. A cunning old clock, twisted by jealousy and spite, sought to claim the key's power for itself. If it succeeded, all the enchanted objects would lose their vibrant spirits, becoming mere lifeless things once more. Lily knew she had to embark on a quest to protect her friends and the magic they cherished so dearly. With Theo as her loyal guide, she set off into the unknown, leaving the safety of her cottage behind. Their journey led them through whimsical landscapes where singing brooks babbled cheerful tunes, and friendly trees swayed their branches in welcome. They met an array of benevolent helpers, a wise old oak who offered sage advice, a family of playful pixies who lit their path with glittering dust, and a kind-hearted troll who warned them of dangers lurking in the shadows. Yet the clock's sinister influence could be felt at every turn, casting an ominous pall over their quest. Dark vines twisted across their path, trying to ensnare them. Eerie whispers echoed through the night, attempting to lure Lily astray with promises of power and riches. But Lily remained steadfast, her love for her friends and the magic they shared, giving her the courage to press onward. She learned that true wisdom came not from force or trickery, but from listening with an open heart and seeing the beauty in even the smallest wonders around her. At last, they reached the clock's lair, a gnarled, foreboding tower that seemed to leach the warmth from the air itself. Inside, the clock's cold, metallic voice taunted them, daring Lily to surrender the key. With Theo and her newfound friends at her side, Lily refused to yield. In that moment, the key blazed with radiant light, filling her with the magic of love, friendship, and unshakable determination. The clock's frigid grip shattered, and a great warmth swept through the land, restoring life and joy to every corner. The enchanted objects danced and sang, their spirits burning brighter than ever before. From that day on, Lily became the trusted keeper of the magic key, using its power to spread wonder and delight wherever she went. And though her adventures continued, she never forgot the most precious lesson of all, that true magic lies not in objects or abilities, but in the bonds of friendship that forever warm our hearts. Story 74. In the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind and sunlight danced in playful patterns upon the forest floor, a community of creatures lived in a delicate balance with the world around them. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, where life pulsed with a gentle rhythm that was both seen and unseen. The forest breathed with the changing seasons, each one a page in the endless story of growth, rest, and rebirth. As spring tiptoed in with a symphony of blossoming flowers and the melodious songs of awakening streams, a young fawn named Leora took her first steps into this enchanted world. Her coat was dappled with sunlight, her eyes wide with wonder as she explored the world that was her home. Leora's mother, a wise and gentle doe named Althea, watched her with a serene smile. "Remember, my dear," she said in a voice as soft as the breeze that rustled through the ferns, "everything in this forest is connected. We share our lives with the trees, the streams, and the sky. It is our duty to respect and care for them as they do for us." As the days grew longer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora began to notice the intricate tapestry of relationships around her. She watched the way the bees hummed busily from flower to flower, how the squirrels chattered as they gathered acorns, and the way the river laughed as it tumbled over stones. Each had a role, a purpose, in maintaining the harmony of their world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora ventured to the edge of the forest where a wise old owl named Cedric presided over the twilight. His feathers were a patchwork of earthy browns and grays, his eyes like polished amber that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "Good evening, young Leora," Cedric hooted softly, his voice blending with the gentle rustle of the leaves. "What brings you to this part of the forest at such a magical hour?" Leora, her heart filled with curiosity, asked. "Cedric, how do the seasons change? What makes the forest so different with each passing month?" Cedric chuckled, the sound deep and resonant. "Ah, my dear, the seasons are the forest's way of teaching us about life itself. Spring is a time of renewal and growth, summer brings abundance and warmth, autumn offers reflection and preparation, and winter, though cold, provides rest and resilience. Each season teaches us something valuable." As summer's warmth embraced the forest, Leora grew stronger and more confident. She often played with her friends, a mischievous fox named Finn and a gentle rabbit named Mira, their laughter mingling with the chorus of cicadas. They spent their days exploring hidden glades and listening to the soft murmur of the brook that wound through the trees. One particularly hot day, as the sun hung high in a sky so blue it seemed to touch forever, Leora and her friends stumbled upon a patch of the forest that seemed to be wilting. The once vibrant leaves drooped, and the flowers looked weary and parched. Finn, his bushy tail twitching with concern, said, "We must do something to help. The forest gives us so much, it's only right we give back." Mira nodded, her ears perked with determination. "Let's ask the river for help. It's always been a friend to the forest." Together they raced to the riverbank where the cool water whispered soothingly as it flowed. They explained their plight to the river, hoping it would share its wisdom. The river, with a voice like 1,000 tinkling bells, replied, "I will help as I can, but remember, it is the unity and cooperation of all that restores balance. Call upon the rain, for it is the rain that quenches the thirst of the earth." Inspired by the river's words, the trio sought out the wise owl Cedric once more. They found him perched high in a grand oak, watching over the forest as dusk began to settle. "Cedric," Leora called up, "can you help us call the rain?" The forest needs it desperately. The owl, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon that peeked through the clouds, nodded solemnly. We must ask the wind to carry our message to the clouds. If they hear our plea, they may answer with rain. So with Cedric's guidance, they gathered beneath the wide, open sky. Leora, Finn, and Mira stood together, their hearts full of hope and earnestness. Cedric fluffed his feathers and sang an ancient song, one that rose and fell like the gentle tide, a melody woven from the whispers of generations past. As the song ascended to the heavens, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying their message to the distant clouds. The sky darkened, not with foreboding, but with promise. A soft rumble echoed across the land, and soon the first raindrops began to fall, kissing the earth with life-giving moisture. The forest sighed with relief as the rain danced upon the leaves, quenched the flowers, and replenished the streams. Leora, Finn, and Mira laughed with joy, twirling in the rain, their laughter mingling with the patter of drops. When the rain ceased and the sun peeked through once more, the forest glistened, refreshed and vibrant. Leora felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. She understood now the wisdom her mother and Cedric had shared, the importance of harmony, respect, and unity with nature. As autumn painted the forest in shades of amber and crimson, Leora continued to grow, her heart full of gratitude and reverence for the world around her. She knew that with each season, she and her friends would face new challenges, but she was no longer afraid. The wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, was alive in her heart. And when winter finally wrapped the forest in a blanket of snow, Leora found warmth in the companionship of her friends and family, knowing that every end brought the promise of a new beginning. The ancient forest, with its magic and mystery, was a place of endless stories, each woven with threads of love, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth of the forest, a gentle peace settled over all, and the creatures of the forest dreamed of the wonders that the future would bring, safe in the knowledge that they were all part of something beautiful and everlasting. Story 75. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the leaves and painted the forest floor in patches of gold, there lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. The village was a haven of cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, each adorned with window boxes bursting with vibrant flowers. A gentle stream meandered through the village, its waters singing a soft lullaby that mingled with the rustling leaves above. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a cheerful lot, known for their kindness and the sweet scent of honey cakes that wafted from their kitchens. But recently, a curious mystery had begun to stir the village. Every morning as the sun peeked over the horizon, the villagers discovered that their beloved trinkets, shiny buttons, polished stones, and delicate silver spoons, had disappeared from their homes, only to appear in the strangest of places, nestled in bird nests, tucked under the roots of the old oak tree, or balanced precariously on the edge of the village fountain. The villagers were puzzled. Who or what could be moving these treasures? The mystery whispered through the village like a gentle breeze. And so it was that young Lyra, a bright and curious girl with a heart as warm as her smile, decided to unravel the enigma. Lyra loved the forest and its secrets. She had spent many an afternoon exploring its hidden nooks and crannies, befriending the woodland creatures who lived there. Her favorite was a small wise owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight. Orin had keen eyes that saw far beyond the ordinary, and he was always ready with a nugget of sage advice. One crisp morning, Lyra set out with a basket of freshly baked honey cakes, determined to solve the mystery. As she wandered through the village, she observed the odd placements of the trinkets. She noticed the way the silver spoon glinted in the early light by the fountain, and how a cluster of buttons shimmered among the twigs in a crow's nest. "Orin," she called softly, reaching the edge of the whispering woods. Almost immediately, the gentle flutter of wings heralded the arrival of her feathered friend. Orin perched on a low branch, tilting his head with curiosity. "Ah, Lyra, I see you have a puzzle on your mind," the owl hooted in his soft, melodic voice. "Indeed, I do," Lyra replied, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. "The village trinkets are playing hide-and-seek, but no one knows why or how." Orin blinked his large golden eyes slowly. "The forest holds many secrets, and not all are visible to those who rush. Perhaps a closer look at the patterns might reveal the truth. Taking Oren's advice to heart, Lyra spent the day observing the village and its surroundings more closely. She noticed that each trinket seemed to be moved in the early hours before the village awoke, and they were always placed near where nature thrived most beautifully, near nests, beneath the roots of trees, or beside blooming flowers. As dusk approached, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Lyra sat beneath the old oak tree, pondering what she had seen. Suddenly, a gentle rustling caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a tiny, iridescent creature, no bigger than a mouse, with delicate wings that shimmered like dew in the morning light. "Fear not," the creature chimed, her voice like the soft tinkling of bells. "I am Mira, a sprite of the forest. We meant no harm, only to share the beauty of the village with the forest." Lyra's eyes widened in understanding. "You and your friends have been moving the trinkets?" Mira nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "We thought they were gifts left for the forest, tokens of gratitude for the beauty it brings. We placed them where they could catch the light, turning ordinary places into magical spots." Lyra's heart warmed with the sprite's gentle intentions. "I think the villagers would be delighted to share their treasures with you, Mira, if they understood your purpose." Together with Oren, Lyra and Mira devised a plan. They would host a gathering at the heart of the village, where the sprites could meet the villagers and share their story. That evening, lanterns twinkled like stars throughout Bramble Hollow, and the villagers gathered around the fountain, their curiosity piqued. Mira and her fellow sprites appeared, their wings casting rainbows in the lantern light. As they explained their actions, the villagers listened with open hearts. They marveled at the idea of their trinkets bringing joy and beauty to the forest. From that day forward, a new tradition blossomed in Bramble Hollow. The villagers would leave small, sparkling gifts at the edge of the forest, knowing they would be carried into the woods and treasured by the sprites. In return, the sprites would leave tokens of their own, delicate flowers, acorns polished to a sheen, and feathers of vibrant hues. Thus, the mystery was resolved with friendship and understanding, weaving a bond between the village and the forest that grew stronger with each passing season. And every night, as the moonlight danced upon the stream, Lyra and Oren would sit by the old oak tree, sharing stories and watching the forest's magic unfold in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. Story 77. On the shimmering edge of the galaxy, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, there lay a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its landscapes were a patchwork of glowing meadows and crystalline lakes, where the night air was filled with the gentle hum of luminous creatures flitting about. This was a place where the impossible seemed tangible and where our tale unfolds. In the heart of a bioluminescent forest lived a creature named Marlowe. Marlowe was a gentle being, covered in soft, velvety fur that glowed a gentle blue. He was a Luminaran, known for their kind hearts and deep connection with nature. Marlowe loved nothing more than tending to the forest, ensuring that every plant and creature thrived under his care. His large, expressive eyes mirrored the beauty he saw in his surroundings, and his spirit was as warm as the light he emitted. One peaceful evening, as Marlowe was humming a tune while nurturing a blossoming starflower, a sudden, unexpected event shattered the tranquility. A brilliant streak of light descended from the sky, crashing into the nearby meadow. Marlowe hurried towards the commotion, curiosity piqued and concern etched on his face. When he arrived, he found a peculiar sight. A sleek, silver spacecraft lay nestled in the tall, glistening grass. Its surface was smooth and polished, reflecting the twinkling sky above. As Marlowe approached cautiously, a hatch slowly opened with a soft hiss, and out emerged a figure unlike any he had seen before. This new arrival was a tall, slender being with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil sea. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant water world of Nerida. She had eyes that sparkled with curiosity and intelligence, and her every movement was graceful, reminiscent of the flowing currents of her home planet. Marlowe and Lyra stood facing each other, both enveloped in a moment of uncertainty. Lyra, unfamiliar with the flora and fauna of Luminara, felt a pang of apprehension. Her mission had been to explore the galaxy and forge connections, but she found herself stranded in an unknown land. Marlowe sensed her hesitation, and, with a gentle smile, extended a hand of friendship. "Welcome to Luminara," he said softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Lyra hesitated for a moment, her own apprehension slowly melting away under Marlowe's warm gaze. She accepted his hand, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. "Thank you," she replied, her voice carrying the melodic tones of her oceanic home. "I am Lyra. I seem to have lost my way." Thus began the unlikely companionship between Marlowe and Lyra. Their initial interaction was marked by cultural misunderstandings, with Marlowe's land-bound ways clashing with Lyra's aquatic nature. Marlowe had never encountered a being who thrived in water, and Lyra was bemused by Marlowe's fascination with the sky and land. Yet through gentle exchanges and shared laughter, they began to understand and appreciate each other's differences. One day, as they wandered through the forest, Marlowe noticed Lyra gazing longingly at a small, shimmering pond. Her eyes, usually bright with curiosity, were tinged with a hint of homesickness. Realizing her longing for the waters of her home, Marlowe devised a plan. "Follow me," Marlowe said, his voice filled with excitement and a touch of mystery. He led Lyra to a hidden glade, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a clear, sparkling pool. The air was filled with the soothing sound of water tumbling over rocks, and the pool glowed with an ethereal light, reflecting the colors of the Luminaran sky. Lyra's eyes widened in wonder, her heart swelling with gratitude. "It's beautiful," she whispered, stepping into the water. As she submerged, her skin shimmered even more brightly, and a sense of belonging enveloped her. In that moment, Marlowe understood the true essence of friendship. It was about knowing when to offer comfort, when to stand by silently, and when to celebrate the things that brought joy to others. As the days turned into weeks, Marlowe and Lyra faced various challenges together. They encountered wild storms that threatened the peace of the forest and navigated through rocky misunderstandings that tested their new bond. But each obstacle only served to strengthen their friendship. One particularly stormy night, as the winds howled and the rain lashed against the trees, Lyra's spacecraft began to show signs of wear. The delicate balance of technology and nature had been disrupted, and Lyra feared she might never return to her home planet. Seeing her distress, Marlowe gathered the wisest Luminarans and sought their counsel. Together, they devised a plan to repair the spacecraft using the natural resources around them. Marlowe worked tirelessly alongside Lyra, their hands moving in unison as they crafted new components from the glowing vines and sturdy stones of Luminara. In the process, Marlowe learned of the intricate technology that powered Lyra's craft, while Lyra marveled at the harmony between the Luminarans and their environment. Each became a student of the other's world, their bond deepening with every shared discovery. Finally, the spacecraft was ready. As they stood before the newly restored vessel, Lyra turned to Marlowe, her eyes shimmering with both tears and gratitude. "You've shown me the true meaning of friendship," she said, her voice brimming with emotion. "It's not just about sharing the good times, but about being there for each other, no matter the challenges." Marlowe nodded, his heart full. "And you've taught me that our differences can be our greatest strength, binding us together in ways we never imagined." As the time came for Lyra to depart, the sky was painted with hues of orange and pink, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. With a gentle embrace, they bid each other farewell, promising that the bond they had formed would transcend the vast distances between their worlds. As Lyra's spacecraft ascended into the sky, Marlowe watched until it was a mere twinkle among the stars. He felt a sense of peace, knowing that their paths would cross again, and that their friendship had left an indelible mark on both their hearts. In the glow of the Luminaran night, beneath the comforting blanket of the universe, Marlowe returned to his forest, his spirit forever enriched by the companionship he had found in the most unlikely of places. And as he tended to the starflowers that night, he hummed a tune of friendship and understanding, a melody that resonated with the stars above and the earth below, echoing the profound truth that friendship knows no boundaries. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's night, the story of Marlowe and Lyra became a tale of unity and love, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring light of true friendship. Story 78. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like old friends sharing secrets, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. The village was perpetually wrapped in a gentle mist that glimmered like silver dust under the soft glow of the moon. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and baked apples, inviting all who passed by to linger a little longer. In this village, nestled between two ancient oaks, stood a humble cottage. Its walls were draped with ivy, and its windows were framed with blooming violets. Here lived a young girl named Clara, who was known for her kind heart and curious nature. Clara had a knack for solving puzzles and was often found with her nose buried in books or exploring the enchanted forest that bordered her home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Clara noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved fountain, which sang a gentle melody as water cascaded over its stones, had fallen silent. The villagers gathered around, their faces etched with concern, for the fountain's song was believed to bring peace and prosperity to Mistwood Hollow. Determined to uncover the mystery, Clara decided to investigate. She donned her warmest cloak, tucked a small lantern into her satchel, and set off into the evening mist. The air was crisp, and the leaves crunched softly under her boots as she made her way to the fountain. Upon reaching it, Clara noticed the surface of the water was unusually still, and the air around it felt colder than the rest of the village. She leaned closer, her breath creating tiny clouds of mist, and noticed a faint shimmer beneath the water's surface, as if something was glistening below. Could it be magic? Clara wondered aloud, her voice a whisper amidst the quiet. Just then, a gentle rustling from the bushes drew her attention. Out stepped a creature no taller than a rabbit, with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. It was a wispkin, a magical creature known for its wisdom and gentle nature. The wispkin introduced itself as Lyra and offered to help Clara solve the mystery of the silent fountain. Together, they examined the fountain closely. Lyra suggested they follow the stream that fed the fountain, suspecting the source of the silence lay upstream. As they walked, Clara marveled at how the mist parted gently for Lyra, revealing the path ahead more clearly. The journey led them deeper into the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches forming a protective canopy. Along the way, they met a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on a low branch, watching them with keen eyes. Orin had lived in the woods for many years and had seen countless wonders. When Clara explained their quest, the owl nodded sagely. "There is a grove not far from here where the air feels different," Orin hooted softly. "Perhaps you will find your answers there." Thanking Orin, Clara and Lyra continued on their way. The grove was unlike any place Clara had seen before. The air shimmered with a faint golden glow, and the ground was carpeted with soft, luminescent moss. In the center of the grove stood a small, ancient stone with intricate runes etched into its surface. Lyra examined the stone closely and recognized it as a marker of an ancient enchantment, one that was meant to protect the balance of nature. However, something seemed to have disturbed its magic, causing the fountain's song to fade. As they pondered the problem, Clara noticed a small, tangled vine wrapped around the stone, its thorns pricking the runes. With careful hands, she untangled the vine and gently set it aside. As soon as the stone was free, a soft hum filled the air, growing into a melody that matched the rhythm of the village fountain. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, the sound of the fountain's song greeted them even before they arrived. The villagers gathered once more, cheered with joy as the water danced and sang again. Clara and Lyra exchanged a knowing smile, content in the comfort that all was right once more. The villagers thanked Clara and Lyra for their bravery and kindness. That night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the fountain's melody lulled the village to sleep, Clara lay in her bed, feeling the warmth of gratitude and friendship envelop her like a cozy blanket. And so, with the mystery solved and peace restored, Mistwood Hollow slumbered peacefully beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, its gentle light casting a serene glow over the whispering woods. Story 79. In a corner of the universe where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, there existed a small, bustling space station known as Starway Haven. It was a haven for travelers from all corners of the cosmos, a place where paths crossed and lives intertwined in unexpected ways. Among the many travelers was a young, curious creature named Zylath, hailing from the lush, green planet of Lyris. Zyla's people, known as the Lyrans, were gentle beings with skin that shimmered like emerald leaves under sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient forests. Zylath had come to Starry Haven in search of knowledge and adventure, her heart as open as the endless sky above her home. On the opposite end of the spectrum was Pax, a rugged, solitary figure from the arid, windswept planet of Terrace. The Terrans were known for their resilience and strength, their skin hardened by the relentless sun and winds of their home world. Pax had journeyed to Starry Haven, seeking solitude and a break from the harshness of Terrace, his soul weary but yearning for something he couldn't quite name. Their paths first crossed in the bustling marketplace of Starry Haven, amidst stalls overflowing with exotic fruits, shimmering fabrics, and trinkets that glowed with mysterious energy. Zylath, enchanted by the vibrant colors and the cacophony of sounds, accidentally bumped into Pax, nearly sending the basket he was carrying tumbling to the ground. "Oh, I am so sorry," Zylath exclaimed, her voice as soft as the breeze rustling through the leaves back home, as she steadied the basket with her slender green hands. Pax, startled but unharmed, grumbled a bit as he regained his balance. "Watch where you're going," he muttered, his voice gravelly, as if sand had settled in his throat. But as he looked into Zyla's earnest eyes, his expression softened. "No harm done," he added with a reluctant nod. Despite the awkward start, fate seemed determined to entwine their lives. As they navigated the vibrant maze of the marketplace, they found themselves continually crossing paths. Zyla's curiosity was piqued by Pax's stony demeanor, while Pax couldn't help but be intrigued by Zyla's boundless enthusiasm and the gentle aura she exuded. Their initial interactions were marked by misunderstandings. Zylath, used to the easy camaraderie of her home, often misread Pax's stoic nature as disinterest or annoyance. Pax, on the other hand, found Zyla's effervescence overwhelming at times, mistaking her kindness for naivete. It wasn't until they both found themselves caught in an unexpected meteor shower that their true journey together began. The meteor alarm rang out, a melodious chime that echoed through the halls of the station, urging everyone to find shelter. In the chaos, Zylath and Pax ended up in the same small, cozy alcove, a nook lined with soft cushions and warm, ambient lights. As they waited for the storm to pass, the tension between them began to dissolve, replaced by a tentative camaraderie. Zylath, her curiosity unquenchable, began to ask Pax about his home, the planet Terrace. Slowly his words began to flow, painting pictures of a world starkly different from her own, a world of vast golden deserts and fiery sunsets, where the wind sang ancient songs across the dunes. In turn, Pax listened as Zylath spoke of Lyris, of its verdant forests and gentle rains, of the songs her people sang under the moonlight, where the stars seemed close enough to touch. Her words were a balm to his weary soul, a reminder that beauty existed in forms beyond the harsh landscapes he knew. As the meteor shower continued, their conversation drifted toward more personal territories, hopes, dreams, and the quiet fears they both harbored. Pax found himself confessing his loneliness, something he had never admitted to anyone, not even himself. Zylath, in her infinite compassion, understood. She spoke of the Lyran belief that every soul was like a tree, needing both light and companionship to truly flourish. In that small, secluded alcove, surrounded by the warm glow of the lights and the distant hum of the station, they began to see each other not as strangers, but as companions on a shared journey. The misunderstandings that had once seemed so significant began to fade, replaced by a budding friendship forged in the quiet moments between words. When the meteor shower finally ended, they emerged from their shelter to find Starry Haven bathed in the soft glow of distant stars, the air fresh and clear. From that day forward, Zylath and Pax became inseparable, exploring the wonders of the station together. They shared laughter and stories, their differences no longer a barrier but a bridge to deeper understanding. Their friendship deepened with every shared adventure, every challenge they faced together. Whether navigating the intricate mazes of the station or learning the delicate art of harmonizing their talents to solve puzzles and mysteries, they discovered that their strengths complemented each other perfectly. Zyla's creativity and kindness balanced Pax's pragmatism and strength, forming a bond that was both resilient and nurturing. Through their journey, they learned invaluable lessons about acceptance and empathy. Pax discovered the strength in vulnerability, realizing that it was okay to lean on others, to share the weight of his burdens. Zyla, meanwhile, learned the power of quiet strength and the importance of listening, truly listening, to the stories and struggles of those around her. Their friendship became a beacon of warmth and joy in Starway Haven, inspiring others to look beyond appearances and assumptions, to forge connections that transcended boundaries and differences. In a universe vast and often overwhelming, Zyla and Pax found solace and joy in each other's company, a reminder that the most profound adventures often begin with the simplest of gestures, a shared smile, a helping hand, a listening ear. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, their bond only grew stronger, a testament to the power of friendship to transform lives. And so, under the endless starry sky, Zyla and Pax continued their journey, side by side, their hearts forever intertwined by the threads of understanding, kindness, and the simple, profound truth that friendship is the greatest adventure of all. And thus, in the cozy corners of Starway Haven, where the stars danced and the universe whispered its secrets, Zyla and Pax discovered not only the vastness of the cosmos, but the infinite depths of friendship, a treasure more precious than any found among the stars. Story 80. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village cradled by rolling emerald hills, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like twin stars, always brimming with dreams of adventure and discovery. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila would sit by her window, imagining faraway lands where magic whispered through the trees. One fine morning, as the early sun kissed the dew-laden leaves, Lila's heart fluttered with a peculiar pull. Today, she decided, was the day for exploration beyond the familiar fields and meadows. With a small satchel packed with essentials, a soft woolen blanket, a crusty loaf of bread, and a flask of sweetberry juice, she set off on a path less traveled, guided by the gentle melody of a bubbling brook. The path led Lila into the heart of an enchanting forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. As she walked, Lila marveled at the towering trees, their trunks wrapped in cloaks of emerald ivy, and their branches adorned with delicate blooms that seemed to twinkle like stars in the daylight. Deeper into the woods, Lila encountered her first whimsical creature, a tiny, luminescent butterfly with wings that shimmered like stained glass. It flitted around her, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake before settling on her shoulder as if to guide her way. Lila giggled with delight, her heart swelling with wonder and gratitude. Following the butterfly's lead, Lila soon found herself in a glade like nothing she had ever seen. The ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss, and in the center stood a serene pool of crystal-clear water. The surface of the pool was so still, it mirrored the sky above, where cotton candy clouds drifted lazily. Just then, a gentle ripple disturbed the water, and from its depths emerged a creature both curious and kind, a silvery fish with eyes that sparkled with wisdom. "Welcome, young traveler," the fish spoke in a voice as smooth as a lullaby. "You have ventured far. What is it that you seek?" Lila pondered for a moment, her fingers brushing against a smooth pebble by the water's edge. "I seek to know more of this world," she replied, her voice filled with earnest wonder, "to discover the secrets hidden in its nooks and crannies." The wise fish nodded, its scales catching the sunlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "Then listen well, for the forest whispers its secrets to those who truly listen." With that, the fish dove back into the pool, sending gentle waves lapping at the shore. Lila sat by the water, her eyes closed, letting the symphony of the forest wash over her, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft crooning of the wind through the branches. As the day wore on, Lila encountered more magical beings. A family of mischievous squirrels with bushy tails offered her acorns in exchange for a song, and a wise old owl shared tales of ancient trees that had stood since time immemorial. Each encounter filled Lila with a deeper understanding of the forest, teaching her the value of patience and the magic of simply being present. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and reds, Lila realized it was time to return home. The luminescent butterfly reappeared, guiding her back through the forest's winding paths. Lila followed, her heart light and her mind buzzing with the wonders she had witnessed. Returning to her village, Lila was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of home. The comforting glow of lanterns flickering to life, the distant murmur of evening conversations, and the sweet aroma of bread baking in the hearth. As she lay in bed that night, enveloped in the warmth of her woolen blanket, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She had ventured into the unknown, met creatures born of dreams, and uncovered secrets whispered by the forest itself. In her heart, she carried a newfound courage, an understanding that the world was vast and mysterious, filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them. And as sleep gently claimed her, Lila smiled, content in the knowledge that each day held the promise of a new adventure, and that she, a humble girl from a quaint village, had the courage to explore them all. And so, the night wrapped its gentle arms around the village, and the forest continued its eternal whisper, a symphony for those who dared to listen. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a serene village nestled in the embrace of lush, rolling hills, there lay a secret known only to the oldest of the wise. The village, with its quaint cobblestone paths and cottages that seemed to hum with life, was bordered by an ancient forest. This forest, dense with towering trees whose leaves whispered tales of old, held within it a hidden world, a world that could only be accessed by those with a heart pure enough to see its magic. Our tale begins with a young girl named Lila, who, unlike the other children of the village, spent her days exploring the edges of this enigmatic forest. With hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Lila had an insatiable thirst for adventure. Her spirit was as vibrant as the wildflowers that dotted the meadows, and her laughter often mingled with the songs of the forest birds. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the air was filled with the musky scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a tapestry of deep oranges and purples, Lila set off on her usual wanderings. As she walked, she hummed a melody her grandmother had taught her, a song said to have been sung by the fair folk of the forest long ago. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches arching over her like an emerald cathedral. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the gentle rustle of leaves was accompanied by the distant babble of a hidden brook. It was here, in this heart of the forest, that Lila felt most at home. Suddenly, her gaze was caught by something unusual. Among the roots of a great oak, there glimmered a faint, ethereal light. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down to investigate. There, nestled between the roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and dance when she looked at them, and a delicate vine of silver inlay wound around its edges. Gently, Lila lifted the box, feeling a warmth emanate from it, a warmth that seeped into her fingertips and spread through her body like the gentle glow of a hearth on a winter night. As she opened the lid, she found inside a glistening shard of crystal, its surface alive with swirling colors that mirrored the hues of the forest around her. As she held the crystal, a soft voice, no louder than a whisper, seemed to float on the breeze. "Guardian of the light," it murmured, "you are chosen." Though startled, Lila felt no fear. Instead, there was a sense of belonging, as if the forest had been waiting for her all along. Over the next few days, Lila returned to the forest, drawn by the crystal's mysterious allure. She began to notice changes, subtle at first, but unmistakable. She could hear the whispers of the trees more clearly, understand the songs of the birds, and feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. It was as if she had become a part of the forest itself, a guardian of its secrets. The villagers, noticing Lila's newfound connection with the forest, began to seek her out for guidance. They brought problems large and small, and with the wisdom of the forest flowing through her, Lila found solutions that helped all who asked. Her heart swelled with joy to see her village thrive, and her days were filled with purpose. Yet, as with all tales of magic, there came a challenge, a test of Lila's heart and courage. One evening, as twilight painted the sky with its dusky hues, a stranger arrived in the village. He was tall, with eyes like storm clouds, and a voice that carried the chill of a winter's wind. Though polite, there was an unease that trailed him like a shadow. The stranger claimed to be a traveler, seeking knowledge of the ancient forest. He spoke of treasures and powers hidden within its depths, and his words dripped with a greed that made Lila's skin prickle. The villagers, enchanted by tales of wealth and wonder, were eager to help him, but Lila felt a pang of foreboding. That night, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss, Lila sought the counsel of the forest. She took the crystal and journeyed deep into the woods, guided by the light of the crescent moon. As she reached the heart of the forest, the trees seemed to part, revealing a hidden glade bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and vines. As Lila approached, the crystal in her hand began to glow with a brilliant light, and the whispers of the forest grew louder. "Beware the shadowed heart," they warned, "for it seeks to take what is not given." Understanding dawned on Lila. The stranger was not a simple traveler, but one who sought to exploit the magic of the forest for his own gain. Determined to protect the world she had come to love, Lila knew she must act with wisdom and courage. The next day, she approached the stranger, her heart steady. "The forest is not a place to be taken lightly," she said, her voice calm and clear. "Its secrets must be respected, not plundered." The stranger laughed, a sound sharp as breaking ice. "What does a child know of such things?" he scoffed. "The forest holds riches beyond your understanding." But Lila, with the strength of the forest behind her, stood firm. "Riches are not measured in gold or jewels," she replied, "but in the harmony and balance of life itself. To disrupt this is to invite ruin upon us all." Seeing the resolve in her eyes, the stranger hesitated. The villagers, inspired by Lila's bravery, rallied to her side, and together they urged the stranger to leave. With no choice but to heed their united voice, he departed, his shadow receding from the village as quickly as it had come. With the threat gone, peace returned to the village. Lila continued her role as the guardian of the forest, her bond with it growing ever stronger. And while she knew challenges might come again, she was no longer afraid, for she had learned that true strength lay not in power or possessions, but in the kindness and wisdom shared between friends, and the courage to stand up for what was right. Under the gentle watch of the moon and stars, the forest and village thrived together, each respecting the other's secrets and stories. And so, in that hidden world of wonders, the magic of friendship and the light of wisdom shone brightly, guiding all who sought its gentle embrace. And thus ended the tale of Lila and the hidden world of the forest, a story of courage, friendship, and the simple, steadfast magic of a pure heart. As the embers of the fireplace glowed warmly, the tale wove its way into dreams, leaving behind a gentle reminder that true magic lives in the bonds we forge and the love we share. Story 82. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced on the evening breeze, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Her home was a cozy burrow nestled beneath an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gently over the bubbling brook that trickled nearby. One evening, as Willow settled into her warm bed of leaves and moss, she noticed something peculiar. The moonlight filtering through her window seemed to sparkle and swirl in an unusual way. Curious, she hopped over to investigate, but the shimmering lights vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The next morning, Willow mentioned the strange occurrence to her friend Oakley, a wise old owl who lived in the hollow of a nearby oak tree. "How curious," Oakley mused, ruffling his feathers. "Perhaps it's the work of the twilight sprites. They're mischievous little beings who love to play tricks with moonbeams." Willow's eyes widened with wonder. "Twilight sprites? I've never heard of such creatures." Oakley chuckled softly. "Not many have. They're quite shy and elusive, only revealing themselves to those with a pure heart and keen eyes." That night, Willow stayed awake, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the mystical sprites. Sure enough, as the moon reached its zenith, the shimmering lights reappeared, dancing and swirling in the most enchanting ways. Willow watched in awe, her heart filled with delight. Suddenly, she noticed a tiny figure dart across the moonbeam, leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. "A twilight sprite!" Willow exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. More and more of the tiny beings emerged, twirling and laughing as they played among the moonbeams. Willow couldn't help but giggle at their antics, feeling as light and joyful as the sprites themselves. As the night wore on, Willow noticed that the sprites seemed to be searching for something. They flitted from place to place, peering under leaves and behind tree trunks, their expressions growing more frustrated with each passing moment. Concerned, Willow approached one of the sprites, a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a glowing aura. "Excuse me," she said softly, "but is everything all right? You all seem quite troubled." The sprite turned to face Willow, its eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, a rabbit! How delightful!" it exclaimed, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. Willow smiled warmly. "My name is Willow. What seems to be the matter? Perhaps I can help." The sprite's expression turned worried. "Well, you see, we've lost something very precious, the Moonstone. It's a magical gem that helps protect our realm and keep the balance between light and darkness." Willow gasped. "That sounds dreadful. Where did you last see it?" The sprite shook its head sadly. "We're not sure. It's been missing for several nights now, and we've searched everywhere." Willow pondered for a moment, her mind whirring with thoughts. "Have you asked the forest creatures for help? They might have seen or heard something." The sprite's eyes lit up. "What a marvelous idea! We'll enlist the help of all the woodland friends." With renewed determination, the sprites dispersed, seeking out the animals and insects of the forest to aid in their search. Willow, too, joined the effort, speaking to every squirrel, bird, and beetle she encountered, asking if they had seen anything unusual. Days turned into weeks, and still the Moonstone remained elusive. Willow refused to give up, driven by her desire to help the kind-hearted sprites and restore the balance to their realm. One night, as Willow sat by the brook, she noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Carefully she brushed them aside, and there, nestled in the soft earth, was a dazzling gem that seemed to capture the very essence of the moon itself. "The Moonstone!" Willow cried, her heart soaring with joy. Quickly she gathered the sprites and presented them with the precious gem. Their faces lit up with delight and relief, and they danced and twirled in a jubilant celebration. "Thank you, dear Willow," the lead sprite said, its voice overflowing with gratitude. "Your kind heart and unwavering determination have saved our realm from darkness." With a wave of its tiny hand, the sprite bestowed upon Willow a special gift, the ability to see the sprites and their realm whenever she wished, a token of their eternal friendship. From that day on, Willow cherished her bond with the Twilight sprites, and they would often visit her burrow, regaling her with tales of their whimsical adventures. And whenever the moon was full and bright, Willow would gaze up at its glowing face and remember the night she helped solve the mystery of the missing Moonstone. A reminder that even the smallest of beings can make a world of difference with a little courage, wisdom, and a whole lot of heart. Story 83. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint little village surrounded by whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and a garden that seemed to bloom with every color under the sun. Inside lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as tender and vibrant as the flowers she tended. Her hands knew the language of the earth, coaxing blossoms from buds with gentle care. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden light over the dew-kissed grass, Clara set out for her usual stroll through the forest. The air was filled with the sweet smell of fallen leaves and the soft rustle of creatures beginning their day. Clara loved these walks, for the forest was a place of endless stories waiting to be discovered. As she walked deeper into the woods, Clara's eyes caught a glint of light beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Curiosity piqued. She gently brushed the leaves aside to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and tiny, delicate flowers. Clara's fingers traced the carvings, feeling a curious warmth emanating from the box. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single shimmering feather that seemed to glow with its own light. As Clara held the feather, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and to her astonishment, she found that she could hear the thoughts of the trees around her. The trees spoke in hushed, ancient voices, sharing stories of the land, the creatures, and the secrets they guarded. Entranced by the magic of the feather, Clara knew her life had changed. She decided to embark on a journey to understand the feather's power and its purpose. Her heart was filled with both excitement and a sense of responsibility as she set off deeper into the forest. As Clara ventured further, she met a delightful cast of forest dwellers. First was a wise old owl named Orin, with eyes like pools of amber and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Orin perched on a low branch, and with a bow he offered his guidance. "Young Clara," he hooted softly, "the feather you hold is a gift from the forest, a key to understanding the whispers of the world. Use it wisely." Continuing her journey, Clara came across a playful squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with excitement. Pip was a chatterbox, full of energy and eager to help. "I know every nook and cranny of this forest," he squeaked. "If you need a guide, I'm your squirrel." Together they traveled to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew so tall their tops seemed to touch the sky. Here, the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the light filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns on the ground. Clara felt a sense of awe and peace envelop her, as if she had stepped into a world untouched by time. In this sacred grove, Clara encountered an ethereal fox named Leora, her fur shimmering like silver moonlight. Leora spoke in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Clara, the feather's magic is bound to the balance of the forest. It can heal, it can protect, but it must never be used for selfish desires. The forest chose you because of your pure heart." With her newfound friends, Clara learned to listen deeply to the forest, understanding its needs and its wisdom. One day, the forest whispered of a disturbance, a stream that had stopped flowing, threatening the animals that depended on its waters. Guided by the feather's glow and the whispers of the trees, Clara and her companions made their way to the stream. There, they discovered a large fallen branch blocking the water's path. Instead of moving the branch by force, Clara sat by the stream and listened. The water murmured its story, and with Orin's wisdom, Pip's nimbleness, and Leora's gentle guidance, they devised a plan. They worked together, clearing smaller branches and debris, allowing the water to flow around the obstacle. As the stream began to trickle, then rush through its new path, life returned to the forest. The birds sang with joy, and the trees whispered their gratitude. Clara realized that the true magic of the feather was not in the power it granted her, but in the way it connected her to the world around her, teaching her to see beyond herself and act with kindness and understanding. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Clara and her friends sat by the stream, watching the stars twinkle to life in the evening sky. The forest hummed with contentment, a gentle reminder that balance and harmony could be restored through wisdom and friendship. Clara returned to her village, the feather safely nestled in its wooden box. Her heart was full of the stories and friendships she had gathered along her journey. She knew that whenever she needed guidance, the forest would always be there, whispering its eternal wisdom through the rustling leaves. And so, under the soft glow of the moon, Clara fell asleep, her dreams filled with the gentle murmur of the forest and the comforting presence of her newfound friends. The world was at peace, and so was she. The end. Story 84. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within the verdant embrace of rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her warm smile and kind heart, yet she carried a quiet struggle within her, a fear of change that kept her tethered to the familiar, hesitant to step beyond the comforting boundaries of her small world. Leora lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, its walls adorned with climbing roses that filled the air with their sweet, heady fragrance. Inside, the cottage was a haven of warmth, with a crackling fireplace that painted the walls with its dancing light, and a collection of well-worn books that spoke of far-off lands and adventures untold. Despite her love for stories of change and transformation, Leora found it difficult to embrace change herself. Her days were a careful routine, each one echoing the last like a gentle lullaby. But deep within her heart, she yearned for something more, a spark of magic that might illuminate the path to a new beginning. One misty morning, as the dawn's golden tendrils stretched across the sky, Leora embarked on her usual walk through the forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the delicate bird song wove a tapestry of sound that soothed her soul. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the path before her began to shift, whispering secrets of old. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, she followed the path as it meandered toward an ancient, gnarled oak tree. Its branches stretched wide, cradling the sky, and its leaves rustled with tales of time. Nestled within its roots was a small, shimmering pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above and the dreams below. As Leora knelt beside the pond, she caught sight of her reflection. A familiar face framed by curls of auburn hair, eyes bright with curiosity but shadowed by uncertainty. Suddenly, the water rippled, and from its depths emerged a luminous butterfly, its wings a kaleidoscope of colors that danced in the sunlight. The butterfly hovered before her, its presence both ethereal and comforting, and Leora felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest. In that moment, she understood that this magical creature was a reflection of her own potential, the embodiment of change and transformation she so deeply feared yet secretly wished for. As days turned to weeks, Leora returned to the pond each morning, her heart guided by the butterfly's gentle wisdom. Together, they explored the forest's hidden wonders, discovering sparkling streams and secret meadows where wildflowers bloomed in riotous color. With each new discovery, Leora's fear began to dissolve, replaced by a blossoming sense of courage and wonder. Alongside her journey of self-discovery, Leora was joined by two steadfast companions. There was Finn, the village storyteller, whose tales of adventure and bravery inspired Leora to imagine new possibilities. His voice was like honey, soothing and rich, weaving stories that lingered in the heart long after the words had faded into the night. And there was Mina, the village healer, whose gentle touch and sage advice nurtured Leora's growing confidence. Mina taught her the art of listening, to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the earth, and most importantly, to the quiet voice within her own heart. With Finn and Mina by her side, Leora learned that change, like the seasons, was an essential part of life's tapestry. She began to see the beauty in transformation, the way the earth shifted from the vibrant greens of spring to the warm hues of autumn, each change a celebration of life's endless cycle. Through her journey, Leora discovered that the fear of change was simply the fear of the unknown, and that the unknown held the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. She learned to trust in the magic of the world around her and the magic within her own heart. As the seasons turned and the village was once again wrapped in the golden hues of autumn, Leora returned to the forest, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of peace. She stood before the ancient oak, now a dear friend, and watched as the butterfly danced above the shimmering pond, its wings a radiant tapestry of change and growth. In that moment, Leora understood that she too had transformed. She had embraced the magic of the world and the magic within herself, and in doing so, had found the courage to step into the unknown with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder. And so Leora returned to her village, her heart alight with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. Her days were no longer a careful routine, but a vibrant dance of possibilities, each one a celebration of the beauty of life and the magic of transformation. And as she settled by the crackling fire each evening, surrounded by her beloved books and the comforting hum of the village, Leora knew that she had found her true path, a path illuminated by the light of her own courage and the gentle wisdom of a magical butterfly. And so, under the endless canopy of stars, Leora's heart beat with the rhythm of change, and she drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the song of the night and the promise of a new dawn. The end. Story 85. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always imbued with a hint of cinnamon and pine, lay the quaint village of Everglen. This village was unlike any other, nestled among towering trees with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. The houses were made of warm, honey-colored wood, with chimneys that puffed out clouds of vanilla-scented smoke. It was a place where magic quietly wove through everyday life, as natural as the gentle hum of bees in the summer air. In Everglen, there was a peculiar phenomenon that had the villagers abuzz with curiosity. Every night, just as the moon reached its highest point in the sky, a soft, melodic chime could be heard echoing through the woods. It was a sound so sweet and mysterious that it felt like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. But as soothing as it was, no one knew where it came from or what it signified. Some said it was the wind playing through the branches. Others whispered about ancient forest spirits sharing secrets with the night. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Lyra. She had hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Lyra was known for her curious nature and her knack for noticing things others might overlook. She loved the woods dearly and spent her days wandering its paths, greeting each creature she met with a smile. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, Lyra sat by her window, listening for the nightly chime. Her heart swelled with wonder, and she decided it was time to unravel the mystery. With a quick wave to her sleepy cat, Whiskers, she donned her cloak and stepped into the cool, moonlit night. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoots of owls. Lyra walked quietly, her feet crunching on the path carpeted with fallen leaves. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of earth and moss. As she ventured deeper, she noticed the glow of fireflies dancing around her, their light leading the way like tiny lanterns. Suddenly, Lyra heard a familiar voice. It was Old Willow, the wise tree who had stood watch over the forest for centuries. His bark was thick and knotted, and his branches stretched wide, forming a canopy that sheltered the forest floor. "Good evening, Lyra," Old Willow creaked in a voice as deep as the earth. "What brings you to my shade on this fine night?" Lyra smiled and replied, "I'm trying to find the source of the chime that sings through the woods each night. Do you know where it comes from, Old Willow?" The ancient tree chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. "Ah, the chime. It is a mystery indeed, but perhaps not as mysterious as it seems. You must look not just with your eyes, but with your heart. The answer may be closer than you think." With Old Willow's words echoing in her mind, Lyra continued her journey. She soon came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones. Kneeling by the water's edge, she watched as the moon's reflection danced upon the ripples. It was then she noticed something unusual, a group of tiny, shimmering creatures flitting above the water. They were the whispering wood sprites, known for their playful nature and their penchant for mischief. Their wings shimmered like opals in the moonlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "Hello, little ones," Lyra greeted them with a giggle. "Have you heard the chime in the woods?" The sprites paused in their play and gathered around her, their eyes twinkling with mirth. "Oh, yes, we know the chime," one sprite piped up, her voice as light as a breeze. "It's a song from the heart of the forest, a melody that calls to those who listen closely." Lyra listened intently, her heart filling with hope. "Can you show me where it comes from?" she asked. The sprites nodded, their wings fluttering excitedly. "Follow us," they chimed in unison, taking flight and weaving through the trees like a ribbon of light. Lyra followed their glowing path, her footsteps light and quick. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and even the wind quieted as if eager to listen. The path led her to a grove she had never seen before, where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark as smooth as silk, and its leaves a deep, shimmering silver. It was unlike any tree Lyra had ever seen, and at its base lay a small, intricately carved box made of crystal. The sprites hovered around the box, their eyes wide with wonder. "This is the source of the chime," they whispered. "It is the forest's heart, a gift of music and magic." Lyra knelt before the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. She could feel a gentle hum emanating from it, a vibration that resonated with her very soul. Carefully, she opened the box, revealing a cluster of tiny, crystal chimes that sang as they caught the light. The sound that emerged was the same beautiful melody that had filled the woods each night. It was a song of peace, a reminder of the harmony that existed between the forest and its inhabitants. With a smile, Lyra closed the box, understanding now that the chime was a gift to the village, a nightly blessing from the whispering woods. She thanked the sprites and the wise Old Willow in her heart, knowing she would carry this secret with her always. As she made her way back to Everglen, the night air felt warmer, and the stars seemed to shine more brightly. The mystery of the chime was solved, not by unraveling a puzzle, but by listening to the whispers of the world around her. Lyra slipped back into her cozy cottage, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. Whiskers purred contentedly at her feet as she settled into bed, her heart full of the night's magic. As she drifted into dreams, the gentle chime played softly in her mind, a lullaby of friendship and wonder. And so, the village of Everglen continued to thrive, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the whispering woods. The chime remained a cherished part of their nights, a reminder that sometimes the simplest sounds held the most profound secrets. Story 86. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her cottage stood on the edge of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled secrets and the flowers bloomed in riotous colors. Despite the village's beauty, Leora felt a weight in her heart. She feared change, clinging to routines that tipped to its anchor, wary of the unknown. Every morning, Leora swept her porch, watching as the sun painted the sky with golden hues. She tended to her small garden, where fragrant herbs and vibrant blooms grew in neat rows. Yet her heart yearned for something more, something she couldn't quite grasp. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the cobblestone path, an old traveler arrived in the village. His name was Eldrin, a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eyes and a satchel full of curious trinkets. He set up a small stall in the village square, where villagers gathered to hear tales of far-off lands and magical wonders. Leora, intrigued by the stories, found herself drawn to Eldrin's stall. She listened as he spoke of ancient forests where trees whispered songs of old and rivers that sparkled with secrets. One tale, in particular, captured her imagination. A story of a magical lake that revealed one's true self to those brave enough to look. The idea stirred something within Leora, a flicker of courage she hadn't felt before. That night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, she lay awake, contemplating the tale. The thought of discovering her true self both frightened and excited her. The following day, Leora gathered her courage and approached Eldrin. "I want to find the magical lake," she declared, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. Eldrin smiled warmly, sensing the beginning of her journey. "The path to the lake is not easy, dear Leora. It will change you, as all true journeys do." With Eldrin's guidance, Leora set out, her heart a mix of fear and anticipation. The path led her deep into the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the canopy, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As she ventured deeper, she met a variety of creatures, wise owls with knowing eyes and playful foxes with bushy tails. Each offered her a piece of advice, wrapped in riddles and gentle nudges towards introspection. One day, as she rested by a babbling brook, a tiny sprite fluttered by, its wings shimmering like 1,000 rainbows. "Why do you seek the lake?" the sprite asked, perching on a nearby rock. Leora pondered the question, realizing she didn't fully know the answer. "I want to find my true self," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The sprite nodded, a soft smile playing on its lips. "True growth comes not from finding, but from becoming. Trust in the journey, and you shall discover more than you seek." The sprite's words lingered in her mind, echoing with each step she took. Days turned into weeks as Leora navigated the dense forest, each day unveiling new facets of herself. She learned to listen to the forest's melodies, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, a dew-kissed petal, a sunbeam breaking through the clouds. Eventually, she arrived at the edge of the magical lake, its surface a mirror of the sky above. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, inviting yet daunting. Leora hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. She knelt by the water, taking a deep breath before peering into the lake's depths. At first, she saw only her reflection, familiar yet different. Then, as if a veil lifted, she saw beyond the surface. She saw her fears, her dreams, the moments of strength and vulnerability that made her who she was. The vision was both humbling and empowering, a tapestry of her essence, woven with threads of change. In that moment, Leora understood the sprite's words. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a part of life's dance, a symphony of becoming. She embraced her reflection, feeling a warmth spread through her, a gentle transformation that felt like coming home. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the village, a lightness in her step and a smile in her heart. Eldrin greeted her, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "You've changed," he noted, a hint of pride in his voice. "Yes," Leora replied, her voice soft but strong. "And I'm still changing, still growing." The village welcomed her return, sensing the quiet strength she now possessed. Leora resumed her routines, but with a new perspective. She found joy in the ordinary, wonder in the familiar, and she shared her journey with those around her, encouraging them to embrace their own paths of discovery. As the seasons turned, Leora's garden flourished, a reflection of her inner growth. The herbs and flowers danced in the breeze, their colors vibrant against the earth. Leora herself blossomed, her heart open to life's possibilities, unafraid of the changes they brought. And so, in the cozy village by the shimmering lake, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods, Leora lived her life, a tapestry of courage, friendship, and the beauty of becoming. Each day was a new chapter in her story, a gentle reminder that true magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 87. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily had an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She loved to explore the winding paths and secret nooks of the village, always on the lookout for something new and wondrous. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was wandering through the village market, her eyes wide with delight at the colorful array of fruits and vegetables. As she passed a booth selling handmade trinkets, something caught her eye, a simple wooden hairbrush with intricate carvings of leaves and vines. Without hesitation, Lily traded her last few coins for the brush, enchanted by its beauty. Little did she know, this ordinary-looking brush held an extraordinary secret. That night, as Lily gently brushed her hair before bed, something magical happened. With each stroke, tiny sparks of light danced through her tresses, flickering like fireflies in the darkness. Lily gasped in wonder, her heart racing with excitement. From that moment on, Lily's life took an unexpected turn. She soon discovered that the brush had the power to unlock hidden paths and reveal secrets long forgotten. With her newfound magical companion, Lily embarked on a journey of discovery, exploring the enchanted realm that existed just beyond the boundaries of her village. Along the way, she met a motley crew of helpers who became her dearest friends. There was Willow, a wise old oak tree with a knack for solving riddles, and Moss, a mischievous mushroom with a penchant for practical jokes. Together, they navigated through whimsical landscapes, encountering challenges that tested their wit and courage. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient, crumbling castle hidden deep within the forest. Legend had it that a powerful sorcerer once lived there, guarding a priceless treasure. Determined to uncover the truth, Lily and her friends ventured inside, only to find themselves trapped in a maze of enchanted corridors. As they wandered through the labyrinth, Lily realized that brute force would not grant them passage. Instead, they had to rely on their wisdom and the bonds of friendship to solve the intricate puzzles and riddles that stood in their way. With each challenge they overcame, Lily learned valuable lessons about patience, teamwork, and the power of kindness. She discovered that true treasure often lies not in material wealth, but in the relationships we forge and the experiences we share. Finally, after many twists and turns, they found themselves in the heart of the castle, where a magnificent jewel-encrusted chest awaited them. But instead of riches, the chest contained something far more valuable, a glowing orb that radiated warmth and love. As Lily and her friends basked in the orb's gentle light, they realized that their journey had been a transformative one. They had grown not only in knowledge, but also in spirit, discovering the true magic that lies within themselves and the world around them. From that day on, Lily cherished her magical hairbrush as a reminder of the wonders that can be found in the most unexpected places. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would brush her hair and let the sparks of light guide her way, knowing that with wisdom, friendship, and an open heart, every journey can lead to enchantment.